from especially in Ontario near Toronto,
Hmm.
it's just crazy.
Um, I know it's a little bit off topic than flat Earth and stuff, man. But
Yeah, that's right.
one day, right? One day we're gonna say enough. It's enough. And I don't know if it's gonna be in a lifetime or not. But one day, all of us say, "Oh, you
I know.
thief! You stealing, you lying, and
But I feel that's
you
that's playing into their hands a bit as well. It's hard to know what the right answer is because
yeah."
it would take enough people to peaceably say we're not doing this anymore.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of my way of disconnecting from it is trying just not watching the news, not thinking about it, just trusting that there'll be enough money in the bank account every month and just doing my thing and minimizing the negative vibe as much as possible. If you're watching the news still in this country, there's something, or in any country probably, there's something wrong. I'm
Yeah. I
not going to
I
go the
have
other
not
route.
watched the news for who knows how long. I have not watched the news since 2011, 2012.
Wow, you're
But
well ahead of me.
yeah, I
What was the
stopped.
catalyst for that?
It's more like I start to realize that, it was a lot of propaganda, it was a lot of negative stuff. I used to get mad and stuff. I know, I'm sorry to say, I know it's a little bit off topic again. But yeah, I used to, like between the Muslim, they put a lot of Muslim stuff out there, whatever. So I kind of grew a little hatred in it. Um, but after I done research and all that stuff or whatever, and looked into the stuff, and then I start to realize, oh, they playing us. They trying to trick us. They make us hate each other. Um, so with the whole 9/11, you know, um, fake moon landing, um, a lot of stuff. And then I just, came to conclusion I need to stay away from watching the news. So I stopped watching the news and uh, and just do whatever I got to do. Just live my life. I got off social media too. I believe 2014, 2015. The only thing I had left was my YouTube account for a little stuff that I do with my music stuff or whatever. And
Nice.
I get off Facebook. But yeah, well, I'm back on Instagram just to kind of like connect with a couple friends and you know
You haven't
you
created
know
a TikTok flat Earth channel like some of the guys?
I got one, but I have not posted any video yet. I just reposted stuff like from Jedi, from Sunny, maybe one other person. I'm not sure. I don't remember the name, but yeah, I just kind of repost it, just to have the account to support. Um,
I don't
um,
know. Still, the word TikTok just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not ready for that yet.
I I I used to have the app, and I deleted the app a long time ago. And I just re-downloaded. It's because some of the OGs in here, Mayhem and Jedi's and a couple other guys was saying, "Hey man, come to TikTok and all that stuff." So I just created an account just to support each other or repost certain things, whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't, it's definitely got its. If you know what you're doing with it, you can definitely reach a good audience. A lot of people. A wide
Hmm.
audience, I should say, and it could work well for bringing people in here. Just,
Hmm.
I did the same as you. I got rid of them all. Yeah. Well, I didn't have anything really to get rid of. I think I just had WhatsApp actually. As even that was, I found myself just sharing way too much stuff. It's like, you know what, I'm not getting anywhere here with this. And I hate my daughter seeing me on the phone and things like that. And so, you know what, I don't need this. And I just cut it out. It was useful for me just for staying in touch with WhatsApp with family back in Ireland. But, I did find myself with people here in Canada. I was sharing stuff all through the last few years. And I said,
Hmm.
you know what? This isn't, I'm not making any difference. There's no point in me doing this. And I don't want to go too attached to it.
Yeah.
But everything you said there about, the TV and realizing you'd been brainwashed, after 9/11.
Yeah.
Like I was exactly the same, just it came later on. I work with a lot of Muslim families now, and they're absolutely fantastic. They take me into their home, they're hospitable, and yet when that event happened, it totally did a mind job on me. And
Mhm.
like, I was afraid to get on an airplane, if somebody, you know, looked like that, and I completely fell for it. But
Yeah.
no, you realize just so much of it's programming. It's like,
Yeah.
how did I not see it earlier?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're still watching the news, no, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah. I feel sorry for you. Yeah. Another thing too is like even with sport teams and all that stuff. I don't really watch
yeah,
sport. I mean, I watch
same here.
soccer here and there. I watch UFC here and there. You know what I mean? But not on the TV or anything. I just go, oh, okay, let's look at the YouTube, real quick to see who wins or whatever. But I never like, oh, like going crazy over a team.
Same
Any
here.
team. Period. Like it just, yeah.
I
I mean, I
play.
like
I
certain
play.
sports.
I play about two or three times a week, but just pick up soccer. Nothing too serious. But I just have no desire to watch it at all.
Yeah.
It just
Who's your
seems.
favorite team?
I just follow like international. So whenever Northern Ireland, it's usually
Ireland. Okay.
heartbreaking. They're so bad. So whenever they're playing, I usually just it's kind of good because Um, the international games aren't every week. They're like three times a year. So it's kind of a big event. I kind of can't wait to the next game. It builds up. Like the next one's September. And I know we'll probably lose, but it's just because it doesn't happen very often. I get excited about it. Trying to find the games online is always a challenge, but it's always like
Yeah.
this could be the time we actually win a game. Oh well, not this time, maybe next year. So that's about the only soccer I watch. I don't watch any other sports. And just I love playing it. I love playing with the guys. It's the most multicultural international soccer you could possibly play here in this part of Canada. Guys from all over the world. Obviously in this part of the world, and it's great. All come together just to kick a ball around. Now
Yeah.
they talk a lot about their teams, like in the Premier League and all this, and they're like, yeah, they can't believe that I don't follow it. It's like, yeah, it just
Hmm.
doesn't interest me. Rather just be playing.
Yeah.
They're talking about all these players, and like the last time I can remember players was from like the 1990s.
Oh, wow. That would be like what Ronaldo from
Earlier,
Brazil, and then
earlier than that. Well,
earlier than
earlier.
that. Oh, wow.
Well, it depends what Ronaldo you mean. If you mean the Ronaldo for Brazil from
From
back in like
Brazil.
the 1994 World Cup,
Uh-huh.
like that would have been
And
about the era I was kind of following it.
mhm.
But yeah, when it all got very, see, it used to be they didn't have that Premier League in the UK. It was just called like the First Division, and you could watch the games on TV. And then when they invented that Premier League, everything was pay per view, and there was a lot more money involved, commercialized, and we couldn't afford as a family to get the satellite dish in quote
Okay.
mark satellite dish and to pay the fees for the games. So I used to follow Liverpool when it was like a young guy and used to love watching the games. But then when it all became, you needed a satellite dish or you needed cable and then you needed a subscription, it's like forget it. You know.
You know, in third world country, we can watch it for free because the country pay for itself. Like
Ah,
let's say the World Cup, let's say there's a World Cup or whatever, right? And the country will pay for it, like
yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
so
See, that's
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So a lot of times that's because nobody have money or resources to do in third world countries. So the government pay for it. Despite the fact that they corrupt it, they take all the money from the people. At least that's what they can do. It's to give free soccer and free sport.
Everybody comes together for that. Well,
Yeah.
back in my strange little part of the world where I used to live, like in Northern Ireland, they wouldn't even show the Northern Ireland games. They'd show the England games because it's
Oh.
officially part of the UK, and
Mhm.
it's bizarre.
Wow.
What, are you in the US then, Campbell? Or are you somewhere
Yeah,
else?
I'm in the U.S. now.
You,
I'm in the U.S. I'm in Texas.
no, right. I was going to say if you
Remember
were
I
in
told you?
Michigan, I
Yeah.
just missed you. Hmm.
uh,
We
but
crossed at a
yeah.
bridge. We crossed into the US at a bridge at Port Huron called the Blue Water Bridge, or I think that's what it's called. And see from the top of that bridge, you look out across the horizon into the, I can't remember which Great Lake it is, and it's perfectly like I held like a book up, like from the car. I wasn't driving, so I was, but from the top of that bridge, I put the window down and I held up a book perfectly level with the horizon. You're way high up, like you can see for
So you
miles.
didn't see the curve?
Oh, surprise, surprise. I did not left or right. You'd think you'd see a little bit left or right, but perfectly straight. And it's like realize, realize, realize. You know that saying? It's like, how can I have
Yeah.
seen it? So I grew up by the sea in Ireland. It's like, how could I not have? And I can see the trucks on the coast of Scotland on a rare clear day when it wasn't raining, and it never occurred
Mm,
to me, about the drop over distance. But I guess why would it?
yeah.
Don't think about it. You don't know. You're not taught, how much curvature there should be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be hot if I ever go. I work for myself now, but if I ever go back into like mainstream education and walk past the science classroom, like as a teacher, it's gonna be very hard. Just bite my lip when I see those globes. And it might happen one day, it's like I go back into the regular academia thing. It's like, what do I do?
I don't think I can do it, bro. I don't think I can do it. I mean, it took a lot for me to, break from the matrix. So yeah, from the heliocentric model, it was tough for me, man, because I was fighting with myself like back and forth 2 years. I mean, I understood, the fundamental of flat Earth, and just like it's facts, but like I knew deep down in my heart, I knew it's like, oh my god, like this is real. Like we don't see the freaking curve. Water cannot curve into a ball. It just drop
Yeah.
over distant. That's one the main thing. Like and just the water. And I understood that, but then I'm like, damn, I was so into space.
Yeah,
I
same
used to
here.
watch like the Cosmos, the Nova, and then other anything that involved in space, like I would look it up and sit there and watch over and over, but yeah, and it took me 2 years, you know to overcome this heliocentric model, but yeah, so now I'm free, man. I feel free.
Yeah,
I
tell me
feel
about it.
so free,
Yeah.
like, you know
You almost feel
just
like a
deep down in your
Jedi.
heart.
Yeah, it is a freedom. It's hard to explain. People like, what does it matter? But the deeper and the more you get free from the lie, it's like that's what people don't realize until they get a bit further into it. It's like, so many people I talk to, it's just like, oh, what does it matter? It's like, how can you say that? But I guess that would have been my response, at the start. But it does matter. It's that guy John Thor does a great. I think that's his name. He does a great
John Doe,
speech.
yeah, John Doe, yeah, he was a legend. He's one of, but his
Destroys it.
account got banned. I think the reason why he got banned is because the last 3 years he was posting, he was trying to expose like all this,
Oh,
this,
other
what I mean.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So he was trying to expose for the last 3.5 years,
Oh,
whatever.
goodbye.
And I think, yeah, they buy, but he did an amazing job. That guy did an amazing job. I mean, any like truther out there would, most likely would come across his channel, and
No, I didn't know who he was until a couple of weeks ago. Or no, actually, a few days ago, somebody posted the video, and I watched it, and I recognized the voice right away. It's like, hold on a minute. Yes, that's it. I'd heard the same speech about a year ago about flat Earth. I was like, that's it. I completely forgot about that. Who is this guy? I got a bookmark it, but no, I basically didn't know who he was until, a couple of days ago.
so so um does anybody know that, if he ever comes in here and chat with us on the server?
Mm, not to my knowledge.
Uh,
Recognize the voice now, I think.
Yeah. For me, I think I forgot his voice, but I remember his channel. Like I watch a lot of stuff from his channel too.
So he must
Back then.
still, somebody must be mirroring his content. I bookmarked it right away when I started listening to it again the other day. Darn it, where's the bookmark? uh, Effie in here. Waking up the world. I think that's the world's biggest lie speech. Let me open this in a new tab here.
Yeah, I mean, if you still, I mean, if you find his other videos, whatever, if you want to post in a live stream and what is it?
Oh,
Voice text. There you go. Yeah.
oh yeah, I thought this was the guy's name, John Thor, but I guess this is the guy that's mirroring his content. Maybe would that be right?
Oh,
But like you said,
it's
like there's that silly globe sitting on the chair there, and that's I don't have the scientific acumen at present, and maybe never will for all the technicalities of you know the science things. But for me, just like the water, like you said, like water sticking upside down to a spinning ball or even sideways, it's over for me right there. Maybe that's drawing a conclusion prematurely, but you know what?
yeah,
That's just cartoon. That only happens in cartoons and very
I
small
think
level surface tension on a leaf. But
yeah,
and you see those blue marble pictures, and the clouds are just stuck right there, right? You see that ball
it
from
looks
space.
cartoon.
I
It's
can't
fucking
see. That's one of
cartoon.
the big things. Like you just see it as a cartoon. You know you're free at that point. I think when you
Hmm.
see it as a cartoon, and say it's just not physically possible that this is happening.
Yep. And like, well, they claim. Well, what was the claim? They had the Hubble telescope taken like million miles away.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, it's funny, man. I don't know,
But
man. At this point, it's like I can't believe anything they say anymore, especially when it comes to heliocentric model. Like it's like when you start to realize and know the Earth is flat and stationary.
yeah.
It's like it's open up to every other little things. Like
Well,
like flat Earth will open up to anything, like just anything, political, the weather, the creator. It just like you might not know every little thing, but deep down inside you know that, oh, they're not telling us the truth. They lying again. They lying
it
again.
in,
You know.
it infuriates me in a church setting. They don't want to talk. They kind of avoid me now. Not that I'm antagonistic about it, but we'd have a cup of coffee or a cup after church, and somebody would come over and talk, or I'd go and talk to somebody, and bring it up sometimes. Like I was down at the lake, and the horizon's perfectly level, and just start a conversation, and they just don't get it. And then you try to show them, like in the Bible itself, like there's no references to a spinning ball in space, and it's just the programming's too deep for this. And this is a church where a lot of them are awake to other stuff, last few years or whatever.
And
But they just when it comes to this one, evolution, like they know, evolution's nonsense, and they trust the Bible that for Genesis, and the evolution's a lie on a giant scale. But then you talk about the shape of the earth and think, no, there's no way. Why would they lie? But they're lying about evolution, and NASA
no,
pushes
see,
billions of years, and yet you just turn a switch in your brain. If they're
hmm
capable of lying to children about their origins, why are they not capable of lying to them and the rest of us about the shape of the earth?
yeah,
I think it's like a pride that they didn't see it before you. Maybe
yeah.
have some kind
You
of
can say
opinion on it.
maybe that. Yeah, maybe that's one of the case. But I think another thing is this, like if uh, but let's say they do like kind of realize it for a second, but then they go back
Uh,
to the heliocentric model, like, oh, how could it be flat, like,
uh,
floating in
yeah.
space, like,
What?
see, that I think that is the main thing, because when we say is, oh, the
Yeah.
earth is flat, they think, because
Yeah.
the
Pizza does.
mainstream had
Yeah.
shown pictures and images, well, images, let's say images, and to show a disc floating in space,
Yeah.
so
That's the
now they
most.
got this. Yeah,
Sorry, go
go ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, that's you're right on the money. And even from listening to that, the bot earlier there, that guy, that is the most powerful weapon in quote unquote the enemy's side is that straw man representation and that trigger a flat earth. As soon as you say that, they just the file just uploads in their mind. This is ridiculous. This guy, you know, the
Yeah.
moron and the programming. I don't remember ever seeing a flat Earth disk, but I know that the term is so derogatory.
Yep.
And it just
It's
as
like,
soon as you play flat Earth, it's like, oh, he's the lowest of the low. Even though we were in accordance and in agreement a moment ago on evolution or whatever, it's like as soon as you try to move at the flat Earth level, it's like boo,
yeah,
a
it's
different
it
disc gets inserted into the brain.
yeah. uh, I
It's
mean,
hard to
like,
bring it
look,
up, but without
you have a conversation, right? Let's say you have a conversation with a globe, right? And you can say like 1,000 things, right? And all of a sudden you mention about the Earth being flat. They will
yeah.
discredit you from every
Oh
little
yeah.
thing after that. It's you know I had
I
this
just sit in the
experience,
yeah. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
so many times with with my friend, in the past. We talk about music, we talk about other stuff, we talk about whatever. And I guess, and me, I have this thing in me, like, I get excited when I talk about flat earth. I get very passionate, and yeah, I got, anything I say after that, they discredit me. Like, it seems like they hate me for, like, right when I say, like, oh, the Earth is flat and stationary, and then you try to explain other thing. They're like, what? Are you crazy? Oh, you anti-sign? And that's another thing too, right? When they hear flat Earth, like, oh, these people are anti-sign. No, motherfucker, I love science. We've been taught pseudoscience. Spinning ball, tilting, wobbling in space, Big Bang, Godless, whatever you want to call. But yeah, when you're trying to tell them that, man, they look at you crazy. They start calling you all kinds of names. Matter of fact, I almost got in the fist fight before too. Over flat Earth, man. It was at a point. I'm like, I thought I was gonna get jumped that day.
That's
It was
flat
like
smacking
four
to
against
another
one.
level.
Yeah. But I was ready. I was ready.
Not
I'm
worth
like,
it. No, they win when you do that. They've won. Um,
but you'd be
but I have
surprised,
to
man. I
try
mean,
and tell myself how would I have responded. But do you know what it was? The first time I ever heard of it was about 6 years ago. The first time I ever heard of flat Earth was 6 years ago when a few grade six students came into class, and I guess it would have been like 2017 when the guys here talk about when it really took off or took off again or whatever. And a few students came in, and they said, have you heard of hey? They called me by my teacher name. Like, have you ever heard of what do you think? Do you think the Earth is flat? And I had never heard it before. And I never believed the moon landing stuff, but I was not really into other things. I didn't know about 9/11 at the time. It's like 2015, I think. So when they said that, what do you think? They must have been on TikTok, or maybe not TikTok at the time, but something else. Like they must have been seeing the videos that were exploding on the internet in 2015 or 16, and they were saying to their teachers, because then another teacher came to me after and said, "Did your kids ask you about flat Earth?" I'm like, yeah, and the teacher's like, "What did you say?" I said, "I don't know. I haven't a clue." I just kind of brushed it off so I could get back to the lesson. But
mm-hmm,
I planted a seed in the back of my mind because a couple of years later, I came across the Art Dubai 200 proofs video,
mm-hmm,
and I showed it to the same teacher friend, and he just shut it down right away. I was like, you know what, these are kind of, it was like little seed by little seed. And then I ended up on like Gab or something like that. And then listening to Owen Benjamin. And it
mm-hmm.
wasn't years for me, I don't think. It was just these little seeds in between, dispersed between months of nothingness. And then it was just like, then I got the QE and it was over there. And then from QE, I discovered Discord. I was like, okay. And it wasn't just the forcefulness of the conviction, it was the solid scientific principles.
Yeah.
And even though I'm not a man of science, it was just, this is absolute. These guys are holding themselves up to the highest standard of evidence. And,
They know their stuff. They know their
I
stuff.
know that
Uh,
enough other stuff, and logically,
yeah.
I infer just there's been enough other lies that it makes absolute sense that this would
And
be the biggest of them all. You don't see it as the biggest of them all, but looking, there was another video where a guy talks about it being like at the top of the staircase, metaphorically speaking, of lies. You open the door and whatever it is and once you go through that door, you find it at the top. Maybe it's not the top of the staircase, but I kind of agree with that. It's way up there.
mhm,
Once this spell's broken, a
it's
lot of
over.
pretty much all the other ones, but not in a bad way. It
Yeah.
doesn't make you um paranoid, or like some other conspiracy things might make you, want to pack up and go and live in the countryside and start hoarding food. Not that there's
Yeah.
maybe anything wrong with that, but it just like you said, it just frees you, to get on with your daily life.
Hmm.
And it's not our job to convince anybody, but just to hope you can plant a seed that they can go and look for the evidence themselves.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
we all
And
have different talents. I think the creator gave us different ways to look at it, to find the truth for ourselves. For me, I guess it was just the common sense. Although it was all the arguments I heard from all the different people, and then just seeing for myself, look, this is absolute nonsense. And I, like you, like I love Star Wars and space stuff. I probably went, I wear glasses, and I probably went short-sighted from watching so much Star Wars and playing that darn Frontier 2 game. It's a space
mhm.
game where you like fly all over the universe, you land on different planets, and I love that stuff. But it wasn't hard for me to let go of it, for those
Yeah.
reasons.
Well,
But yeah,
everybody is different. I mean, on that part. But like you said, when you realize and the true what's going on in the world, and it just you feel free. And of
yeah.
course, it's not going to stop you from your everyday lives, but at the same time, it's like you just feel free. And
I I'd be curious to know if any, like, a lot of us come to it when you listen to guys' testimonies. A lot of us come to it through the other stuff like 9/11 and whatever. You kind of come eventually to Flutter. I'd be curious to know if anybody came to this first and then everything else, because it is hard to talk to somebody who buys
no,
who bought into everything, and then you have suddenly hit them with, the earth flat. Like, what the heck?
fuck that. Yeah, I
You
know, I
know,
know.
I wonder has
um,
anybody come to this first and then everything? It kind of different, like upside down, like the other, first and
I would
then like
say
9/11.
I would say there might be a few out there, but I don't think there's too many.
Oh, here, I can tell you someone who my daughter.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, she has to make up her own mind. I don't, she's only
Yeah.
7, but, we just joke about it. At her age, it's just a source. Every time we like load up a Barbie movie and the Universal logo comes up at the start, we have a good laugh about it. She's, look, Daddy, another beautiful globe. Ah, turn it off. I pretend to run out of the room and stuff. So we just kind of, she'll at least have
Okay.
I never tell her. She has to make up her own mind, but she obviously over
Yeah.
hears me like watching some appropriate stuff with her in the background sometimes. So but she has to, but at least she'll have a fighting chance at balancing the two. We were just hit boom 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 every day, and now we have a good laugh, me and her, seeing it everywhere. You go to your toy store, oh look, Daddy, more of those nasty globes. More of those lovely globes. Yeah, so
Oh,
yeah,
that's amazing on
why
that
not?
part. That's amazing.
We
At
were all
least
born into slavery, but I think a new generation, hopefully a higher percentage of the newer generation with the social media stuff, maybe, will have a fighting chance at the truth, you know.
yeah. I think from
I-
every generation, there always gonna be those out there that seek the truth.
yeah,
But at the same time, this new generation now is also from the way it looks right now, it's going downhill too. They doing a very good
Yeah.
job by brainwashing them, through whatever propaganda, social media, the news, and all that stuff. They do a pretty good job. But then, at the same time, maybe those people, they not ready to wake up yet. But when they ready, they're gonna wake up. And the
Yeah.
one that never gonna wake up, there's nothing you can do to
Um,
wake them up. They always
it's
gonna be
almost
asleep.
harder. Yeah, it's almost harder with the PhD ones, but and like the academia, the ones who have their degrees and so on, because there's obviously an
Oh,
investment there financially and pride wise. It's like they've come so far, and it's more for them to give up. I
yeah,
never
that's
cared.
how
Like
they
I
make
got my
their
degree,
money.
I don't care a rap about it, but
That that's how they make their money. I mean, if they giving up that, that means they giving up their salary, the
yeah,
lifestyle, and they're gonna have to go do something else. So maybe they don't want to do that, and plus the ego is too big for for like, oh,
yeah.
fuck this shit. I've been learning all this stuff
And this that
like what 10 years just to get my PhD degree, and now I have to give it up for this flattest
But this is
shit.
another hypocrisy thing within the faith community that irritates me. Is like, you'd stand up there and you'd preach that you have to be born again and you have to leave it all behind and put your pride aside. And yet the guy steps down from the pulpit and say, you know what? Not so short as this. The earth is flat. Oh, no, no, nonsense, nonsense.
Yep,
It's like,
yep.
yeah, because you don't want to give up the fact. You don't want to admit that you could have been. It is all. I don't want to sound blasphemous, but it is almost like being born again.
Yeah,
When when you kind of see the truth,
yep.
and when he does say, being born again, it's like born of water. You see that water, you see that horizon, and it's flat.
Yeah.
It's like you're born of water and of the spirit, and it's like, you know what? I sometimes think I put it in my profile thing that whenever the Bible, I don't want to go down the religious road too much, but when the Bible does talk about the kingdom of being able to see the kingdom of God, that might not have nothing to do with heaven or whatever, but it's to see the earth the way it really is. That's pure speculation, but it brings me closer to the creator, I can tell you that. I I don't think when Jesus ascended, he from Earth, he whizzed past Saturn like Superman. I think he just went up above the firmament and boom, through a window or something, and that was it. He's not flying past the flipping Saturn's rings and going somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like they put
Um.
their brain aside at that point.
So, yeah.
Anyway,
So,
I don't
so
want
you
to go
talking
down
about.
this.
Yeah, yeah. But so you talking about it? Remember the guy that did the Red Bull jump? Felix
Felix,
Baumgartner.
good
Felix
old
Baumgartner.
Felix.
So, as soon he land, right, and then they interview him, he was like, "Oh yeah, you could see the curvature of the Earth,
What a
blah blah
liar.
blah." Yeah, exactly, because he jumped only like what, 24 and a half miles would be like what, a hundred
You
and
don't see curvature.
yeah, 100,
2 millimeters.
130,000 feet, maybe. Yeah,
Ah,
around.
yes, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah, but see, the thing is,
But why would he say that? Why would he say that? That's like, unless it was all planned. It's a bit like
I
that.
think they control both side of the arguments, and then they got Neil deGrasse Tyson, came
Yeah,
out say, oh, you don't see the curvature, those camera that
specifically in
from the
reference
outside
to
is
him.
fish islands, so.
Yeah. I have that clip memorized. I've seen it and laughed at it so many times. But it is weird. They have like it is logically they trying to get my head around it, when they say, I was up there and I saw the curvature of the earth. Like, are you A, lying? B, you think you saw it? C, because of your helmet or your visor or something?
Mm,
C, you kind of didn't look, but when you landed, you said to yourself, well, I must have seen it. Uh, or like the most insidious it was like it's a deliberate lie. Like that guy, dude, perfect or whatever. It's like, but
yeah.
how can somebody sell out? How can they do that? How can they do that
Oh,
to
you,
children, especially? Like,
my friend, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many people would do anything for money and fame, and just they would do anything. Like, you know, just put it this way. You can hurt somebody just a couple grand. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. So people would do anything for money, bro.
Yeah.
The world that we live in is fucked up as it is already.
You'd
I've been
love to
to hell.
grab one of them. I'd love to grab one of them then and offer them more money than what they were offered and say, okay, I'm not trying to bribe you, Black. I just want you to tell the truth. I'm going to give you more money, whatever you, if I could do it, if money's your God and money's your thing, whatever. And if you said that because you were paid, okay, I'm going to double it to just tell the truth. Just tell me the damn truth.
See, what we can do is this, right? We bring Neil deGrasse Tyson, we bring Felix Baumgartner to the court, right? And the one that lie would go to jail. The one to say, "Oh, I see the curvature of the Earth, 130,000 feet.
Yeah.
24.5 miles up in the at most." you
Who's
know,
going to
um,
determine which one lied, but who we're going to
yeah.
get
Which
to
one lie? And the one the
arbitrate?
liar would go to jail for that, for lying to all the humanity, to the people of the Earth, to the citizen, of the Earth. Period.
Yeah.
But
Well,
they're not
then
gonna
that would
do that.
set a precedent for all the other ones that
Yeah.
all go
And
down. Yeah.
yeah, and the same thing with this too. I say this, man. I say this. All these so-called leaders that go to war and let the citizen die. Like the
That's
soldiers die
horrible.
going to war. No, like listen, you got beef with each other. Well, we'll grab two
Yeah.
leaders. They should make
Yeah.
an
Don't duke
international
it
law.
out.
If
Yeah.
Yeah, put them in a fucking cage. Let them fight, either to whoever got fucked up, or till the I don't know. But listen, leave the other people alone. Leave all the
Mm.
citizen alone. You want beef? You got stuff going on? Put two of your
It's
asshole in the
it's
cage. Let them fight. You know.
yeah. When you
And
put
but
flat earthers and you look at the wars like that, that's heartbreaking. That so many innocent people on both. You know,
I know it's
and
heartbreaking, man.
and the
It's
soldiers were
heartbreaking.
duped. A lot of them were duped too. And a lot of innocent people. It is hard. That is very hard. Going to countries with no business being in, and
Yeah.
yeah, that was a hard pill for me to swallow because I grew up in a very proud military kind of military influences,
Mhm.
Western military influence. So, but a bit of research later, and it's like, you know what? I can't believe.
Yeah. Um. I mean, it's
You
it's
think
it's
about
hard.
it, at
Really
least
hard
we
to
have the
say.
internet. The internet's the worst thing in the world, but it's also the best thing in the world.
Yep.
Back in World War II, you were sitting there tuning into your radio and the BBC, the voice of authority and truth. And the guy over in Germany was tuning into whatever he was tuning into. And both, they were both being told the other side are
Like
barbarians,
we
and
the good guys,
Japanese were
they are the
being,
bad guys.
and
Yep.
you had no way to aggregate that. Very few people probably knew any Germans, like, and then Germans and so they were just. Whereas now you can kind of go on a neutral platform and try and at least have a fighting chance of trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard
Um.
for them to push another. I know the whole thing's going on in Ukraine. It'd be very hard. I think too many people. Maybe this is just wishful thinking. Too many people are like, nah, nah, nah. We're being sold a lie here. I'm not going to go and fight your phony war.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, I mean, like, listen, like I said, them two got issue. All these
Yeah,
leaders, right?
stick them in
All
the
these
ring.
leaders got,
Well, that's going to happen
yeah.
with Zuckerberg, isn't it? And yeah, I don't care about those two. It's all a
And
charade
Elon
anyway.
Musk, nah, they not. I don't think they're gonna fight, man. It's just like,
Yeah,
I think a lot of time. I mean, maybe they gonna fight later on. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, when you hear these type of stories, it's all distraction. You know what I
I
mean?
know it
And
is.
people would root for one side, but would start picking side. Oh, who you want to go
That's
for? Who you
it.
want?
That's
You know
it.
what I'm saying? Like,
More
well,
entertainment for the masses, for the useful idiots.
mm,
But it was interesting when somebody posted the new Twitter logo with the X there. When you mirror it like symmetrically, it like makes like a Masonic kind of symbol. Not that you could do that with anything probably, but when you take
yeah.
that new X symbol and kind of mirror it, it's a bit like when you fold a $20 bill,
Oh, I
the
seen those.
bill.
I seen those. Yeah, the $100
Uh,
bill too. The $100
yeah,
bill, the
pretty
20.
cool.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yep.
cool. But you
Hey,
could probably make it a flipping. You could probably turn it
these
into. Open flat Earth map if you folded it a certain. Not that there is one. Not that there is one. Let me get that out
Uh,
there.
I haven't seen that one yet, so I'm not sure. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, all these subliminal messages, or like like images that they put in certain places,
I
there's
remember.
no
Yeah, I
doubt
remember
they put it
watching.
on purpose. Yeah.
I remember watching Fight Club years ago and catching. I didn't know anything about subliminal messages, but catching like a frame where I thought I saw a can of Coke or something flash momentarily in the frame. I think we saw it in the movie theater. It's like, did anybody else see that? Was there like a can of Coke or something? Might not have been that flashed for a second on the screen. Now they did it deliberately in Fight Club because it fits with the content, the theme of
Fight Club,
the
but like,
psychological side of the movie. Yeah, it's like,
I'm not
but
familiar
it
with
made
that.
me think. Well, what else are they doing that in? Whereas because I can only discern so many frames, but then maybe your subconscious picks up the stuff that your eye can't kind of separate. Whatever the subconscious is, I don't know. I don't want to start making claims there.
Yeah, don't make any claim.
No, man, that's the rule number one. Boy,
Yeah, don't make
yeah.
any claim.
I'm scared to
Yeah.
talk in here, but that's good.
uh, I learned my lesson the first day. I mean, I
Oh
didn't
yeah,
make
what'd you
any claim.
do?
I just got excited. I just got excited, man. I came in here. I'm like, oh, let's. What if we
I
start
got a
planting
flat Earth
seeds?
map on
And
my T-shirt.
no. I never
Roasted.
said that. No,
Well, I
no,
do, but it's more to provoke a conversation. What did you do? Sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
no.
Were
I
you,
mean, I
yeah,
just got
who were you
excited.
talking to?
Yeah, I just got excited. I was talking. Well, Sasha was here,
Oh,
and
yeah.
also I believe
It's flat.
what the guy's name Chris was also here too.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
would just get excited that I'm like, hey, what if we start planting seed and set up the date? Even if we don't get to go 5 years,
Yeah.
10 years, 20 years from now or whatever, at least we plant a seed for the next generation. We wanna go check out the north and also the south. You know what I mean? And yeah, and yeah, you know what
When did
happened.
you when did you discover the server then? Well, you've been here
I
less
think in
time
like
than me.
a
Oh,
month and a
really?
week ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you knew about flat Earth way longer than I did.
Way long. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, me see, I'm more like a video guys. I watch the video, I understand that stuff. I understand certain argument or whatever, and then just look, just basic stuff. You know what I mean? And and I go on with my life and do whatever I gotta do. And
Yeah.
but of course I still check up on Flat Earth, here and there, whatever. I didn't know the
It's
Discord existed,
somebody should make a
and
meme. Sorry, go ahead.
and
There's no, go
what I
ahead.
was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, but after YouTube came out and start wiping everybody out, and start censor everybody, deleting and people account and all that stuff. I was like, hey, what happened, right? So even after that, I was like, oh shit, all right, whatever, man. And but see, that was my issue back then. Like I used to kind of like look at it every day, like from one videos or somebody make a short documentary or whatever. I watch it. I mean, I absorb the information and all the stuff, so I know. But after a while, I rely on like these things, right? So my dumbass, like what I should have done is it's save all those stuff that that I was watching or I seen or read somewhere, whatever. Nope, I didn't do
Yeah.
that. I just like, oh, it's not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna be
Mm.
here when I need it. I can come back. Nope, that was not the case. After they wipe everything
Yeah.
out, I'm like, oh shit. So I have
The
to
Great
start from
Purge.
yeah.
I
I have
did.
to
I
start.
started emailing myself the last few years, almost anyway. I started emailing myself a ton of stuff. Not that I need it now, it's all gone. But, yeah, what was I going to say? That somebody should make a meme. When you leave the globe, there's like stages of grief. Like I'm still in the stage, like sort of funny, off the cuff, kind of not real grief. Well, maybe to a certain extent. I'm still in the grieving stage where I can't watch Star Wars. I'm
Oh,
still too bitter
well,
with the. I'll get back to it eventually. Some guys like, oh, you'll get beyond that. You can at least
no,
watch it now, knowing it's nonsense. But I still, it's like, I'm
no,
still not ready. I'm still not ready to go back to Frontier.
No, it doesn't affect me anymore. I mean, my favorite movie also is about space. It's called Chronicle Riddick.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah, but it doesn't affect me at all. Like, not
yeah.
not anymore. You know what I'm saying? But I know it's just like it's all bullshit anyway. It's just a
Yeah.
movie. You know what I mean? I like the idea of it. I like the fairy tales. I like the fantasy. But in actuality, that's not it. So I don't let it bother me when
And
it
it
comes
is
to just
really
watching
cool.
movies. Yeah. Yeah, of
It is
course.
great, you
I
know.
mean, it
It is really
if it's
cool that
true, it's amazing. It
yeah,
if it's true, it's amazing. It's like the best thing ever. You know what I mean? You flying through infinite space,
yeah,
wobbling, tilting. You know what I'm saying? With like monkey balls hanging out. So
yeah. That's it. Landing on these like, space stations and everything, and like visiting
yeah.
others, like, other planets and all. Like, if we just been told from the darn start, it's not this, but this is a pure imagination.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, man. But all in all, like I mean, I'm glad I'm here. Like I'm glad
No, I love it.
like
So
I
for a
feel
while
free. Like
on,
I feel
yeah,
free. You feel free. Yep.
yeah, I do. And for a while on Discord, I had a couple of other servers, but there seemed to be more debates happening there and make people making claims. I said, you know what? I don't really. Maybe I just a one-track mind guy. I said, you know what?
Yeah.
All I need is this one server because the vibe here has been said many times before. The vibe here is just on point. It's just good. Like the guys can joke and then get serious and discuss, and they adhere. You
Yeah.
know, the you know like scientific method and everything. This is the best place for me. I don't need
Yeah.
any of the other Discord servers or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can talk to people, you can get some funny memes and whatever.
Yeah. I go to
You can learn. It's a university. This is a university for
yeah.
me.
Somebody invited me to a couple other servers who like I go over there but I barely talk. I just listen a little
Yeah.
bit or whatever, and then I come back to the server. But all in all, it's more like, oh, get to know people, see our community. Because for me,
Yeah.
I think for me, like, I can't speak for everybody else. Like, I want to say this is like from the bottom of my heart. I see flat earthers, the real flat earther, my brother and sister. Like, I
Oh
don't
yeah.
care. I mean,
Yeah.
they
Oh
like
yeah. Yeah.
sometimes even if you make certain claim or whatever, okay. Then that's your own thing. But as
That's it.
long you're a flat earthers, a true earther. There you go. That's the right word.
Yeah.
I look at you like you're my brother and sister. That
That's it.
and it just as simple as that. You know what I mean? No bad blood, no
No.
nothing. I don't feel anything towards any truther out there.
Have you
Period.
en- have you engaged any like Globers, like tried any wig snatching or anything like that? I probably should have ambitions that way, or maybe shouldn't. I don't know, but I haven't really. In a place like this, there's better people than me can do it, so way
Yeah.
better, and I'll probably mess it up. So leave it to the
I
experts if that's the right word,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not good with debates or anything, man. I'm
or
like,
like
I'm
just
not,
chat.
I'm not
Yeah,
like, I can barely even speak English, so how could I debate when it comes to like scientific term and all that stuff? You know what I mean?
I can
And
speak it. You'll just not understand my accent. I will start talking quickly. It'll be
yeah,
better.
I have an accent too. I have a really strong accent. You can hear, it, right?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I just
No.
like to come here. I like to learn. I do want to learn. I genuinely, truly wants to learn. The scientific explanation. The way all these OGs talk. Like they sound very brilliant. You know what I mean? And when they start talking, shit, I just shut up in the background, just listen.
Yeah.
So
The,
and
the, the
absorb
skills
what
you
I
learn
can.
here, yeah,
Yeah.
you can apply like the list. Like I'm a terrible listener and probably still am, but you learn here to like number one, be careful making any, but be careful about making claims. So many of the things you learn here you can apply to other like conversations and other thought processes and like
Mhm.
in your everyday life. Just how to think through something and how to listen to somebody and pick out the parts that are relevant and the parts that are just, superfluous at best.
Yep.
I definitely think I've kind of improved that way.
Yeah, no, no,
Just
it's
thinking
true. Like
logically through things.
yeah, I mean, you come in here, when these guys talk, when the OGs and these guys
Yeah.
are, they are brilliants, like they not just even talking out their ass, they know this stuff, the way they explain things
Yeah.
and the way they put everything together. Like I was surprised by it, that's why, like, I love coming here, just trying to learn
Yeah.
stuff. I know I learned a little slower than most people, because the language barrier and a little bit here and there, whatever. But there should be no excuses. That's why I'm here. I don't care how long it's gonna take me to keep learning all these stuff. But I'm gonna be here to learn. I'm all about growing and learning. Even I learn slower than most everybody else. I do not care. I'm here to learn. But I don't like debate, man. That's another thing. But
So
then
there is
sometime
no
I do.
debate. As far as I'm concerned, there
Yeah.
is no.
Sometime I
It's
do.
so stupid. It's so
Yeah.
stupid that can be a bit spinning ball with water sticking to it. There is no debate, and the debate almost is a concession. Maybe this is a bad claim to make, but maybe this isn't right at all. But I almost feel sometimes like a debate is a concession.
Yeah.
Because there is no debate when it comes to it. They obviously think there is, and I probably at one point would have, but it's like,
You know.
can't
If,
prove it. They no proof at all that it's a flipping globe.
Yeah.
if I can chime in for a sec,
Please
how's
do,
everybody
Jim.
tonight?
Doing
Hey,
Good.
well.
Good, Jim. How you doing, Jim?
good. Hey, I posted it 21 minutes after the hour.
Oh yeah.
I think if obviously not everybody's built for debate, but if you ever want to, here's my thought. We have maybe 10, 12% of the population believes with us. We probably have 5, 6, 7% that are kind of on the fence. And CNN and NPR have done some polls, and they say about 84% of the world agrees, and most of us, because of propaganda and indoctrination, believe we live on a spinning space ball. And majority of those, the vast majority, have never even thought about anything else. They haven't got like, no, you know, and so. And so, and 100% of people have been brainwashed with the ball. So, if we have 10, 12, 15%, that's pretty good. When you debate, all you want to do with people that are listening to the debate, whether it can go on YouTube or, for posterity, is to give the other person or other people listening, maybe for the first time in their entire life, whether they're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, first time in their entire life, somebody going, hey, you've been lied to, and this is why. And so, it just comes down to, I don't think we have to get to 51%, who believes with us. I think if we can get to 20 or 25%, we could change the world. I really believe that. Now, whether the people that run this world let us get to 20, 25%, that's, we can't do anything about that. But I think the biggest thing is when you debate, if you look at these 12 things, and maybe there's more, if you look at these 12 things and you kind of go, I'm going to become really good at 6 of them, or 8 of them, or 4 of them, or whatever. And if you look at this and you go, hey, I'm going to debate a friend, that I see on the beach or at work or, in the restaurant or at home. And you can elaborate yourself pretty well on the stationary flat earth side argument of these. You're going to open minds. You may not change a mind right away because it takes more than an hour to overcome a lifetime of indoctrination. But you'll open a mind maybe. And the mind is useless when the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born and participate in a prison system we cannot see. So in other words, most times when we're in prison, we know we're in prison. We can only do what they tell us, let us do. But we have people who are literally in a prison system that they can't see. And that is the globe. They've only been given one opportunity, the globe. So if you can get them out of their prison system, you've done your job, and you should go get a Coke or iced tea or something and celebrate and say, hey, I did my job.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Jim. They got it. When I think about it, maybe too narrowly, I'm thinking about just the debate between the debaters, but the people listening, that's absolutely key. That they'll come away hopefully learning something new that they didn't know before, but also they'll see in the attitude of the glober, if it's him or her doing it, like with the ad homs and the invectives and the insults, say, you know what? That's all that guy had to offer, or they just insulted the flat earther for the whole time. I don't want to be part of that, and maybe that'll open them up to the truth. So yeah, I guess it's all about the listener, the perspective, as much as it is about, if not more, about the actual debate.
Go go buy an $18 tilted globe from Target or Kmart or whatever you
I
want
can't
to do.
do it. I can't do it.
Go buy one. Go spend
I
18
can't. I
bucks.
can barely walk past the things.
Yeah, I did it like a year ago, and I have it right here.
Right.
If I could go on camera, I'd show it to you.
I've seen it when
And,
you debated that guy. I say, yeah,
yeah,
I think.
and just put that up to your friend. Let's say you're talking to somebody at home. You're talking to somebody at home, right? You're sitting down. You're chilling with your bro or your lady friend or whatever. You're just chilling, man, right? And you go get this globe, man, and you go, hey, you know what? This is the most scientifically impossible thing that could ever be invented. Now, it wasn't created, it was invented. And this is the most scientifically impossible thing ever. And let them think about that for a second. Tell them that it's spinning at 1,037 miles of the equator, 700 miles at 40 degrees, latitude either way, right? And then tell them that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and there should be. And tell them that the North Pole is 46 degrees warmer than the South Pole is, and it wouldn't be that way if we lived on a ball, because both would be getting light from the same amount of light. And tell them that they're going around this sun at 66,600 miles per hour in an elliptical orbit, because in the math the circular orbit doesn't work, so they had to make an elliptical orbit. Cool story, bro. And then 450,000 miles per hour around this galaxy, and then 1.3 million miles around an ever expanding universe. And then tell them, do you feel it? Do you feel it, man? When you walk outside, do you see 8 inches per mile squared over distance? Drop over distance. Do you
I,
see 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance? Do you see it? And leave it at that. Be nice. Be nice. Bump wrists, shake hands, whatever you want to do. But be nice
Yeah.
about it. Love them, and go on.
I mean, you can't see it because the Earth is too big, right?
Yeah, I like that argument. I'm a Glober
Nobody's
now.
choice.
I'm a Glober now. I like that. I like that's
I mean,
what.
that's the
It's
logic,
cool over the
you know what
curve.
I'm saying? But then they think that the flat earthers are the one that make up the math, But they didn't know that the heliocentric model came up with the math, to support the model. But the globe heads, they think that we came up with the math.
I mean, be nice. I talked to my wife about this, and my daughter. Not for a while. I haven't talked to my daughters for a while. But it's like they don't want to hear. Evangelical Christians don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it, man. And it's just like,
Yeah, tell me about that
read
one.
read your Bible.
Oh, yeah, they'll tell me, oh, I'm a Bible literal. Like they'll say about themselves, I'm a Bible literalist. I'm a Bible 5 days, 6 days Genesis, and say, oh yeah, you know that Joshua prayed to God that he stopped the sun in the sky, and God says he stopped the sun and moon in the sky. Oh, but they just didn't know back then. That was their way of explaining. They say, oh, the mental gymnastics kick in. No, now suddenly you're not a Bible literalist.
There
Yeah,
are, Joshua 10, chapter 10, 12 through 13, which you just referred to. that's huge, man. And then God moves the sun back 10 degrees in the sky in another passage. And then even Jesus in Matthew 5:35 says, "The earth is God's footstool." Some people say to me, "Well, Jesus didn't say anything about the shape of the earth." Heck, he didn't. Matthew 5:35. The earth is God's footstool. And then Jesus even said in Matthew 5:45, 10 verses later, that the sun rises.
He causes his sun to rise on the good and the
Yes.
and the evil. Yeah, I got them
Yes.
all down there.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
And
but he
then
wasn't talking literally. Well, that's convenient.
that's
Yeah.
the problem you get into.
I bet
You
you know
get
the way when he overturned the tables, or and the people he had the hottest words for were the religious leaders and not the guy in the street. Like you're saying, you need to be compassionate. It's the guys who will tell you, oh, the world, the preachers, they'll say, the Christians in my case, they'll say they're heathens, they're blind, and you try to talk to them about what the Bible clearly says, and it's like they don't see, like the veil still covers their eyes.
it's I tell you what, God's got my attention recently, big time. And it just occurred to me that if you pray, read your Bible, and wait on God to work in your life, whether it's a miracle or not, if you do that and do that, maybe you only have to do it once or twice a day, or maybe you got to do it, you're having a bad day, you got to do it 3 or 4 or 5 times. You pray, read the Bible, and wait on God. If you do those things, I promise you, you will find peace. I promise you, because God promises you peace. Because God said in I have my little old notebook here, so forgive me. God said, now I want to find it and I can't find it.
Give me the start, Jim, and I'll tell you.
That just really irritates me, man. Okay. Philippians 4:7, and the peace of God, which passes all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Jesus Christ. Philippians 3:13 and 14, brethren, I count not that myself to have apprehended, achieved, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forth unto those things which are before, I press forward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Jesus Christ. If you pray that, if you read the Bible and you ask God to show you the way, you will find peace, because you will find peace that passes all understanding. You got to lay down your life. You got to get rid of what you want to do, and you got to say, God, lead me. That's all you got. That's all you got to do. If you do that, God, not me, God promises you peace that passes all understanding.
Amen. Yeah, I'm sorry. Real quick. Okay. We have somebody new here. Oh, he just left. The Flash. I was trying to catch him. It's okay.
I'll spot it.
He'll come back.
Probably for the best. I should probably turn in soon. It's like 12:30 here. What's the Texas time difference there? You minus 12:34 here. Is it you back 2 hours, Campbell? Or you 3 hours?
11:34 over here. Just like what about Jim?
Yeah, are you in
Jim.
Michigan, Jim?
You're in Central Time Zone. I'm 15 minutes from Eastern, but I'm still in Central.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, are you in Dallas right now, Jim?
No, I moved in February. I came up to, for whatever reason, it's starting to become clear to me why. But I came up to the probably the most perfect example of God's creation of a stationary plane, Lake Michigan.
I like that.
It's
was
funny.
just saying, Jim.
I always thought about it, talked about it, and my wife and I are going to still stay married, even though we're not living together. I think we've come up to the understanding. We're only 110 miles apart, so we can see each other. But we're both older. I mean, I'm older than she is, so she's not old, right? But I should say that about a woman. And so and so it's like, it gets down to the fact that who are you going to serve? Are you going to serve God or are you going to serve man? And when you come to the realization that you're going to serve God, I have some really, really bad days. Really bad days. But I have some days that are really, really cool. And I think God is going to allow me to talk to some pastors, maybe in person or online, perhaps. Pastors who believe we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, who are evangelicals, Christians. And I'm going to have a chance maybe to talk to them. And I always thought that we need to get into churches. We need to get into pastors, evangelical churches that preach the spinning space ball. And maybe I can do it. I don't know. Maybe God's going to allow me to get in there and talk to some pastors. And it's really cool, man, because we're not going to, we're not going to get these atheists. We all know atheists online and stuff like that. We're not going to get these atheists to change their mind. They're not going to. I mean, if you believe Big Bang came from an amoeba, you grew
They've got
legs.
their mythos.
You grew legs. You came out of the ocean. You grew legs. You were an ape, and now you're a human, and your descendants an ape. Those guys are gone, man. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, just have a nice day, right? But if you can get the people that at least admit there's a God, an Almighty God they pray to and stuff like that, maybe you can turn them. Maybe you can turn them. God's going to turn them. I'm not going to turn them. God's going to turn them. But maybe you can be the person that maybe opens their eyes for the first time.
Yeah, that's my priority, Jim. That's like, because logically they should be open to the Creator, and then when the Word, the Bible or the Quran, whichever it is, their holy book, in our case probably the Bible, when that book resoundingly says the same thing, even before you get to the scientific method, there's so many angles you can come at it with your fellow believer, Christian, pastor, whatever, minister. That it's just knowing how to proceed with the conversation so that you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, boy. That's the tricky part.
The tricky part. The tricky part is to do it with love.
Yeah.
And if you have any bit, and I got to pray about this because I'm pretty passionate about things sometimes.
Yeah, same here.
And you got to say it with love. And
Have you?
but somewhere along the line, you're going to have to tweak
Yeah.
their cognitive dissonance just a little bit.
Yeah. Have you watched Omar? What's Omar Thibault's
Omar
series?
Thibault. He's really good, man.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Amen.
Yeah, he's
I don't know.
really
He got
good.
it all. It's like where did he get that? Because he's not on the server. Where did he get that information? It must have taken forever to put that together in such a coherent fashion with all the slides and everything. It's almost like somebody came to him and says, "Here it is. Go for it, Omar." Or did he sit down and prepare all? I guess from a teacher perspective, I kind of think, how did he prepare for that? Because he nails it in that Hebrew cosmology series. It's like, wow.
Yeah,
He must have been on the Flat Earth server for a long time.
Yeah, the church is he has Hebrew in the name of the church in Philadelphia. Yeah, his 5-part, 6-hour, 25-minute is really, really good if you ever want to listen to it. And then obviously you want to listen to Heliosorcery with Chris Sparks. And so you have, we're fortunate. We're fortunate right now to have 8 hours. Chris is a hour 43. Omar is 6 hours, 25 minutes. Yeah. We are very fortunate to be living in a time when you can go to YouTube and not be censored and watch 8 hours of biblical cosmology.
Yeah.
We are
Yeah.
very fortunate.
Yeah, I do fear because the glory, the beautiful thing about flat Earth is they can't ban it because it represents any kind of violent threat like that. You know, you're not advocating violence, and God forbid we ever would. So the best they can do at present is just, you know, like they said on that YouTube clip in Congress there, you know, the shadow ban or like demote content, you know, and promote content, whatever that they, you know, adhere to. But I do fear that they will somehow, whoever they are, you know, they will do run some psyop which will try to tie flat Earth to something, you know, more sinister. But I don't want to, maybe that's derailing where we're going there with the
Well,
conversation.
who knows what they're who knows
Yeah,
what
it's not for me to worry about.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, who knows what psychopaths have in
yeah.
store for us. I mean, seriously. I mean, I didn't think about, maybe some people did. I didn't think about what happened the last 40 months
Mm,
and the end part of 2019. I didn't think
yeah.
about that. I mean, my oldest daughter, her husband, my wife, and I, when we were in Dallas on the December 29th, 2019, we went to see the Dallas Cowboys and the Washington Redskins play. And if the Cowboys won and the Eagles lost, the Cowboys would have hosted the wild card the next
Mm,
weekend. And that's all we cared about, man. I mean, serious, that's all
yeah.
we cared about. So we
And
got
then
there, the
boom.
Cowboys won, and we were watching the scoreboard. You know, the Eagles were playing the Giants. It was 17-17 in the third quarter. Cool, man, because the Cowboys are beating the Redskins. And then the Eagles won, and the Cowboys, didn't make the playoffs next week. Oh, we were sad, right? Anyway, and so I mean, nobody was thinking about what was
Mm.
coming up. Nobody was thinking about
No,
that.
that's
It's
it.
like
It's
not.
always the shock and awe.
It wasn't even on my radar. I mean, I
Shock
went
and
to the
awe.
Cowboys game. It's like, this is cool, man. I get to go see the Cowboys first time ever. Now, it cost a little bit of money, but it's okay because it's part of our Christmas present to ourselves and to my daughter and her husband. So cool. And so, but it's like no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And then you heard about it, what was going on in January and February, and you're
Mm,
kind of going, nah, ain't going to happen, man. And then they closed it
yeah.
all down
Yeah.
in March 17th. They closed it all down. It's like, what the heck? And I believed it. I believed it for 2.5 months. I actually went along with it for 2.5 months, and then something kind of snapped in my head. Said, "This is whatever."
Yeah. Anyway, we know what they're capable. Well, we don't know what. Who knows? But while the sun shines, while we can get this stuff, let's get as much of it and download it and bookmark it and do whatever we can. You know, as long as this server's up, I'm good. I've often wondered if this server did go down, like, is there kind of a rally point, for want of a better word? You know, if it did get cancelled for some reason, where we would be able to kind of contact each other to say, okay, this is where everything is now. Because I've often found when a YouTube channel has got cancelled or whatever the term is, you know, deleted. So how do I find that guy's videos again? I think it was a guy, Terry. Maybe his content looking back now is not the best, but it helped me at the time for Flat Earth. Terry Eicher, I think, I forget what his channel was called. And then it would go down periodically. He'd have to migrate somewhere else, and I had a heck of a time trying to find it. I want to look back, it's like it was pretty basic stuff, like his, you know, content, but it was what I needed at the time. But it was an example of like when it went down, it's like, well, how do I find this now? I was like typing in his name and trying to find, you know, what he was under this time. But if that ever happened here, God forbid, I don't know, you know, would they just open a new Discord or would it go over to another Periscope or somewhere else? I know QB was using another one for a while, or maybe he still is. It's like very similar to Discord. But hopefully, if we're careful, that'll never happen here. Worst nightmare losing this.
What happened to everybody?
I don't know. Jim suddenly went. Did I say something? Wouldn't be the
No,
first
he
time.
fell asleep. Jim fell asleep.
No, 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 no. I was over on. I like to support Troubling. When he does his podcast, I go
Oh,
on sometimes, and so so they were discussing something I really was. Oh, they were discussing that that plane flight that not Bob, not the science guy, commented on. I forget who it was, and so they discussed that on open panel on his Rofkin. And it's like I didn't want to talk about that.
What?
I just didn't care about what the stars were doing on this plane flight. I didn't care.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
I feel like my spidey senses. I don't know.
yeah,
Tell me this.
yeah.
It's a
All I
honey
know,
trap kind of thing, whatever you call that.
all I know is the moon is the perfect calendar, the sun is the perfect clock,
Yeah,
and they flip
the water's
for
level.
seasons, and the sky tells us, so they used to look to the sky to tell us what time and date it was, and so when I realized the moon's the perfect clock and the sun is not directly illuminating the moon, party's over, guys, because that's Genesis 1:14-18.
Yeah,
God wins, science loses. God's science wins, man's
yeah.
science loses, man. And so I'm all good. So when they start talking about what the sky does when the plane flies, I really
No
don't
thanks.
care.
If you rely on imagery now from anything, both sides can argue for it, but the problem is so much of it can be doctored. You can't. Your main argument cannot be photographs on either side. Is that fair? Maybe not. That's maybe
Oh,
you just
I,
testable experiment for me.
I just
But yeah, I mean, the Bible, God says if it's you're talking to a Christian, God says He placed two great lights. He placed
yeah,
lights in the firmament,
yeah.
I guess that's how you.
He didn't place one great light to give light upon the other. He placed two
Yeah,
great lights, man.
yeah, in the firmament. And He made the star. He doesn't call the sun a star because He said, He says like He made the sun and the moon, and He also made the stars like separately, and He placed them in the firmament. But again, that's gonna fall on deaf ears for many. So, but I hear you with the videos. I was kind of intrigued by that video, and I thought, you know what? What did you get lured into arguing that point? And it turns out there was something wrong with the video.
And then Ruhef's in there.
Oh,
I'm not
don't say those
talking to
words in my
him.
presence.
I'm not talking to him about that video. I'm done, man.
Oh,
He'd be like, "Oh, celestial navigation."
Oh my God! I'm telling you. When you go from the first quarter to the third quarter, except for the full moon, and you look at the waning gibbous and the waxing gibbous, that does not look at the sun. The sun is not directly
yeah.
line of sight during that 14-day period, except for the full moon. You can make an argument for that. And but the waning waxing gibbous, the sun does not direct line of sight illuminate the moon. And then you realize the moon is the perfect calendar that used to be 28 days and 13 hours.
13 months.
When we had 13 months, it's just like, guys, I don't care about your Antarctic sun. I don't
No.
care about your Southern Star Trails. I don't care about anything like that because I got the Bible and I got observations that tell me that it does that. And so I get people who tell me, well, it's the bane and warping of space time. Somebody told me that. And then they told me it was refraction. And then they told me it was perspective. And then one guy told me at the beach, well, there's a shadow over here and the Earth is doing something over here, so that's why it does that. Cool story, bro. And then a professor that a lot of us know, tells me this crap that is just like, you are a PhD in astronomy and you just told me nonsense after I showed you the video.
Professing themselves to be wise. Like literally, they don't even have like the word professor is right there in it. Professing that doesn't mean all professors, but like professing themselves to be wise, they become fools.
if you're
A child knows. A child knows the sun is moving and moving and setting. You even say the sunset. You know, have to lie so much and so often and so early on in life. Darn it, boy, it really gets me. Because with nobody in their right mind would assume a globe and a heliocentric, with if you weren't pummeled with that stuff.
and you are pummeled that stuff exactly. You know what's funny about astrophysics and astronomy is they're pseudoscience.
Yeah, stories.
I
Like
have a
Santa
PhD.
Parados.
I have a PhD in astrophysics. I have a PhD in astronomy. Well, big deal. You have a PhD in imagination. That's what you have.
I'm sure some of that, like, some of those things are useful. It does take a certain level of intelligence in some ways, but
But
you have to sacrifice your natural senses, on the altar of academia and pride.
and they're all NASA fanboys. That's what cracks me up. They're all NASA fanboys. They're
And Space
45,
X2.
they're 45,
Think of
50,
that.
55 years old, and they're all NASA fanboys.
What do you think of the video when it shows you like the space shuttles look like balloons? Because that size of, I don't know how many thousands of pounds those space shuttles are supposed to be when they're on the launch pad, and they look like they're bouncing up and down when you slow it down, and that couldn't allegedly happen with such a large amount of tonnage. And like a balloon, how could they get away with it? But if it's a flipping helium balloon, a balloon that's taken off and not it doesn't make one bit of difference either way, but. Like, imagine if it was stupid balloons they're shooting up there sometimes. Not all the time, obviously, but you see the video of it kind of moving up and down a bit while the engines are ignited. It's like, what? Is this a balloon or am I just
They
believing what
actually believe that they can go up from Cape Canaveral, go parallel to the Earth, go out over the ocean. Everybody goes home, and everybody goes home assumes they're going into outer space, and they want us to think that Newton's third law of motion, which helped them get off the ground, which helped them, take that rocket into a parallel to the Earth until it went out of sight, right? That all of a sudden still worked in the vacuum of outer space with 10 to the negative 17 torr, where that's 11 more zeros, which is almost a trillion. 11 more zeros than they ever done here on Earth. And they want us to think that no air can still ignite that rocket and that they can push off of nothing because you know what? They took it with them in the rocket. Oh, it's so cool, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the mental gymnastics that these people have to do, with Newton's third law of motion, inverse square law of light, and the second law of thermodynamics, blows me away.
Well, there must be a moment when those space shuttles in their narrative are coming back back in the Earth's atmosphere that they suddenly lock in their story, that they're outside the spin of the Earth at a certain distance, whether beyond the Kármán line or whatever, and then they can see the Earth rotating independently of them. And then there must be a moment, like a centimeter, an inch, when they descend towards the Earth, when they get locked into that. Like, I'd love to see that. Suddenly they're not in the spin, and then all of a sudden, boom, they cross an imaginary line, and they're suddenly locked in Earth's spin. I say, what? You never see that.
Here's
What
my
would that look like for the aircraft? What would that look like for the shuttle or whatever, to be outside that frame of reference and then suddenly whipped up, caught up in it? It's like jumping on the flipping, what do you call those, like spinning like roundabout thing? Like, suddenly you're not on it, then suddenly you're in it and you're whipped. Come on.
Here's my opinion. I don't think anybody ever, including Gagarin with the USSR in 1961 and Shepard with Mercury in 1961, I don't think anybody's been on top of a rocket when it's taken off because the only thing the stupid rocket has done is gone up, over, and in the ocean. And so, I think there's evidence that they take that top of that rocket and put it into a high level, high altitude airplane, and they drop it, and we see it, coming down to Earth, Apollo, and they go rescue him in the sea. And I think the same thing kind of happens with the space shuttle when we see it come back, because it's not going nearly that fast when it comes back. And so they do something to make it look like it's coming back from space. But I don't think anybody, and this gets back to this, I think it's a very tough subject, and I wouldn't have brought it up in the movie myself or the documentary. But
I have the video.
What?
I have the video of them dropping that shuttle from the back of the airplane.
Yeah, yeah,
I seen that, man. I
yeah,
was laughing when I saw that. I'm like,
yeah.
oh my god.
I mean, my goodness,
Millions
man.
and billions and billions of dollars for these assholes to deceive us, and you're trying to wake other people up, and they call you crazy. They call you
Yeah.
all kinds of name, anti-sign. They look at you like you the dumbest person ever. But yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, January 1986. Obviously, I thought the seven people were on there that blew up and they all died and all that stuff. I thought that too.
They're twins.
And I thought all that stuff, and then you actually wake up to how much you've been lied to. They were never on that. Whether it blew up on purpose or didn't blow up on purpose, I don't know. I don't care. But nobody was on there either way. And so I wouldn't have probably brought that up in an hour documentary because it's a very sensitive subject.
Yeah.
And there's other things they could have talked about other than the space shuttle.
Is that the behind the curve one?
They decided to talk about it, so it's over and done with. But it's like I can't prove it, but nobody has been on top of that rocket because the rocket is too noisy and they're pulling too many G's, and second of all, it's too dangerous, and and it's just like I there's
But has
nobody.
anybody ever followed up, Jim, to see if they really are? And something tells me there is a video. I don't know whether to believe it or not. Where there's like when we see that picture where they must all have identical twins. Somebody must have had the curiosity and motivation to follow up to see if these guys, in the flat Earth community or just the anti-official story community, of the Challenger thing. Like somebody must have followed up to go to one of those universities where those guys or that gal allegedly still works to kind of interview them. And I don't know. You'd think somebody would have followed up with that by now.
Well, I think they have.
If you're still alive, you didn't die.
I think what they have followed up, they just, it's just it gets into the conspiracy level because we saw it blow up. Obviously, they were on it, so conspiracy theories. It's just like we saw them land on the moon in July, '69. We saw them go out. We saw the flag, even though the flag, went in the wind, blew in the wind. It's okay, man, because I'm a patriot. And so it's just, I mean, I don't know. People care about their Dallas Cowboys and their Philadelphia Eagles, and they care
Their
about
paycheck, their reputation.
They care about their paycheck, and they care about where they're going to eat out on Saturday night. But it comes down to this.
Some of us are just wired differently. I think those things are important, but for me, it's the filter or something. It's like what, just I can't live with the lie.
It just kind of comes down to this. People don't want to rock the boat. Why? Because people depend on the boat staying afloat to get paid.
Yeah, that's
and I think that is so true.
You can't serve two masters.
I think if you're like Timbo, who owns his own business and he doesn't have to answer to anybody.
Same here.
I think you can get away with that. But if you're working for somebody and you have friends who in that business and you like to talk to your friends about this, guess what you're going to bring up sooner or later?
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, but one of the first things I was saying, they Campbell there, I don't work, I'm a teacher, but I work for myself now. I have my own tutoring company I'm trying to build. But if I was still in, and that's only in the last couple of years I started, if I was still in mainstream, like teaching, like it'd be very difficult for me now to walk past the science class where I'm not a science teacher, God forbid, but I'm like not bring it up. I'd probably lose my job within a week of getting hired. Yeah, whereas when I work for myself, it's a bit different now. I don't want to lose customers either, but it's like,
Well, you just don't talk about it around your customers. That's all.
yeah, that's ooh. Yeah, I have a couple of times, but it's like, okay, let's just get back to work.
My wife, who's not, she basically had the same belief system as she did before this thing happened 40 months ago, and my
Yeah.
daughters do too. And it's just like, Jim, can you talk about something else than those two things when we
See,
get
when they
together?
look
It's
at
like,
us now,
not really.
no, when they look at us now, they only see, now maybe I'm totally responsible for that. I try to be diplomatic. They they need to hear it from somebody other than us because they've
I
already made up
agree.
their mind when they see us, no matter what comes out of that guy's mouth, it's going to be utter drivel and nonsense. They've already made up their mind. So all I need to do then is actually say the moon landing was real, the Earth's a globe, and then since they inferred that the opposite of everything I say is true, then they should become flat earthers.
There you go.
But the beauty of it is my loving, sensible wife. Like they'd probably take it better from her, and she kind of gets it. She's not as outspoken as me, but she sits here listening to you guys as well as while I'm listening.
It,
But
it, it really is true.
they've
I,
written us off right out of the
yeah.
gate. They've written us off. So very little, apart from saving their life or something, and then they might. Oh, by the way, but yeah. So that's the hard part. It's like, and then if it's with a new person, it's like their spidey, their defenses are up as well. Like once you mention it, unless you do it the right way,
Mm,
it's different for everybody.
mm.
It's an art form. But you need prayer for that. It's like, Lord, if I'm going to bring this up, help me to do it. Be as wise as a serpent and as gentle as a dove.
Mm. Yeah.
Are you any more debates lined up, Jim? Are you doing any more debates or
Oh,
debates?
I think I was listening. I didn't want to get involved with Ruhef and his little
No,
sky thing with the
not worth
plane,
it.
and so he left, and then and then this guy who's actually, this guy actually brought up and goes, I'm one of those people that don't believe the Bible talks about, flat Earth. And when he said that, it was
Hold
on
my
Zoom.
beer.
When I was on there, it was on Zoom, and I was listening.
Uh,
So I went ahead and joined Zoom. Troubling let me on, and we had a little discussion there. And I've heard his argument before, and so it's like okay, and what are you going to do? What's your opinion on Isaiah 40:22? What's your opinion on Genesis 1:14-18, and the gibbous, and the waning gibbous, and the waxing gibbous? And he goes, "Look, I don't know what you're talking about." And so Troubling suggests, because he was running out of time, he wanted to call it quits, that the gentleman and I have a one-on-one on Rofkin sometime on Rockfin, where you can talk about anything. And so Troubling's going to set it up. So I guess that will be my next one.
nice. What's your? I was taught the only time they've quoted a verse. Like obviously, the first thing they'll quote usually is "God sits above the circle of the earth," and you set
Yes.
them straight with that. That if they try to say that Isaiah said didn't have a word for ball, cut 20 chapters back in Isaiah 22, I think it is. He
Yeah.
specifically uses the word
40:22.
ball. I will throw the nation out like a ball. But the one they hit me with, I think it was a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses. I was very candidly talking with, and they said, well, God says, he hangs the world upon in the Psalms somewhere, he hangeth the earth, or maybe it's not the Psalms, he hangeth the earth upon nothing. And then they just
Job
right
20.
away said that's proof of gravity that the earth is floating
Yeah.
in space. I say, you know what? That's open to interpretation. That could be that it's sitting on a footstool, it's not hanging on anything. It's
Yeah.
because it's drilled into something.
Yeah, that's Job 26:7.
Yeah,
That,
that's
that
it.
that that the earth hangs on nothing. Well, in their fairy tale, the earth hangs on gravity.
Yeah.
But
But
in
that's what he means
us,
by nothing.
yeah. But in biblical cosmology, it does hang on nothing because God keeps it up. So
Yeah.
so when Loon McToon goes over and says Job 26:7 proves that it hangs on nothing, well, it doesn't, Loon. It hangs on your gravity.
And that's very chic. If they're going to invoke the Bible, then that the Bible does specifically speak about the shape of the earth and the cosmology, then they've got one verse, you get like 40 to 200 that very clearly, at least 40, clearly seem to clearly speak to the contrary.
Well,
So if
you
they're
have,
going to invoke the Bible as authority,
yeah.
they're in the minority. They're not going to
And
pull out as many verses as you can.
if it hangs on nothing, that means it can sit on something.
That's it. That's what I said, Timbo. It's sitting on a footstool.
Yeah, like just because it's hanging on nothing,
Yeah.
just
or,
it's
or,
sitting
or,
on something.
yeah, or it's
That's what I
sitting on,
think.
yeah, or it's sitting on pillars,
Yeah. The
pillars.
pillars of the
Well, that's
earth.
what it says, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really. I mean, you had the very corrupt Catholic Latin Vulgate that the only thing the Catholic Church used, and very few people read it. And then here comes the Douay Rheims, which is Jesuit, and they take Isaiah 40:22 and they say sphere.
Oh, that's nasty.
They say sphere, and then that's in 1610. The King James comes out in 1611, takes it back to circle, and every major translation says circle except the Douay Rheims, which is Jesuit. And the Jesuits have taken over basically every denomination in the world. Sorry, Protestants, but they've also taken over Protestantism too. So what are you gonna do, man? I mean, Loon McToon goes to the Jesuit Douay Rheims 40:22. Then he runs over to Job 26:7, hangs on nothing. It's like, I tell you what, Loon, you can make a great argument that not Professor Dave, Weirdo Craig, and Loon McToon are the three most evil, dangerous people in the world because they deceive people so well.
Wolves in sheep's clothing.
They deceive people so well that they destroy.
Wolves in women's clothing.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't doubt that.
How dare
you?
I'm going to be real politically correct about this. But the devil, Satan, inverts and perverts everything that God created. God created a stationary plane, flat earth, whatever you want to call it. And so the devil in the pits of hell is going, how can I invert and pervert God's creation of a stationary plane? I'm going to make a ball out of it. And then God creates the perfect healing apparatus called the human body. The devil goes, how can I invert and pervert it? I'm not going to use the word, but you guys know where I'm going. And then God makes man and woman. So what am I going to do if I'm the devil? I'm going to make more genders, and I'm going to, I'm not going to go there, but we're going to make men want to become women, women become men. I said it. I'm sorry. And so, it's just like the devil. I'm serious, guys. Read, if you don't already know it, read Ephesians 6:12. That is where we are at.
We'll even look at things like I'm not going to go too far into it, but how they demonize natural medicine. But
natural
then
medicine.
they went and synthesized it and made it synthesize what natural medicine does and turned it into a chemical medicine. So, but you can't use natural medicine. That's no good for you.
It is just so. For some reason, it clicked with me with the moon being a calendar and Genesis 1:14-18 recently. And it kind of clicked with me maybe a little bit ago, but not too long ago, that the devil, Satan, inverts and perverts everything that God created. And Satan.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Sorry, they're doing us a favor in a way if you bring it back to the news or anything, because it's never been easier to discern the truth, because it's pretty much, I'm being a bit facetious here, but it's pretty much the opposite.
Yeah, whatever they
So
say.
whatever they say, oh, great. Oh, now I know what's the truth.
Yeah.
Pretty much dead on the opposite.
Seriously, we got some of these, us flat earthers, whatever, who actually look at Hermes Trismegistus and the Hermetic writings. I think he had 7 postulates or whatever, and he was saying pagan sun worship. Copernicus and Newton both, paid homage to him. Emerald Tablet and on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, and they actually, I know a couple of them over on TikTok. That's why I don't like TikTok anymore. I'm done. Anyway, maybe not, but anyway, they actually go, well, have you read the Hermetic writings of Hermes Trismegistus yourself? And I'm going, run. Don't read. Run from that crap. I don't understand. I don't understand. I understand everybody here, but I don't understand a lot of people over on TikTok who say we live on a stationary or flat Earth. I don't understand a lot of them.
Yeah, there's they go into the land of make believe as well. Like they seem to have gone from into flat Earth and then gone into this spiritualism thing where all this kind of it's kind of like black magic. It's weird.
You know what's funny about alchemy? It's interesting you said that, Timbo. The funny thing about alchemy, Hermes Trismegistus is known as the father of alchemy, which is the precursor, before modern day chemistry. And one of the tenets of alchemy is turning lead into gold. Great story, huh? And so one of the offshoots of alchemy is astrology, and you get into that, and then there's inside of that you actually have what they consider good magic and bad magic.
Yeah, white and black. Yeah.
How do you tell the difference?
Yeah.
But they actually say that. I got it right here, man. I got it right here. Oh my goodness.
I mean too. Like I like learning about frequency's effect on the body, but see that's a physical thing that you can kind of look at. All right, you play a frequency in your headphones, whatever. you can't measure it, but like you can tell yourself if it's working or if it makes you relaxed or something like that. They've done tests where they can heal things with frequencies. Yeah, it's a physical thing. Like they're doing it, they're actually doing it. When they're talking about these like spells they're casting on themselves, like it's I don't know, man. Yeah, it's a bit trippy to me.
Yeah, I got notes here because I have no life. Trismegistus, father of alchemy. Alchemy is the operation of the sun, changing lead into gold. And then alchemy has an offshoot of astrology, and then something called Theurgy, which means the operation of the gods. And then they have 2 types of magic: black magic, which is demon, and then they have Theurgy, which is angels and gods, which is supposed to be good magic, right? And then alchemy goes down to reincarnation and rebirth. It's just like that's just the craziest thing, man. And then they go into something called cosmogony. COSMOGONY. It's the creation story is told by God to Hermes.
Cosmogony, yeah.
Thank you. And it was a creation story is told by God to Hermes Trismegistus himself, and it's a story about the spheres of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the Sun, and the Moon, and that's why Hermes Trismegistus was the person that had that sphere. That he supposedly took around with him that Copernicus borrowed. Copernicus just had a little sphere, and it was Newton that actually said, "Hey, we got these 6 things that are going around the sun." And so Copernicus didn't go that far. He just had this little sphere that things went around in a circle and then it was Newton that actually said, "Hey, it's going around the sun, man, in the solar system."
Because Hermes Trismegistus was so they say, the reincarnation of Thoth.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so Thoth was the book, the Thoth, the Book of Emerald, the Emerald Tablets. Yeah, that was Thoth. So he was an
Yes.
Egyptian or Sumerian, Egyptian
Yes.
god.
Yes.
He had the head of the dog head, I think.
Yes,
Head of
it
a
goes
dog,
back to
body of a human.
Egyptian Samaritan sun worship. Exactly.
You see, I'm pretty sure you see sometimes Thoth pictured with a round ball over the top of his head, sun.
So these Globers that we know, all 5,000 of them, I call Globerville on social media. Ville mean village of or residents of Globers. They actively promote and defend pagan sun worship. That's what they do. Now, obviously, in the 1970s, we got rid of the planets going around the sun, and now we all go around the Great Attractor, which is a big black hole in the center of our universe, and that's what everything's going around. So now it's called the Great Attractor. We're really not heliocentric anymore. We're black hole centric, Great Attractor centric, because we no longer go around the sun. We go around this. They call it the Great Attractor, a black hole. It's like 28 billion miles away or something like that. Stupid.
Well, they also do it without even knowing, like celebrating the 25th of December too. Like.
Hey, Santa's come to my home a few times. Santa's come to my home a few times.
The Roman god Mithra before they became Christians. They had the religion of Mithraism. So the birth date of that person was the 25th of December, or the celebration date. And there's more as well. And they say it's got to do with Christ. They flipped it on their heads. And every church celebrates the 25th of December.
That's what they
There's
did.
so many things around that date, like you got the close to it is the 21st of December, which is the solstice or whatever it is, where the sun will start making its way back up north from the south.
Yeah,
So,
away
so
from
many-
you guys down under. Oh, I got it. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought of you today, Timbo. I was listening to this Christian station today. It was like 89.9 or 90.1 FM. I thought of you today. This lady was talking to this guy who lives in Australia, who's now in Scotland, visiting in Scotland, and she actually said "down under" to describe Australia. I gotta find her on. I gotta call her up sometime.
It's over yonder.
She actually
over yonder, down under.
She actually said "down under," and I thought of you. It's like, oh, so cool, man.
Down under. That's down under. We're not fucking under anything.
Christian radio station saying "down under." It's like, give me a break, man.
We have a Christian radio station on that same frequency, 89.9.
Hey,
Isn't that weird?
I bet I can hear it bouncing off the satellite, man. What do you think?
It's called Light FM.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of a strange radio station because it claims to be a Christian radio station, and then it plays these pop songs, and you go, I feel like ringing them up, going, do you know the meaning of this fucking song that you just put on? Like, there's hidden meanings behind these songs that they if you listen to them, just as their words say, like they sound like they're quite a motivational song. But if you look deeper into it, they're talking about sex and debauchery, and and you go, man, you guys are a Christian radio station playing these songs. What's wrong with you?
I got Saturday. I went out for breakfast. I was listening to 89.9 FM, and they're going to have 40 days of prayer start August 16th, and I guess they're going to invite people on. I don't know if it's going to be video or audio to participate.
Maybe you should jump on, Jim.
That's what I'm going to do. And Michelle Bachmann, who used to be a congresswoman from the United States, kind of leads it. So she's all into politics, Biden bad, Trump good. And so, and then I got done with breakfast and I came out and I changed it to 90.1, right next door. And it was Christian station too. And guess who was on there? Matthew Learn's boss from Biola University. He's the dean of theology.
Yeah.
His name's Ed Stetler, Stetler. And
was he talking about a ball?
He was Biola. He's the dean of Biola. And Matthew Learns teaches at Biola University part time.
Yeah, it's a Christian university, isn't it?
Yeah. And he's on there, and he has a Saturday show at 11 o'clock. Call in at 11 o'clock on Saturday, and it's like
Did you do it?
And I'm going to do it. I'm going to start doing it. I just heard about it last Saturday, and call in. He's also a pastor at some local church there in LA. So it's like, okay, what does your Bible say about cosmology? That's my first question. I'm going to be real nice. I'm going to say it in love. But what does your Bible say about cosmology? He'll probably give me a Matthew Learns type answer, right? But it's just like,
yeah. Well, if you look at places that are on the equator, their satellites are all facing the same direction at 90 degrees. That means we have satellites. That means we live on a ball.
It was just fascinating, But before breakfast, I get 89.9, 40 Days of Prayer, Michelle Bachmann, and I can maybe join. And then I get out of breakfast and I turn to 90.01 and I get Ed Stetler. It's like I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot within 2 hours. Then the Stetler guy's on from 11 a.m. to 12 noon, in Central Time. And then there's the 2 hour before that between 9 and 11. That's also a call in. It's like, oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness.
Hey, buddy. Been nice listening to you guys this afternoon. Good.
Yeah, it's 3:23 your time PM. Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the way home from work.
Isn't that weird? We know what time it is down under in Australia. Isn't that weird?
Down under.
Isn't that weird that people in the United States knows what time it is and where you are, like 15 hours difference? What's funny about you guys is every once in a while it goes 16 hours difference and then 17-hour difference because you guys have to change time. No, we have to change time too, so that's okay.
Could be worse. Could be down over.
It's funny, this Bible study in Australia that Chris Sparks is involved with from Heliosorcery. When it first started a few months ago, it started at 5 o'clock here and 10 o'clock there because it's always 10 o'clock there. It's Sabbath, Saturday. And so now it's 7 o'clock. It's like we or you or somebody changed 2 hours like in 6 months. It's like, what's going on, bro? It used to be 17-hour difference. Now it's 15. When does it go back to 17? I just can't wait for this one.
I think it's the start of spring.
Left about right now.
So we go forward an hour and you go back an hour, which pushes us out to 17.
It's so messed up, man.
I've been saying for ages, just leave the fucking clock alone because, like, it started getting light again now. So, it gets like it's light enough, even not changing the hour. sometimes it's with the daylight saving. Sometimes late, like light till 10 p.m. And then, if they just left it, it'd be light till 9 p.m. So that's good enough. That's fine. Just leave it as it is.
Your sky has got to be so much different than our sky. You're at 38, 39 south parallel. I'm at 40 north parallel. Our skies have got to be so different. I can't even imagine how different they are.
You'd probably be surprised that they're the same. No, they're.
I can't imagine, man. I don't want to see your sunset. I want to see your.
I've been meaning to do it, but I've been flat out with work, so I haven't had a chance. But I'm actually driving past that. Remember, I was telling you about that lookout point where I can see the sunset behind the city.
Yeah.
Wait, what now? You want to see his sunset?
I want to see an actual sunset. I want to see an actual sunset in Australia. That's what I want to see. I want to see because here the sun comes up, sun moves toward me, and it moves up and to the right, and moves to the right the whole day until it sets. It's still set kind of in the northwest a little bit, northwest, and it continues to move to the right as much as it moves down. So it's going to change with the moon here, and it's going to get from 15 hours to 9 hours of daylight soon, and I know what happens. It's moving to the right the whole time, man, and I want to know what it's doing in Australia. And Timbo, you're the man. You're the man I rely on.
If I'm looking at the sun, it's moving to the left.
Well, I'll go with that. I actually saw a video of it going to the left, and I said that makes sense. But then I see this stupid video and it's moving to the right. It's like,
No, Tim.
Yeah,
don't
but
lie to me, man.
You're moving to
I'm
the left.
facing. So for me to look at the sun, I've got to face north.
Yeah, I want you to look the same way that I'm looking because we're on a flat, stationary plane. I want you.
I can't see the sun.
I'm looking to the north. Well, actually, you can look any way you want to because it's still doing what I think it does. So
Don't look too long.
Well, I don't look at the sun until it goes on the horizon. Then I can look at it. My camera can look at it too.
I've got to get my camera out because the job where I'm working at the moment, I drive past that lookout every night to get home.
Yeah, I'm paying you good money to give me what's going on with the sun down there, man.
I've got to do a time lapse of the sun going down behind the city. It's just to the right of the city.
All these references to down there. You're making me look down.
Here was my sunset tonight. Just a second, I'm gonna post it. It just got done downloading onto YouTube. Here it is, man.
What rating is this? I don't think we're allowed that.
Let's see. I'm gonna post it right now. Let's see here. Oops. Hey, it's got 2 views so far. Cool. Anyway, 2 views. Yeah, here was my sunset. What's it? 12:30 right now. Here's my sunset 4.5 hours ago. Here we go. There we go. The sun moving away. There was sunspots. There was seagulls. There's even an airplane at the beginning.
I'm watching it now.
That was my sunset tonight.
There's a plane going across the sun too.
It's cool. I got everything tonight.
Wow. Is it really that color?
Now the plane stopped.
No, it didn't. It didn't. Did the video stop?
No, it changed directions.
No.
There must be an airport over there or something.
Yes, we are really close to Midway and O'Hare. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, there's a bird. Seagull.
Look how it's compressing as it goes down. It flattens out.
You see how it's moving to the right as well as going down. Yeah, we're still at
Another plane.
we're still at 14 and a half hour days. It used to be a little over 15. We're still at 14 and a half hour days. So it's still and what's fun is this is August 8th. Chicago, which you couldn't see tonight because there's too much stuff going on. Chicago, that sun is going to be behind Sears Tower or Willis Tower, same thing, August 20th, 21st. So if we have a nice day, it'll be behind the Hancock Building on the 18th or 19th of August, which is 1,200 feet or 1,100 feet, and then it'll be behind the Sears Tower, which is 1,450 feet, on either the 20th or 21st of August. So if it's nice weather, I might be able to get where it's almost when the sun's on the horizon. I'll be able to get the Sears Tower in front of it. These people that live here in Michigan City on the lake, they know when the sun is going to be behind Chicago, but they still think they live on a spinning space ball. Okay, cool, man.
There's a bird flying in front of it now. Looks cool. Seagull just flew through it.
Seagulls everywhere. I'm going to take some bread out and feed the seagulls sometime. They love bread. I haven't done it yet.
Fries.
That too, yeah. I tell you, seagulls would eat just about anything. Seagulls are funny. When the people are away from their little picnic area on the beach, they're in the water or walked away. Seagulls will actually kind of fly right next to where they are and see if they can grab some food. It's like a bear. Seagulls are so funny.
Yeah, they pretend like they're missing a leg. So you go, oh, look at the poor seagull. He deserves something because he's missing a leg. And then you give him a bit of bread and he puts his other leg down. You go, you fucking bastard! You tricked me. You lied. You're a glober.
There's so yeah, you're Glober seagull. There are so many seagulls. My goodness, I bet there's more seagulls than there are people. I don't know.
Oh yeah. We have a problem here with the seagulls at the sports grounds. So we have these guys. They come with eagles, and they fly the eagles around the stadium while the game's on, and he chases all the seagulls off. They perch themselves up on the top of the stadium, and then.
Doesn't that seagull I just posted look at his eyes? It's like there's somebody inside of that seagull because his eyes are so recessed. It looks like it's something inside of the seagull.
Looks to me, it's like there's not a care in the world in that creature. What it does.
That was the first picture I ever took. I think back in late February, early March. I went out and I said, "Well, I wonder how my camera will work."
He must have been the noisy one. Someone used a little bit of tape there, taped his mouth shut.
Yeah, he taped his mouth shut. Look at him. Looks that way.
Yeah, that's that one. That's a little huge stripe he's got.
He wasn't very far away from my camera, so it's not as zoomed in as you think it is. You know, he was probably 50 yards away, maybe 40 yards away. But that was my first zoom of my new camera. I had to practice, so I practiced on a seagull. Towards the end of that video, I think there was an Indian family, 4 people, 3 adults and 1 child, and they saw me and they said, "What are you looking at? Can I see what you're looking at?" So I showed them the the zoom of the sun. They went, "Really cool, really cool." And their boy comes up, and I go, I don't know if you can hear me say this on there. I said the sun is moving away. I said it's moving away. And then I looked over and I said it's going to be moving towards you a little while over here, in a few hours. I didn't say it was setting. I said it was moving away. I'm trying to brainwash the kid already. Appreciate you guys getting me from 2 to 5 views, from 2 views to 5. Thank you. Anyway, it's 12:38, and I'm gonna head off to bed. I want everybody to have a great. We had a nice chat. Thank you, and everybody have a great Wednesday.
Good night.
How you doing, Ether?
How's it going, man?
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Doing okay. I hope all's
Doing
well
good,
with you
man.
guys.
Yes, sir. Just chilling.
I'm going through fits of laughter and crying. I don't know what else. I'm going through little fits of laughter and crying late in the night. I don't know why. I was just saying I was going through little fits of freaking laughing spells tonight. Freaking laughing and crying almost. I'm like, just laughing. So start thinking about a lot of things, It starts to run together. Uh, uh, bad, the good, all of it. Just a bunch of shit.
Life be
Trauma.
that way sometimes.
And if you have any trauma, you would understand. It'll get triggered and goes off. It can be anything, dude. It could be the most subtlest thing, and it'll just it could be a bad thing, but it can be a good thing too. It just small little thing. It just I don't know gives you joy or whatever else. Understanding. I don't know. I'm a weird one. Really, really, really tough. Put it that way. Yeah, I've been told. Even yeah, yeah. He hopped in. He hopped in right after you did. I noticed. Um, Even I know that. I was born in I was born in '94. I wasn't. Yeah, February 15th. Lover boy. A little bit. A little bit. I forget. I forget a lot. I forget a lot of past knowledge that I've learned. Sadly, I did hit my head a lot when I was young, so yeah, I might have a brain issue. Maybe. I think we're. I think we're healed though. I think we're fine. I think it made me stronger, if anything. Wear a skirt. I might wear a skirt for you. See you get rageful. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking, dude. Not this one. Not this one. It's hard to offend this one. You have to be outright doing something physically to somebody. It's an evil in front of me for me to lash out or anything like that. Anything you do to me, I'm just gonna laugh off, and it ain't gonna work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, they try to make me a puppet too. Oh, they definitely tried to make me one. Yeah. Uh,
What?
Well, usually that's the breaking process. After that, it's what they do. And
Probably.
there's no telling what evil
Get
they'll do.
on topic.
Yeah. Let's get on topic. Let's get off this. Let's get off this. Yeah, really though. I mean, it's just one guy. We don't need to literally dig into the guy's past or present. Oh yeah, I feel you. Don't let it wander. Yeah, when you let it wander like that, you gotta know how to keep it keep it clean, good, dirty shit out. 'Cause that's where it's at. If you can master that, you can find a good place of zen. Or no negative thinking, energy come into you and harm you. Problem is you harming yourself. That's the problem. Reoccurring trauma. Ah, hard. But some of it's good though. Some of it's good. Good reminder. I like good reminders. Even if they hurt. Even if they hurt, still a good reminder. Oh yeah, I got my Track IR. I got my Track IR the other day, which allows you to put a little Track IR camera on top of your screen. So when you play video games like, DCS or flight simulators or BMG driving, you can turn your head and you have this little infrared sensors on your head or on top of your headphones or something. And you can move your head, and wherever you move your head, it moves your character's head in 3D space, virtual space. So it makes it really easy to look around in a game without having to push a key to look around. So yeah, I've been doing that, flying around in DCS. F-18 usually, or pretty fun. I would love to do that in real life. Probably said that like 20 times in here. Yeah, I'm a flyer. I would love to fly. Love to drive too. Rip up some freaking cracked concrete. Need the right car though. Can't be too sticky. I don't like it when I make a car too sticky. A drifter, man. I know how to do it. The drift stuff. It's hard to get a tune right. Most people don't know the secret tune. They either go with a race suspension on the track build, but what if, they do the secret tune? The secret tune is give it a rally suspension and then set the rally suspension up for track. That way you still have the ride height, but you still have the squishiness of a Cadillac, but not too squishy. But you have the rebound where the wheels want to get back on the pavement, and so you have this ultimate curve jumping, asphalt jumping, Fast and Furious car. Well, nice stuff. Other than that, I don't know what else much to do, man. I'm just sitting around. Oh, don't tell me that. I'm out, man. I'm out. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll hit a little piece of something. Tell you what, though, is Ether here? You here, Ether?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
What happened to everybody, man? Where is everybody? Where's all the OGs at?
Just feel like that right now.
Alright. Damn, hopefully they didn't move on too fast. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the enemy would definitely be moving, though. Chris.
House divided, can't stand.
I mean, I don't know. You got to be some stupid creatures, right, to go against God. I mean, he's the one that allowed you the freedom to even be evil. And you want to go against that?
Stupid human!
Well, it sounds like, bruh, it sounds like she's got Sky Daddy issues. She's got Sky Daddy issues, man.
And she said it. She don't believe in him.
No, she's angry at the cartoon ball god. That's the point. She's making a straw man for the creator. She's pissed at the straw man in her head. No, I wouldn't try and piss her off, but I try and get her to do is think, because the fact that she sent the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence, for one. There's a lot of other things that you could talk about, but the simple fact that she can't prove that God doesn't exist automatically makes her agnostic. She can't be an atheist. You can claim whatever she wants to, but by her own admission, she will admit that she can't prove, and thus there's that like 1% or 0.001%. Kind of like, how certain are you that you're sitting in front of Discord right now? You could do a similar question to people who claim to be atheistic. Like, even the most scientific atheists will still admit that it's within the realm of possibility that there's a God. They just don't believe in one. She doesn't have proof she doesn't have proof that in a primordial soup, rocks basically screwed and created all of life. Little pebbles screwed and created life out of just for no reason. Life itself is just, that to me is evidence of something more. Alright, imagine existing but without a creator, without a designer. Maybe there'd just be nothing but rocks. Like, there wouldn't be anything at all, but the life aspects of things. Nothing would move. There's a driving force. Beyond that, like I said, there's got to be a starting point. There's got to be a catalyst, a source. A singular atom didn't just explode and big bang boom, everything's here. Of course, they've got answers to that. Like, oh, well, it's probably cyclic, so the whole universe explodes and then contracts, and then at like the heat death of the universe occurs, and everything all just goes back to a singularity, and then boom, it explodes again. Or some shit. And their big G gravity god creates life out of primordial soups. How's macroevolution possible if microevolution causes adaptations in microorganisms causes data to be lost? How could something gain and grow and become bigger if it's losing data?
may not be, it may be being taken. Better not let this one grow. We gotta make sure this don't get all that protein.
Harvested or cold.
Angel comes down, flies in. Oh yeah, it just might mutate. Yeah, we probably have to. Yeah, we gotta take that out of there. We don't need any new types of fungus mutations growing on the Earth, do we? No, no, we don't. Okay.
Anything within the realm of possibility is going to happen if it's possible, and if it's meant to happen. If all the variables line up.
Exactly, that's
It's
my point.
it's kind of like this.
Yeah.
I believe in limited will. We don't have free will. Free will would be like you can manifest matter to quite literally whatever you want to with unlimited free energy to do so. Like the power of a creator. But it's more like being in a choose your own adventure game, except for the writing of that book is the laws of physics. You can choose your own adventure within the realm of possibility based off of the laws of physics. You can't defy that, though. Everything's kind of solid state and written a certain way here. Like, hard-coded. You can't just wake up tomorrow and say, I'm going to be Superman, and then jump off your front porch and expect to fucking fly. It's not going to happen. Things abide by the law. It's funny that inanimate objects will obey the law of the creator, but humans won't.
Well, they do come out that way. Interestingly enough.
You can straight up tell them, hey, this is how reality functions. And people are like, no, I don't like it. And they'll just completely defy you, even if it destroys them.
Little Jimmy, this is why we don't touch things that are hot.
I do what I want. Doesn't that hurt? No.
Yeah,
Complete denial.
it'd probably be me. A 12-year-old ego, 10-year-old ego.
Just deadpan. Face starting to turn red, but they try not to make any grimace
And
or anything.
And cussing.
It doesn't hurt at all.
I remember when my dad did that, pan got too hot, and he tried to freaking whatever. It happened. He picked the pan up. Somehow there's some slag off these terrible pans back in the thousands. I don't know what they're made out of. I don't want to know. It's probably aluminum. But anyways, the slag fell off the bottom of it, hit the freaking ground, kitchen, and it like splashed this hot metal. I don't even know how it got that hot. Whatever. I stepped on it when I was rushing in. Oof, it burned. Hot molten. And I look down, it's just sitting there burning. There's just this chunk of metal in your foot. Just ooh, man. And that's 10 years old, by the way. So I stood on it, I put it in the ground, I just stood on it and soaked the paint in, man. It was something else. It was I don't know what they made that out of, but that was terrible if they were that metal they put in or alloy. And that's terrible if that's what we was cooking with back in the days. 10 years later, you find out, yeah, cookware back in 2006 full full of, all kinds of toxic shit. We were cooking with that stuff, those pans.
There's still probably tons of stuff that's toxic and not good for us that people mess with.
Oh yeah, all the whole Teflon thing and everything else. Bunch, so much. Body does do a good job of getting rid of it, though. I have to say, I think, in my opinion, if you literally do a legit just get off all the poison food in your life, if someone would make such a radical change, a normie, that is, I'm talking about, hypothetical situation, because that's what we did in our family, and it was a pretty radical change in our health. It took years for to see the full effect of the health. I mean, you feel it within the next 6 months or so, but really start to feel it like a couple months, years in. You're eating right, eating good farm food, making sure you're checking all the ingredients and everything you buy. Yep. There should be only 5 or 6 ingredients, and any more than that, anything past that, there's something up. And then you still gotta check those 5 ingredients, making sure that they're not some bullshit. They'll get away with that word natural too now. It's like they've taken that word now, so and then some of our GMO companies are getting non-GMO companies are getting, like, retook over. So that's kinda going out now. Non-GMO guys are getting reattached to the main corp now. Back to GMO. Now we gotta watch for that. And then the water we was drinking all these years is not very good water. Just bland, cleaned out bottled water. Like, it wasn't even spring water we were drinking. It's just like, dang. I mean, usually when I drank it, I always put the fruity powder in. So fruity powder water and coffee, basically it. IBC root beer. Oh, yeah, and lots of juices. Tastes good. I don't know what to talk about, so that's why I'm talking about food. I don't know.
Word.
I don't wanna bring up nothing freaking negative, damn. I tried
I,
to, I
that can be arranged.
don't have enough, so, yeah.
No.
I mean, I hit some reefer. I hit the last little bit I have, but it ain't nothing count. Hmm. Even if I did have it, I do have some problems. I have a hard time feeling it after some shit that happened to me, so. Nah, I've had some changes done to my flesh, basically. Your flesh, your body, flesh. Ah, shit. Damn it. I probably should not talk about it. Well, yeah, yeah. Put it this way, they try to turn me into a puppet, like you were talking about earlier. They try to turn me into LeBron. It didn't work though, so don't worry. Oh yeah, sticky juice, the whole nine thing, stick you up with that stuff, get you loaded up at a dentist clinic. It's pretty screwed up. But I'll stop it there. Talk Oh yeah, definitely. I've definitely vented it enough already that most of it's out. Most yeah, justified what I think is justified anger mixed in with my own mistakes, that is, because there is a part of it that was my fault that I have to answer for. So Mm. yeah. Well, you think of it like this: when you already have somebody that's bigger and better taking care of it. Oh no, you're taken care of. It's got to wait on it. I know that. I have an extreme amount of patience. I know that too. And I've been told that too. Takes time, time. Bullet. Hmm. Seen a lot of movies and given old, sort of old, 90s, 20s. What? I don't know. I don't know what movie you're talking about then. I mean, I've been piecing back my memories the last year now because the shit I was mentioning that happened. So there's that too. Oh, there was memory loss. There's a whole bunch of shit. It was my first eventful thing ever, and it happened to be that. Very ordinary. The juice stuff. The juice, the code word.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, yeah, that one. We don't talk about Fight Club.
First rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club.
It's all right.
The international event that occurred over the course of the past couple of years is prohibited for discussion in this live stream, but it is directly related to what he's talking about, but he can't expand on it further. We could go to chill chat if you want to talk about it more, though.
Well, you can add in the blanks yourself. The flesh and also spiritual implications of this. Yeah, 2001, dude. Oof. Good luck. I'm a 94 kid. Uh, It was either outside riding my bike all over town, looking for the girls, or swimming in my pool, or playing video games all day. That was basically it. And of course, smoking at an early age. That was basically it. Of course, while I was doing that, I was going through all my own objective understanding, running through the world, you know. As I'm playing video games, I'm thinking about everything, literally. That's how my teenage years was. I wanted to get out of school, and which I did. I dropped out. Parents took me out and all that. It was great though, being free like that. Being a, sitting there thinking. You get to see a lot, and you actually get to sit there and think, behavior wise, other people's behavior in the video game world and reality. Of course, that is reality because you're playing with people in a video game. So, yeah, I'll probably have, dude. It's just, I just seen this one today. It's a new one, but it had this babysitter, this young little babysitter comes over. These two little boys. I mean, they're like 12 or something. And she's babysitting them, and she's like what 17. So you know what, and he's had it for a long time, and this and that. So, and this kid's a psychopath. Like he's been using his parents and everything. Dude, it was a crazy movie. Anyways, he kills them all. He kills the girl. He kills everybody. Kills her ex. Fights them all over. Everything. He kills everybody and gets away with all of it. Oh no, no, don't. At the end of the movie, she somehow survived him stabbing, him stabbing her in the neck. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. And it ended there. Then he wanted to go to the hospital. He asked his parents if he wanted to go check on her, and that's where the movie ended. So he was gonna go finish her off, but I don't think he would have got away with that. He would have got caught then because she would have been already telling. But yeah, it was crazy, dude. How this little squirt was playing his parents all those years, and how intelligent he was. He was just evil, man. Oof, man. It is a new movie too. He was just so evil. Everybody. Oh, he killed his friend too, just for kissing his the girl that he killed. Killed his best friend, he called his best friend. He said, "Why you make me do that?" It blows him away with a shotgun, gore and all. I was surprised at that movie. I ain't seen any horror movie in a while. It was sort of a horror. It was more like a, you know, younglings, bunch of younglings, no parenting supervision. It was a rich home too in the movie, in the whole set. In the middle of Christmas too. In the middle of Christmas. Not that that means I don't know. It was just sick though. It was just I don't know, man. Is there really kids that come out like that? Was I like that when I came out? Was I thinking like that? So I start going back with all my thoughts. You know? You ever feel that way? Don't. Man, all right. Just me. Just me. Shit. Shit on this one. Well, anyways, yeah, it was a freaking crazy movie, man. This kid was just sick. Like, he manipulating everybody with every tactic. Oh, man. Little shit to think of a movie like that, man. So devious. Oh, man. Like, the thing is he planned the whole thing in advance. Like, in weeks in advance, like, it was already planned. He had it all set up and everything. I don't even know what it was called. Mhm. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, I was told that too. Get rid of some. I had to get rid of some of my cocky. My cockiness was trouble. Big man upstairs. That's how cocky I got. Calling big. Probably shouldn't have said that. Not what I meant, but whatever. Ah, good, good. It wasn't relevant. Wasn't important. Not very many. Been like, yeah, that's the glue, man. That's the glue. Love, man. I've been watching something though, Ether.
What's up?
It's always the old dude, the other guy, the freaking cut off the knees, picking on Gregory. Them two. They're picking on Gregory. Literally. Let me go search and do like a memory refresh. Yeah, I'd have to say I'd have I'd have to say I haven't seen it. Yeah, I definitely haven't.
So what's up? I heard you say my name. What the hell do you want? Huh? What do you want? I know. I know. Nothing. Nothing. I just barely come in. A little bit ago. Just been in another server, just Bible study, stuff like that.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Sometimes longer, sometimes shorter, but yeah, that's probably a good average. Well, no, I can share a little bit. Well, today, have you ever heard of the Strong Concordance? It's a way to use numbers and then reference it out of the Bible. It's a way to kind of understand certain things or whatever. So
It
yeah,
has all
so we were messing
keywords.
around with that for a minute. Yeah, we were just messing around with it, just kind of seeing what it came up with, just out of curiosity more than anything. So we were doing that a little bit, and then we were also sharing testimonies and um, talking about the importance of testimonies. That we figured that they were probably some of the strongest. If you have a very strong, convincing testimony, or maybe not even convincing, but a testimony that makes an impression on somebody or whatever, I think that's one of the best ways to get people interested in studying the Word of God, or you know what I mean? Because if you can share a testimony and it's very strong and it like makes sense to them, it's like, oh wow, that is a strong testimony. That's like, yeah. So we were kind of discussing that kind of stuff, like how a person's testimony can actually bring people to find one of their own, you know, and get a testimony. I don't think they just come. To some people, I think they do. Just all of a sudden, something will happen or whatever, and you think, oh wow, that had to be creator that did that or whatever, and it would give you a strong, evidence to believe that it's real. You know, I believe that about testimonies. That if you have a very strong testimony that makes sense, that is obviously like a revelation of the existence of God to some degree. Your testimony would be to testify of God, basically, testify that He's real. If you can present your experience in a way that the person like, oh wow, that must have been incredible, then I think you can make an impression. Well, not that you would be making an impression, your testimony of God would be making an impression.
Damn.
Basically, that would, if it was a real testimony, basically be God doing that, basically, giving a person a very strong evidential testimony that God is real, then you can explain it, what happened to you, and somebody understands or maybe has a similar experience. I think it's a powerful way to get people to be more interested, be more willing to share their testimony if they have one. I just think it's a good thing to do. So we talked about that kind of stuff too. So about it. Other stuff too, but that was pretty much couple of hours worth of stuff there. Do you have a testimony? Or are you not? Yeah.
Don't get me started. Oh man, I don't want to go there with that.
Most people don't.
Oh, I got a huge one. Conclusion is kind of empty at the end. There's an I don't know at the end, so and it's kind of a both. I do know, and I don't know. Ah, that's weird. Working on it. What do you read? That makes no sense. There's no war happening in 1944 at Dodge City that I know of. Okay. I mean, there was a war in 1944, but it wasn't it wasn't in Dodge City, I'll tell you that. Unless there was a war in Dodge City I didn't know about. Gang wars. He's reading some kind of poem or something? I don't know. Yeah. Think? Ah, shit. It looks pretty objectively flat to me, dude. I'll just say I know it's flat. I mean, it's water. I was a little rim earther at 14. I mean, when they first showed me that shit at 6th grade, I laughed my ass off. I took it home to my dad. I took it home to my dad, and he said, I said, "You're trying to tell me the Earth was a ball and all that, and this and that." And of course, the teacher said, "Well, you one of them flat earthers?" I said, "What? Flat Earth? Is that a thing? Yeah, it's something I have to look into." I'm like 12, in sixth grade or something. This is happening. Take it to my dad, and he goes, "Tell him that what she said, not what I said." Detail and all that. And he just goes, "Is it? Is the Earth a globe?" I ask, and he just goes, looks over at me slowly. "Is it?" It was nothing of that for the next 6 months, like, to a year, until we got like the first videos, Eric Dubay and a few others. Of course, we was already pondering it. We wasn't doing our own like research or anything. I knew I could have though. I could have jumped on it early, and I would have been ahead of everybody. This is like 2000, what, 7? Way back. 8? Yes. This is before Flat Earth even took off. I was already a little teenager, but, not falling for the wall. I didn't know it was flat either. I just, open mind. It's like, it made more sense for it to be flat though. It just rang true when she said it too. The way she said it too. Uh, Gave me that look, like she knew something. And she looked like somebody that had experience too. Like she was young with experience. Kind of creepy. Like I'm talking like 30. I don't know. I don't know. There's something really weird about the same chick I keep seeing in my life. Same look. I don't see her no more though. Thank God. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about that too much. A lot of spiritual stuff happened too. If I can't explain stuff, like, was that an angel I was talking to? Stuff like that. Just for it to affirm it is one, it'll say, "Damn, you're good. You're good." Say something like that. And I'll be like, "Get out of here," and I'll leave. And this was at the lake. I was young. I was like, "Why are you watching me?" She had red hair and everything. A lot of weird stuff. That wasn't the last time I seen her either. I think that might have been, my little personal angel. Everybody's got one. Well, maybe not everybody. Whatever. Mm, Yep. Mm.
Ding ding.
This kid in the fucking lobby. His name's LOL too. It's clearly a troll account, and he's in here doing some sophist surfing bullshit.
Yeah.
That's that
I
dinging
doubt.
noise.
I doubt that he's gonna get VC verified. He's just
Oh,
gonna be a lobbyist.
the lobbyist.
A lobbyist for globalism.
Wow. Sounds like to me he's got a bright future. Fast track to nowhere.
I think some of these people, they were hung upside down as babies and slapped on the ass, and the doctor accidentally dropped them on their soft head. This guy in the lobby, he's just, never mind. He's being a sophist, and he's trying to troll, and he thinks that using the words that he's using means that he's smart. And that's not how words work. In order to be intelligent with what you're saying, you must first say something that's actually intelligent. Dude's just jumping through hoops. In a world
We are 100% run by volunteers. Don't expect an instant reply. We may be busy serving others. Oh, good one, Etherbath.
I just copied one of the other memes. I did everything verbatim. I just kind of updated the graphics to make it higher resolution.
I didn't volunteer for this. Fuck, I got kidnapped and held at gunpoint the last 5 years. Do your job. I don't have a job. You've noticed.
This guy's about to get his ass sent to Cogdis. He's already spiraling.
Which guy you talking about?
LOL2 guy.
If you say so.
This is stuff that he's posting. It's what he responded to T-Dub. He's trying to be a smartass and he's just making himself out to be a dumbass. Really should have gotten VC verified.
He should have or should not have. He's not verified, is he?
Yeah, he's not verified. If he had gotten verified, this would have solved a whole lot of things, but he wants to just sit there and spiral out like a sophist in the lobby, like some kind of keyboard warrior. Global lobbyist for globalism.
Right. An idiot.
But then he's also saying, I didn't infer a shape. Yeah, because your cosmic space potato doesn't have an exact shape that you can fucking infer other than space potato. A muddy space potato covered with a lot of water. This dude's familiar with the argument, and he's saying things a certain way so that he can argue against things that he expects will be said. He's been around here before.
And I'm
You
only
can just tell by how he's talking.
I'm only a product of what I can perceive. Well, then what is it that you perceive, dude? Reality? Fantasy? What?
Well, I actually would agree with. I'd agree with what he says in that statement right there.
Well, the shape's not really in question because it's not something you can objectify. Nobody knows what can get far enough away to see what it looks like. Nobody's done that yet. Nobody knows what it looks like. No way. Hmm. You're right. The Earth is in the universe. Oh my God. Floating around in the universe like a ball in space. Wow. So inspiring.
Well, the way I define things is through etymology. I don't hold other people that standard, but I'll give somebody my argument, my opinion based off of it.
Of course not. Ridiculous. Violates gas laws, violates the second law of thermodynamics. All the stars violate the second law of thermodynamics if they're what they say they are, burning balls of gas in a vacuum. It's impossible. Can't exist that way. It's an impossibility. You cannot have a ball of gas in a vacuum. It would disperse instantly. I mean, instantly. It would be filled with available space. It's high pressure system, so they say, and it's in a very low pressure environment. I don't believe that's what's going on, but that's what they tell us. And if that were true, no, it's not true, because if it were true, the balls of gas would disperse into the available space, and it would be almost instantly. It would just disappear and fill the available space, which is the entire universe. So we know that's not what it is, because that's not what they're doing. There's no way you can't just say, oh well, it violates the second law of thermodynamics because it's gas sticking together and it's forming gravity and holding it together. No, that's fallacy after fallacy. No proof of any of that. Sorry. Can't have a high pressure system within a low pressure system. They would equalize. Natural law. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It's called entropy. Happens every time. Every time. It's a law. That's why it's called second law of thermodynamics, entropy, because it happens every time without fail. Why is it not happening up there? Because that's not what it is. Duh. You got to take Mom to go look at a couple senior living apartments. She wants to sell her house and move into an apartment. The house is too big for her. It's huge. It's 4,000 square feet, and it is huge for she needs to downsize. I agree. So I made 2 appointments for some tours to go look at some senior living apartments. If she doesn't know, we don't know if she's going to move in or anything, but she wants to go look at them, see what they look like. So I told her I'd take her tomorrow. Go look at 2 different ones. And then maybe she'll have a better idea if that's what she wants to do or not. I guess, I don't know. But the house is huge. It's just fucking too huge. It's 4,000 square feet. And there's all the kids are gone. I got 5 brothers and sisters. There's 6 of us. And one of them lives there with my mom, my sister, to help her a little bit. Fucking huge house for 2 people. It was built for 8 people. So, yeah. To help mom get out of that situation. Move on. Our house, have some money to spend, maybe do something with your money instead of just let it. I think my sister wants it, most of it. She's kind of greedy. Told her, I said, I don't care. I want mom to be happy. Her money, it's not yours. It's funny how family gets when you start selling houses and parents are starting to get where they're getting. My dad just died a year and 3 months ago. So, and yeah, he was really sick. My mom's doing pretty good. She's got the stairs. She lives upstairs. So I had to install a chairlift, which you can ride up and down the stairs. It's the second one. She wore one of them out already. At 10 years it wore out. And so I put a new one in. But she's 84 years old. She doesn't need to be walking up fucking 15 flight of stairs several times a day. She fell down or something in them stairs, fucking break her neck and kill her. So I'm going to bed. I gotta make these appointments. I gotta pick her up and go take her. You guys have a good night. See you later, Ether Grass. Have a good night, bud.
Take it easy, man. Stay blessed.
Oh, you too, man. Thank you. Oh, good night, guys. Thanks.
think I'm gonna head out. I'll see y'all around. Stay blessed, everybody. Watch out for zombies.
Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes!
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Somebody asking questions in the panel. Maybe we could. I know you're cooking, Eli, but
No, go ahead.
people have questions. So, I mean, Luxo, are you still with us?
Yes, hello.
Cool. Did you have any questions about the stuff that Eli was saying before we move on?
I'm sorry, I was kind of drilling down on the chat, and I was wondering about my own questions.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe I can post you guys another one that I've just been thinking about.
Well, I noticed you posted the rocket. You posted the rocket.
Yeah.
Crash.
Oh, we could address that, or I just have something fresher that maybe we could talk over.
Okay. Do you want to just dismiss? Are we discarding the rocket stuff, or
we could come back to that in a while? But first, I just want to maybe do a thought experiment. Okay, so the time where I'm at is it's 1:40 in the morning. What's the time over there?
11:40 a.m.
So we acknowledge that they're different times, right?
This is remedial, yes.
Okay, so I'm just thinking if it's 12 o'clock and I'm on a part of the Earth where the sun is directly above me, like literally vertically above me. It's 12 midday, right? And then I go talk to, if I find a person who's at 12 midnight, where the sun would be, well, we'll get there. If those two people, me and this other person, 12 midday, 12 midnight, went directly up, are we both going towards the sun?
What do you mean?
Down is the same for everyone.
Okay,
but
so
I'm not sure
sun's
what
above my head, and if the sun's above my head right now, and the sun is above your head where you are, and we go straight up, well, I would be going straight to the sun because that's directly above me. But the sun's not above you, so which direction are you going?
What do you mean?
Well, the sun is always above. The sun doesn't go under the earth or under the ground or under you, ever.
How is it possible that it's 1:40 in the morning for me, but 11 a.m. for you?
First of all, time is just a construct at the moment. But think of think of a clock.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. Earth is big. So I don't know if you're imagining like a disk in space with the sun shining on the whole Earth. It's not what we're talking about here. Just in the same way that if I flick a light on in my house, it doesn't light up the entire house, or one street light doesn't light up the whole street. The Earth is quite big. So the sun doesn't need to light up the whole Earth. And if you look at a clock, think of a clock, right? It's not a spherical thing. It's based. You could look at a clock almost like as a little flat Earth. You've got the hands going around the sun and the moon, essentially. So if you're at noon and if I'm at 6 o'clock, the sun's over you and it's not over me. So it's not that difficult to kind of wrap your head around. But if you just need to understand that the Earth is very, very large, and the sun's not lighting up the whole Earth in the same way that a street light doesn't light up your whole neighborhood.
So, but if it's directly up, I mean, I'm just thinking about, I heard you talking about what experience you can do yourself, but I'm sitting in my chair, you're sitting in your chair. If I see the sun's directly above me, you're saying
what's the difference between a light that's 90 degrees above you in your house and me right now? If we both go up, you would be going towards the light in your house. What the fuck does that mean for me? I could perhaps get your bearing, and I could and then look in your direction. Mm-hmm. But the light is above your head in your house. What's that got to do with me?
So if you could see the sun where you are,
No, I mean that's not rhetorical. What's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm doing the thought experiment. We're in two different
Me
parts of
too.
the
I'm a part of the
Earth.
thought of experiment, and I'm saying, well, okay, there's a light in your house that's directly above you,
Well, it's the sun.
and then I'm in my house. No, we're not talking about the real sun. This is a thought experiment, not for reals, right? So
Okay.
I'm in my house. Okay.
Yeah.
So what? I don't get it. We can make it a large. We can make it a large warehouse where there's a light above you, and I'm in some dark corner of the warehouse that the light doesn't reach. You go up, I go up. So what? Right? So now people have this religious idea
We're both
that
in
whatever
the
their
same
sun
house.
is. So we have a religious idea. No, we're not in the same area, right?
Right.
We're definitely not in the same area. I don't see you in my house. You don't see me in yours. Or if
In
I
a
work in a
way,
warehouse, I work in produce. You work in meats. Okay, it's not the same place. It's not the same location unless I'm sitting on your lap. No homo.
wait, but essentially though we are in the same house. It's just a huge freaking house, dude. Huge. So if you flip on one light that's above you, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to reach all the way to me.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a pretty markedly different kind of scales we're talking about. Like, we're talking about a house.
What kind of scales? This is where
We're talking about millions of kilometers versus
no, we're
5 meters.
Rewind.
How far is the sun?
We like to make clear the assumptions on the table. Now, I haven't made any assumptions since I started talking earlier. I haven't heard Creation Bear make any assumptions. You just said that we're dealing with how many miles?
And tens of millions.
How do you know that?
This is what I've read. You hear it
Right. How do you know that? How do you validate what you've read? How did the people who wrote in those books validate what they said?
Well, I can tell you my beliefs, or I can try to justify them. I'm just telling you my beliefs.
Justify beliefs. All we have is beliefs that are justified. Am I supposed to then religiously jump on your bandwagon? I'm asking you specifically. We're not talking about religion or beliefs. We're talking about you gave a figure, and that figure in your mind is preventing you from accepting what we're saying. So, how do you know that that figure is real?
I just know the scales of distances.
What scales? Can you post it in the give us a citation?
Roof, you were talking about the roof of the house. You're talking about
I'm talking about this distance to the light source. I'm talking about this millions of miles. Yeah. That's what I'm focused. That's what I'm focused on too.
Less than the distance to the sun.
That's what I'm focused on too, right? I'm focused on this idea that the sun is a million miles away. How do you know that? To tell me that no.
I can get a ladder and get on the roof, but I can't get a ladder tall enough to hit the sun.
Right. So how do you know that the sun is as far away as you just told us?
Well, I can't get it. I can climb on a roof. I can't climb onto the sun. I know that.
Yeah, we know that. So what is the basis for your claim then? I'm not asking you to climb on a roof. I'm asking you. Listen. You said it was in a book somewhere. I thought it was reasonable to ask you to cite it so that we could look at the information. But you're still talking. So I guess that wasn't reasonable to ask because I'm trying to get down to the bottom of the problem. You think that the sun is a millions and jillions, 93 million miles away to be exact. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. How do you validate that? What you're doing is not helping me get there. So what is the purpose if we can't communicate and understand one another? I'm not even trying to tell you anything. I'm asking you for the information that allows you to believe what you believe. And you're like, oh, I just read it somewhere. You think that's good enough? You're better than that, bro. You deserve more than that. When you come into a flat earth server, you should be able to stand on what you're saying, right? That's only fair, right?
So what I have said was talking about the thought experiment and trying to get to the bottom of are we going in the same direction or up.
Yeah, we're going in the
It
same
feels like
direction. Yeah.
you just hijacked it and I said a number, and then that's what you can focus on. That's
Okay,
steering
so-
away from understanding from what I can gather.
So your thought. So you know that I didn't misunderstand you. Okay, there's a light, right? It's directly above you. It's not above me. Your question was, which direction do we go if we go up? That's a malformed question. That's why I began to say, I don't know what you mean.
Malformed question.
Yeah,
I mean,
what do you
I'm asking,
mean by that?
if we go directly up, so yeah, I guess you've answered it. I mean, if we both go up, we're both going in the exact same direction.
Correct. But what is this like? Okay, so now that you've asked and got the answer, what are you gonna do? Like, how do you plan on cashing that in?
Well, I just never understood the mechanics by which there's time zones, and I guess if it's 12, it takes 12 hours for the sun above my head to reach your head. Right.
Well,
We've got time and distance, in a sense.
Yeah. You're describing exactly what our experience is, but so what? What's the point? What's the conclusion? Like, we have time zones, and you're like, I'm just
not
trying
sure
to.
it's quite.
How do you not understand?
Explains better than global.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Why is that
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is what I mean by assumptions. First of all, you know that there are time zones. The time zones are based on your geographic location. We know that part. So the part that you're inserting in your mind and trying to impress on to us is that, well, it works on a sphere. How does it work on a flat earth, though? No, let's back that shit up. Because I was the one that galvanized people in here to take daylight observations from 5 different countries, still have the information somewhere in the chat, by the way. And when I asked them, oh, look at all this daylight. If you were to shine a light on the globe, this obviously doesn't work geometrically speaking. You know what they told me? Oh, that's fine. Just use the Mercator projection. Well, the Mercator projection isn't a globe projection. So you saying it works on a globe? No, the fuck it doesn't. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Look at the chat, bro. 50 minutes past the hour. You're like, I just don't understand how this could work on a flat Earth. Take a look. What's so difficult to understand? There's no spherical clocks. Can you see what Donato posted there in the chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. So the sun lights up. This is the flat Earth model.
No. We're just trying to help you understand your question. You're having some difficulty understanding the questions. We're just trying to give you some stuff to chew on that'll help you understand a little bit better. Obviously, a clock. This clock is not the Earth, but it's a way to help you understand. You're asking about time zones. Think of a clock. You've got 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on. There's 2 hands.
This would explain why one side would be lit up and the other side isn't, right?
So what's the question?
Well, if it's all flat then, and the light is above this clock, then the light is hitting Australia and South America at the same time.
No.
This is the thing that grinds my gears. I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm just gonna step out because I can't help myself. I only have a couple of minutes. I got other shit to do. Sorry. The thing in every experience of you and light, other than the sun, so let's think about artificial light, you understand that there's light attenuation, meaning the light doesn't travel forever. You know you're standing on a flat surface locally, right? You know, locally it's like, okay, well, this isn't enough Earth curve for us to really see. We would have to do something else, right? So for all you know, the flat part that you're standing on, you know that light either reaches you or it doesn't based on the luminosity of the light or the illumination of the light, whatever, right? Your entire experience is based on light either being strong enough to reach you or not reach you. When it comes to the sun, all of a sudden you're like, the light travels forever, and the sun is 93 million miles away, so big. But the bottom line is the Earth is being shown on halfway, because the light's going to travel forever regardless in your mind. But your experience,
exponentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have a really, really, really bright light and it's really, really far away, well then, you know, your lamp will only illuminate 2 meters because it's a fraction of the brightness of the sun. I'm just talking. I'm just giving an account of how decay of light.
We know, but you don't know how bright or how far the sun is. I mean, you don't know how far it is. I asked you.
I can look at it in the sky.
But that doesn't tell you.
I can look at my street lamp.
That doesn't tell you. That doesn't give you the information that you're saying. It doesn't tell you 93 million miles. It doesn't tell you what the sun is or where it is.
I'm not saying
we don't know. What
I'm just saying one is brighter than the other. That's all I'm kind of saying here.
You're adding extra information, though. Like,
well, if you keep going back, you're lifting other parts that we've said and jamming it into the point that I'm currently making. I'm just making points as they come along.
Man, how you experience in the real life?
Sasha.
Beg your pardon?
How you experience the sun in the real life comparing to the size of the Earth?
Well, I guess the shadows are straight.
Do you experience? No, I mean, do you experience like a big, enormous, bigger thing than Earth or smaller than Earth?
My physical sensations.
Yeah, how you experience?
It's a big fiery orb in the sky.
Yeah,
you can feel the heat on your skin.
Is it? And my question is: it look bigger or smaller than Earth?
Does it look it?
Yeah.
No, I guess from my point of view, not knowing anything else, then yeah, your assumption there would be it's smaller.
It's small.
Okay, now let's put a pin on that. So, what if that's the case? Because you tried to say that the sun should be lighting up the whole Earth. We're telling you that's not the case. In the same way that a street light doesn't light up the whole neighborhood, or one light in your house doesn't light up the whole house. So we're telling you the sun doesn't light up the whole Earth.
It lights. Well, I never said it lights up the whole Earth either. So
then what is your point? What point are you making then? Because you said earlier that it would light everywhere.
I'm saying if it's probably going back to the midday kind of thing, we're on the opposite ends of the Earth, so we'd be going in completely different directions. The opposite directions would be both way up.
Can you imagine surface? Imagine
why not? Why? We already went over this. The down. If you point your arm up to the sky, you and I are pointing to the same direction. We point down to the ground. Down is the same for all of us. You can bank on these two things. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where any of these things, but you can know that the sun is above you, moving, whatever the sun is.
If we look at that like that celestial sphere thing, where it's like you got, that star. Where was it? Yeah, if that
but why would it go up or go in a different direction?
Where that GP, are we all looking at it? I mean, if I'm standing where GP is, and you're standing on the ship away from GP, well, if we point straight up, we're not both pointing at the same star, right?
No, we're pointing in the same direction. Up. Up is the same for all of us, and down is the same for all of us.
So the ship is underneath the star just as GP is.
Well, I would like you to try to wrap your argument up in a bow. Like, what is the point you'd like to make, or can you cash this in somewhere?
Yeah, if you're saying
we've
it's directly up.
What if we go up? What if we go up? You're both
up? All right. Well, okay. So, if we're looking at the celestial sphere thing, right, with the angles and all that shit, you're saying that if you're on a ship and I'm on the other ship and we both point at the star, they're the same direction.
Well, I have to go look reference to what you're talking about. You're talking about Eli's post from a while ago.
Yeah, maybe I can post it again.
Let me repost it here. Look. If I don't know why this is so difficult. Down.
I'm looking.
Maybe he thinks
at the evidence that you put up.
go up and look at the sun at the same time.
Dude.
No, I'm helping. Maybe he thinks.
No, I'm talking
just
to him.
like
I'm talking to him.
Like with the example I gave, maybe he thinks, the sun is above me, and then you're like, I'm on a ship and the sun is over there, and he thinks that we should all be able to see it. Like, I don't understand what he's trying to say.
Well, like looking. Are we looking at the thing that you posted? The sphere. It's like a semi sphere.
Yeah, that you know what that is? That's 180-degree field of vision from the person, because we can't see all of the sky at the same time. You do know that, right?
Right, but if the sun is on this sphere, so let's put the sun where that star is, and GP is underneath that star. Well, if we go to the other side of GP, and he looks up, is he looking at the sun as well, or is he looking? No, okay.
Yeah, but he's looking.
I don't know what you're asking, bro. I don't know what you're asking.
I don't think you even have a point at this point.
I got it. I got it. If you allow me to, I'll explain what he's saying. I think I get what he's saying. So are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Luxor. So you're saying that people that are on the Earth in two different locations, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're both looking at the sun, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we've gone both ways, but one of them was the midday one. Sun is directly above, and sun is not directly above.
Okay, but they both see the sun, yes or no?
Well, if it's midnight, no, you don't see the sun.
Okay, so one person is seeing the sun, the other person is not seeing the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, so now what's your problem here? What is the issue that you're having? Because if I'm following you correctly, I'm only thinking about, like, if you're on the same level plane, right? If it's a flat Earth, the level plane is what we're talking about, and you're saying, well, I see the sun, it's right above me, but the guy who's away from me, that it's nighttime for him, how come he doesn't see the sun? Is this what you're asking?
I guess so. Because if he's on the ship, he can see that sun as well.
We're not talking about the ship. We're just talking about the Earth. Okay, so let's not use any other examples other than the Earth.
Well, okay. This was the model that was brought on to.
Yeah, that's fine. But let's just try to finish. Let's just try to finish where we're at right now.
The celestial sphere is situational. So
yeah, I was just gonna get there, bro. I was gonna tell him.
The celestial sphere is not a sphere of the entire scope of the sky at the same time. That's not even. That's not possible. I'm just saying, like, why? Go ahead. Like, don't use my example as an argument as to that makes no sense, because my argument deals with two people that are in daylight. One has the sun above. Another or it could be a star. It doesn't really even matter. It's not that you can see the entire sky at the same time. Everybody knows that you can't.
Where does the sky go?
That's what he wants. See, that's what his argument was. Right there.
Bruh. Not under the ground, bro. Not under the ground.
That's what you're mistaken. You're mistaken the fact that the people that one guy is in night, the other guy is in day. They're looking up at the same sky, but the angle at which they're seeing the sky is also something to be considered, right? So if you're seeing something at a farther distance, everything works with perspective. Okay, there's a lot of things you're not considering right now. How vision works. Do you know how vision works? Like how your eyes perceive the world around you. Do you know? Yes or no, Luxor? Because this is important. It's an important point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, it sounds pretty basic, and I don't. Okay, yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, so you understand that perspective is a part of like our vision and how we perceive the world around us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so taking that into consideration, using an analogy or an example, like looking down the hallway, let's say, right? Just to kind of get your mind understood on the point. Looking down the hallway, the walls and the floor and the ceiling look like they converge at the eye line of the observer at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that? That's right. Well, it's not so much the vanishing point, but so much that we can say that at the eye line of the observer, everything's converging.
Yeah.
Okay, so being that is how we perceive the world around us, then it means that the floor and the ceiling look like they meet at a point. The floor looks like it ramps up. The ceiling looks like it ramps down. The walls look like they come in and you know, like if you're looking down a hallway, right? So when you go outside, the same type of optical view is still used. Like you still see the world in that type of perspective. Everything's converging to your eye line, right? So you don't see forever. So the guy in the nighttime and the guy in the daytime are going to see things as far as their visual perspective can allow them to. Does this make sense to you? Yes or no?
No, not quite. No.
Not quite. So when you see a car drive away from you, do you notice it getting small?
Yeah.
Is it really getting small?
No. It's getting
right.
far.
So it's getting far away from you, but you understand that your eyes are seeing it perspectively, right? As the car looks like it's diminishing in size. It's not really diminishing in size. It just apparently seems that way to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now think of it like this. Imagine if you were to I won't go any farther than that because I just want you to I want to answer your question. So with the two people standing at opposite ends of the earth, or one guy's in light, one guy's in day, he can only visually see as far as he can, right? Now you got to think about something that's very important also with what we're saying. Light also attenuates only to a certain distance. It doesn't go forever. Do you understand this point?
Yeah, it's exponentially the case with distance.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess that's... yeah, eventually it becomes undetectable. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't travel forever. Do you understand, right? Just answer yes or no. You understand that? Does light travel forever, Luxor?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, so we can test things like light traveling through the medium of air. We can test things like light traveling through water. Let's say just different mediums can change how light responds to that and how it travels through it, right?
Right.
You could say again. You don't know?
I said right. Go on.
Okay, so the example that I want to use here is through the medium of water. The way how water will not be able to let light travel through it. So on a clear sunny day, a diver that goes out into the ocean, right? Clear sunny day, there's no clouds in the sky. It's nice and sunny, but as he drops down into the water, he's not gonna get the light to penetrate down all the way to the bottom of the water. As he goes further and further down, it starts to become dark.
Yeah, the water absorbs it. Hits the water molecules.
What we're saying though is that light doesn't travel forever. And because of the medium of water, it will start to diffuse as the diver goes further down into the water. Does this make sense to you? Hello?
It's
what?
I don't know. It's like if you have.
Well, you agree with what I just said, though, or are you disagreeing with it?
I'm trying to think it through.
But does it make sense? At least.
Yeah, I mean that's an experience that I've had underwater. Sure.
Okay. Well, as long as you can say that it follows logically, right? Then it would make sense too that in the medium of water, light doesn't travel forever. Because at some point there would be an extinction limit where light couldn't possibly travel at the further in depth you go, which means that light does attenuate differently in different mediums, right? Like in the medium of air. So the medium of water, as it's traveling through water, it has an extinction limit where it diffuses and you won't be able to see light all the way down to the bottom. It becomes very dark. Yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the medium of air, however, is a bit different than the medium of water, right? It's less dense. So as it travels through air, it still would have an extinction limit how it travels through the air. And of course, the intensity of the light that's actually being emitted from the sun, which we don't know. There's no detection of what energy we're talking about here as far as the level of luminosity to say that we're going to give it to a specific degree, because the energy that gives it what it does, is still like the unknown part about like what generates that power. There's a story that's attached to it, but we're not going to go there right now. For just the purpose of we're talking about the example that you were using, two people on Earth, one under the light and the other guy not under light, he's in darkness. We're going to talk about how light wouldn't travel forever, and there's an extinction limit to it, and how it attenuates through the air, right? And probably more than it would water. So it has a better attenuation through the medium of air, which would have an extinction limit, of course, but it wouldn't travel forever. So we get to a point
what do you
where
mean?
light...
I mean, if you shine a light
yes,
underwater and a light above water, I'm going to be able to see it through the air at a longer distance than before the light.
We're talking about the sun, though, Luxor. Don't change my example to yours. It's not your example.
I'm trying to make
so my example is using the sun. The sun is the thing that I'm using because, as you can see, it cannot travel. It cannot penetrate all the way down to the depths of the water. It wouldn't be able to. It would diffuse. It would not be something that we can actually say is true. So therefore, the sun traveling through the medium of air, however, it has its potential grasp on a larger distance, over the medium of air, but then it has its extinction limit, where how far its reaches.
But the light given off the sun follows the same laws as the lights on your table in your room, right? Like it's still the same operating thing. What?
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
It's a different light. Are you going to say the same light? It's totally not analogous, because what we're using here is something in nature versus something that's man-made. So it's not analogous.
But they both give off the phenomenon of light.
It's not analogous, Luxo.
Why not?
Not analogous. I just told you. One's in nature and the other one's man-made.
Why does that matter for what? Okay, what if it's a firefly?
Because one is attempting to discuss the issue of what we're talking about in your example. I'm actually talking to you about the two people on Earth. We're not talking about a room in your house. I don't care about that. I'm discussing two people on this Earth that we are on right now. Why somebody in darkness?
But you're talking about the attenuation of the sun, and you're making a lot of assumptions. Like
it's not an assumption.
Like given off the sun and the light bulb are different things.
It's not an assumption. It's verified. So yeah, you said they're two different things. Of course they are. One's man-made, one isn't. Right. So we can see.
What does that have to do with the nature of light?
Well, especially the nature of like the discussion of what you're talking about. Two people on Earth. One in nighttime, one in daytime, right? Let's not get lost in the plot here. I'm going back to what you were saying and then showing you that the variables that you're discussing right now, which is, first of all, perspective and how far we can see, like from, where we can see, and how far light can attenuate through the medium of air.
But you're also saying that light attenuates faster in air than in wood.
Farther, not faster, farther.
So it goes further through air than it does water.
Yes.
You said the opposite of that just a moment ago.
When? When did I say the opposite of that?
Well, the way I heard it, you said you were underwater. Well, for two guys to be on different parts of the Earth, and one's in light, one's in dark, you're saying it actually attenuates stronger, as in it doesn't light doesn't go as far through the air than it does the water.
I never said faster.
What?
I said farther. You keep changing when I say what I'm saying. You keep changing what I'm saying.
If it attenuates faster, it means it goes
farther.
100 meters.
Farther, not faster. farther.
I'm
You know the
telling you,
difference?
they're exactly the same thing.
You said faster.
You said faster,
said
bro.
faster.
Come on, focus, Luxo.
Yeah, if you can't if the light gives out at 100 meters versus 200 meters, well then it attenuates faster or attenuates.
Oh my god, bro! Like you're changing. Listen, whether or not the speed of light is different is irrelevant to what we're talking about. It's the distance at which it's at this. Listen,
He's not making a.
Luxo.
He's not making a point, bro. I just realized that we're an hour in, and he's actually not made one coherent point. He's made enough of a point for us to ask, "What do you mean? Oh, do you mean this? Or do you mean this?" And every time we try to pin it down, he just comes up with something else that's incoherent. What's that
He's
about?
changing it. Yeah, he's changing what I'm saying to something else.
What you need to do, Luxo, is take your questions and form it into a statement or a claim. Because you're masking some weird rhetoric behind all these questions. You've been answered, but it doesn't seem like you actually want the answer. So why don't you stop asking questions and put it into a statement? Make a claim that we can address.
I'm trying to understand what you're. So I came with the point of view.
We painfully detailed
And
it
then
out for like an hour.
As you're explaining it, I don't really. There's things that I disagree with. Or
Well, then
doesn't-
formulate it. Luxo, formulate it in the statement like CB just said, so we can get to the answer it directly. Because you're trying to go, you're taking the long way around. Just state a claim so that we can answer it.
I didn't have a claim to begin with, so that was.
So what are
that was
you
all that
doing
they
then?
could do.
What the fuck are you doing then?
I was curious as to what your answer would be to this experiment. And I got it. So-
The answer was given. Well, what else? And really, with the answer, you started to change it and make it your own. So you're just twisting my words around at this point, even though the answer was given. You're changing what I said.
Well, okay, so if you want to go back to attenuation in the air, it was a little thing that I was confused about, and I couldn't find a place to jump in and ask you about it. But I'm happy to hear you lay out the rest of the point. As to
Well, you're very but you're very confused because when you repeat that back to me, you change it to talk about the speed of light, not the attenuation of it through the medium. You change the fucking word around.
But I'm just saying the light.
I don't care to know about that speed of light. I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about.
I never mentioned the speed of light. I said the speed of attenuation, and I believe it was.
What's that
just
same
saying the
fucking shit, dude? Light's continuing with a certain speed.
Light has
you're
a certain
pissing me
reach,
off, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Light
what's
has
the
a certain reach.
let him. If we speak less and he speaks more, he'll run out of gas. Because I'm still trying to understand what you're asking. I told you from the beginning that the questions that you're asking sound incomplete. I don't feel comfortable answering questions that I don't understand. You haven't made one coherent question since you've been here.
Well,
so Miggy is talking about the attenuation of light. You're talking about you began with, okay, so the light is, above me and the sun, right? And then you're somewhere else. What direction do you go if you go up? That doesn't even make fucking sense because it's incomplete. It's missing information.
Yes, that's why we talk it through, dude. I'm trying to pick it up.
We're not talking it through. We know something you don't. You're asking questions that are incomplete. We're not talking through anything if we can't communicate.
Yeah, don't really follow what you're saying.
Oh,
What did he say? What did he say?
That's how we feel.
What did he say, Elisha? He didn't understand.
He didn't follow what I said. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, when you think about when you think about water, you know that the sun doesn't reach forever. So that concludes the day portion, the day and night portion. Then you're talking about the angle. The angle. Remember, I told you if you're the same guy, I don't even remember. That the elevation angle to Polaris. Let's just take Polaris for example. If you were right underneath Polaris.
But back up to that picture.
Do I have to mute you, bro? Because I feel like when you talk, that's why you don't understand what I'm saying.
What you're saying. I'm trying
You're
to be...
not clarifying. He hasn't even finished his fucking point, dude. What the fuck?
It's sad you're talking about Polaris, so I'm asking if it was the...
Would you let him finish his fucking point, Luxo?
Well, that's a yes or no.
Control yourself, bro.
Let me hear why are you interrupting? What was unclear about which part of what I said was unclear? Use my words.
You said
Use
Polaris.
my words and tell me what's unclear.
You said Polaris.
What about Polaris was I talking about?
Oh, so I was thinking, are we going back to that image that you posted earlier?
Excuse me. The question is, what about Polaris was I talking about that you were trying to clarify?
If you were referring to, if we can refer back to the image that featured Polaris.
Oh my God, man.
No, I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
Okay. Cool.
I'm talking about Polaris in real life.
That was like yes or no. That's cool. Got it. Go on.
All right. So Polaris has a GP somewhere. Yes or no?
I don't know what a GP is.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Hold on, time out. Is this not the guy? Yo,
It's
guys.
the same guy.
It's the same dude. It's the same
He
fucking
used
guy,
the
man.
word GP before I did.
I know.
I'm looking at the image.
Kick him out.
I'm looking at the image.
Kick him out.
He's on that
There's
fuck
no
shit,
way.
dude. He's on that fuck shit, man. He's been on that fuck shit.
He said if you're at the Jeep, if the star is at the G or the sun is at the GP and you're somewhere else, what the fuck do you mean I don't know what a GP is? When those words came out of your mouth.
He's on that fuck shit. That's all he is.
Yeah, this is one of the tactics I've picked up on lately. Is people will just mask a bunch of rhetoric behind questions.
Yeah,
but that's what the problem is. What they keep asking questions and they don't actually want the answer. We've answered this like 15 times.
Well, not only that,
by 3 different people.
Yeah, not only that, man, but like what was happening too is because he's with that other. He's a part of a group. He admittedly said so. He's a part of the group with Buster, with that other guy we're speaking to with a little shield or mask on his avatar. Starts with a K.
Cameron, yeah.
Fucking name. Yeah, that guy. They all come together, so they're all grouped in together. So he thinks that by him being the lone wolf in here, he wants to just like sabotage the same arguments, just like the other characters that were in here. So they're just on the fuck shit right now. They don't want. He doesn't want to. I told him, dude, you could ask some questions and be real, be your own person. But no, they want to share a community fucking brain and act like an idiot in here instead of be real. So because he knows what you're talking about because he's the one that stated it.
I don't think they're up to a full brain. Anyway, I was listening. I just want to confirm that he said GP, and then he said he don't know what that is. Yeah. I was listening on YouTube, and as soon as I turned it on, I heard him say the GP. It's like the first thing I heard.
Yeah, he's on that fuck shit, man.
Yep, I'm gonna
rewind the
tape. I'm rewinding the tape right now.
I would definitely put my vote on like ban him, like fuck those kind of people who just like for time wasting thinking it's funny when other people are actually investing time for their favor, for them to learn something, for them to discover the truth.
Sorry about that, Murray. A little premature on the sound effect there.
Not only did he say GP, he started using it in an argument. How do you not know what it is, but you're using it in an argument?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like when I start in on these guys, like I'm being unfair and I'm asking too many irrelevant questions, but they're all relevant to their like fuck shit. I know that they want to take me somewhere or take the argument somewhere so they can make it look stupid. So if I turn it around and give it to them, like reducing all their arguments down to that they don't know, then it's gonna look like, oh, what the fuck? Like I thought I had a good argument when I didn't. So I know that. So when I come in here and I'm doing the method of what I do, having them detail everything that they tell us, because they're already coming here like, yeah, of course there's a globe model, duh. Like, no, fuck you don't. There is no such animal.
He didn't even know what he was asking. It was only by virtue of us attempting to respond did he begin to build his question. And the question was a fucking hour long. because we were helping him go move. It's like he's dead, right? And then we're just like stringing him along. You know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't have anything. That's why I asked. I was like, "What the fuck does that mean? You got two lights. You go up, and what's the question?"
Yeah, but you're thinking logical, man. This guy was just like Weekend at Bernie's and shit, man, with the arrow through his head. Like this motherfucker, like you have to move his arms just to get him to say shit, you know?
But in the question, what he started, at least, there are two different ground positions. Because he said we have the person here, and time is this, and we have person there, and time is this. That two person has
he knows, Sasha. He's fucking around, dude. He's fucking around. That's all he's doing, and he's just dragging us along with his little game because he's trying to see how long he can do it.
No, the thing is to say I don't know what is GP, but you are asking in your example for the GP.
That's all he's been doing.
It's like saying, I don't know what shape the Earth is, but it's definitely not flat.
It irks me because some people are
in that shape.
Some people are giving him their time. No, man, let him speak. Let's go through what he's going to talk about. And he's on this fuck shit, man. Like that. I don't know. It pisses me off, dude.
It's like, I don't know what color grass is, but it's definitely not pick the color.
You know, it's like, it's very weird, the situation in this like server. So sometimes people get banned. Like I wish, you know, like them giving more time, maybe just like for the sake of it. And then I see those people like bunch of like idiots, just like for the sake of time waste, doing whatever they need to do. I say like, fuck, like, no, please, like, ban them, don't give them any time. Like, okay, it's much better, like, not wasting time on those idiots than, like, maybe doing injustice to them.
Well, I was talking about, like, the attenuation of light through a medium, and he goes around, well, the speed of the attenuation, I'm like, that's the speed of light? No, it's not the speed of light, it's the speed of the attenuation. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, that's exactly what we're talking about right there. How fast the light is attenuating through the medium? Duh. Don't change it around and make it sound all snazzy like you came up with some shit and you started to make your own argument. That's fucked up.
I got the moment where he brought it up. You guys can tell. You guys can judge for yourself whether he knows or not.
The sphere. So let's say that's the sun where that star is, and GP is underneath that star.
Also, his mic was trash the whole time, but
GP's underneath the star. You motherfucker, dude. Oh.
Okay. Jeez.
Well, what is the GP? I don't understand this.
What is the GP?
Like, because either he was too stupid and didn't understand, or these people know more than they're getting on and they know how to divert you away from the point. Because the point that I was going to make is that if you're talking about seeing the sun from everywhere on Earth, no, the zero angle is the fucking equator, which means beyond there you can't see that. Now that's a fixed star. However, the sun moves, so when the sun moves away from you, it eventually gets to a zero angle and you can't see it anymore. But we couldn't get to that point, so I don't know.
Here's a little bit more context.
Star is. GP is underneath that star. Well, if the other side of GP, and he looks it up.
Yeah. He's. I'm detecting
dude. He fucking knows. He should find where he just finished saying like not so long ago that he doesn't know what it is. What's the GP?
Yeah, I need to get the clipboard on and get that part.
If we catch him live in a lie, why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Is he still here? Yeah, ask him. Why would you lie, bro?
Yeah, let me ask him. Look, so why are you gonna be lying in this chat, man? We got you on tape lying. Why are you lying, bro?
I messaged you guys both the picture that I was talking to and in the chat.
So why are you lying, bro? Answer my question. Why are you lying?
I was talking about the image.
No,
There's
answer my question.
Those fucking points on a disc. I'm answering your question. I don't know what GP was. I was just referring to the diagram.
But my question is not like a flat earther, like a listener on YouTube. Why you are why you lied? That's my question. Not like a flat earther, like a person who are listening this show.
You think I'm lying? But I knew
Because he asked me, am I talking about the diagram or am I talking I said, no, I'm talking about in real life Polaris. So the GP of Polaris, you already know what the GP of a star is because you explained it in what we just played. See, but this is what I mean. This is I'm sorry. It's not your time to speak. Somebody mute him or something. Like this is what I mean by Globers. Like what's wrong with them is they are able to intake information, but because they're retarded, context doesn't even exist. So they can make an argument using words in some area, and you're like, but that contradicts this area. And they're like, I don't get what you mean, because you don't fucking understand the words that you're using. That's crazy. Well, gravity, let me just use it's like the guy yesterday. He's like, I just, I got a good idea of how gravity works. So define it then. Well, I don't know if I do well with defining it. How the fuck are you using a word that you don't know how to define it?
You even explained what it was underneath the star, Luxo. And now you're coming back and saying, well, I don't know what you're talking about. So you're trying to make fools of the whole panel here just to make it seem like we're going to okay, Luxo, you don't know.
JP is literally under the star.
You just...
Yeah, but...
Thank you for saying that. What the fuck?
It's in the image. I didn't come on with that before. I only say that because I saw the image. I was just trying to talk around like...
But if you understood that back then, why did you ask what it is later on the discussion?
I don't know.
You already understood
this GP. I did not understand that.
Is a GP somewhere? Yes or no?
I don't know.
I don't know what GP is.
I don't know what a GP is.
Why are you lying?
Yeah, you're fucking lying, dude. You're busting. You're caught red-handed, bro.
People come in here asking why the globe is lying. Why the globe is lying? Why are you lying?
Why do you think I'm lying?
Well, we got you on tape.
We caught you in. Got you in a fucking lie, bro. What the fuck?
You don't read the letters. If I read the letters GP, does that mean I know what GP is?
Okay, underneath the star, there's two letters, G and P. What the fuck do you think that means?
I didn't think about it.
What do you think it? Well, think about it right now. What do you think? It means?
Well, I know it now. You told me.
What do you know? What do you know?
Fucking global position or some shit.
Global positioning? Dude,
what is it? It's in the fucking chat, dude.
Is that what we said? Did we say global positioning?
Globe position.
Yeah, is that what we said?
Ground position. Ground position.
Oh,
India. Okay, well that means.
But if it was
lying
listen,
about it.
No, it's not. You're lying because you said it was underneath the star.
What does that mean?
Yeah, in the image, that's true. I was describing the image.
So what does that mean?
Is that not true in the image?
What does that mean?
And if I have to talk any lower than this, dude.
If I have to talk any slower than I just did,
it means I didn't know what GP was.
Somebody mute him.
I just did. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so again, now that you know what GP is, right? When you can't see something in the sky, like the sun or the stars, it's because it's beyond the minimum angle that you can view it based on perspective, which is how we see through our eyeballs.
Hallelujah.
Oh my God! Stop your fucking lying.
Yeah, look, I don't know what a zero angle is. I don't think you want to explain it.
Well, Google it. Google it. No, I'm dead ass. Google it. Then post it in the chat.
Call a friend, ask the audience.
He's having an hour-long discussion and then just now feigning ignorance. Amazing. He didn't stop and say,
can we
hey,
remind you,
can you explain me what the zero angle is? What is that? Like, he didn't stop and ask you that, like, as somebody who is inquisitive about what you're saying. No. He went ahead and just, like, started to make his own examples and talk about somebody in daytime and nighttime without ever going back and saying, hey, I don't know what zero angle is. Or telling you, at least being honest, right? Right, Luxo? You could have done that at any point.
I just brought it up. It's the first time I brought it up because we didn't even get to. We were just talking about the attenuation of light. We didn't even get to the reason that you can't see things forever. Like, cause here on Earth, oh God, bro, I don't know how fast you want to get banned out of here, but you're on a quick path, bullet train to that location. So I asked you to Google zero angle and post what you found in the chat. That's what you're supposed to be doing, not saying words that you don't understand, trying to have a conversation that you clearly can't measure up to.
What a guy.
Here's the sun over here where I'm at. There you are over there on a flat earth. Well, why do we have time zones? Because the sun is over there and it can't be at 90 degrees for everyone on Earth. I mean, that's fucking obvious. So when it moves away from you, it gets to a point where it's at the minimum angle that your eyeballs can observe.
Okay, so the sun disappears from view.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's unresolvable by your eyes. Can't see it no more.
It's behind something or it's too far?
It's unresolvable by your eyes. I think I just stated that.
I don't know. Can you explain that?
No, we can't.
It's not doing what you think it's doing.
Go research.
Is there another way you can reword that?
Go do more research.
We've already answered this in many different ways.
What's a zero angle?
It's an angle with measure of zero units.
Excuse me? What's a zero angle?
A zero angle is an angle with a measure of 0 units.
What does that mean?
Typically, these units are degrees of radians.
So if it's at 0 degrees in the vertical plane, what is it?
I don't understand the question.
It's a fucking line. So if it's a fucking line, what is the resolution of your eyeball?
If it's a line, what is the resolution of my...
Is 0 less than the resolution limit of your eyeball? You think?
Right, these terms are not... You're going to have to maybe dumb it down for me.
I can't. I don't know what else to do for you, fam. I mean, I don't know what else to do. You know what an angle is. I'm telling you that all optical equipment, including our eyeballs, have an angular resolution limit. You don't know what that is. Why don't you go do some reading?
Well, since you know about it, maybe you can explain it in different words, in simple language.
Well, guess what? Whatever the resolution limit of your eyeball is, I guarantee that it's higher than 0.
Is that a distance? I don't know what a resolution
fuck off, dude. Hey, No, hang on, dude. Like,
dude.
He's saying, explain it to me. Use better English, dude. He's fucking mocking you, Eli. Like, this fucker is like. I mean, unless you want him to just continue to keep telling you to explain it better, like
Zero angle. Well, I'll use geeksforgeeks.org. If you don't like them, I don't know what to tell you. What is a zero angle? An angle that does not form a vertex, which is two lines meeting at a single point. It is also called zero radians. A zero angle is formed when both the rays or arms of the angle are pointing towards the same direction. It's just a line. It's just a line with 2 points. That's it. So the point is, right? If you're looking up at directly up vertically, that's 90 degrees. Then you move that object further and further away from you. Eventually it's at 0, which means you don't have an angle to resolve because the angle is 0.
Right, the sun's traveled from directly above to the horizon.
Yo, I just got out the shower. I can't open my phone with my fingerprint thing. The moment that I can, he's getting the red gavel, guys. I'm just letting you know now. So you better have fun while you can.
Well, I'm sure you guys got a lot.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, what the hell was that, man?
He was just about to swear us up and down and leave the server, and you had to kick him.
No, I disconnected him. He'll probably be back, but fuck him.
Yeah, they come in threes, bro. That was number 3.
Well, yeah, they were in a group.
Creation there. The units are in degrees, so is that like distance?
Use better English to tell me. Like, fuck off, dude.
That's how you know they're trolling, Eli. He was like, he wasn't even answering your question. You're like, so what is a 0? He's like, well, angles are in degrees. Cool, that's not what we're asking. Then he turns around and goes, well, so are you talking like distance? Like, bro, you 2 seconds ago, you just brought up degrees, dummy. Holy smokes.
If something is more than 0, is that less than or greater than 0? I don't know.
I don't know what this means.
Use better English. No understanding you right now. Fuck off, dude.
Fuck. And let it be known, this was his. He brought all this up. This was his question, and it led absolutely nowhere. Like, pro tip for Globers out there: if you want to make an example or raise a point, at least be able to cash it in somewhere. Why would you make? What's the point of going through all this if you can't deposit it back to your claim?
It's annoying to hear.
They've been in. Man, it's so sad though. It's so sad when a child comes in here and uses the tactics of an adult. You're like, you little snot, you little shit. But really, it's like, damn, somebody taught you how to be that way. And when you look at, like, you know, the people in university, the way they are, the story that the young woman just told the other day, was that, oh, was it a guy? I can't remember. So many people come in, but it's like they were talking about how they had asked their professor a question, and the professor was just like, well, learn it or get the fuck out. Right. And so what they're doing is mimicking us, because we're like, learn what the fuck you believe in or get the fuck out. We're not saying you don't have a place here. We're saying, well, you're being obnoxious, because the clip that Creation Bear plays when the guy is saying, you can't reason with these people. You can't, these flat earthers. So what you have to do is get them to realize, or whatever the fuck he was saying. And I think that's what they think they're doing. That's what they think they're doing. Like, but see, when I'm doing that, I'm actually literally able to lead you. It's like, oh, you don't understand this? Here's the citation. Here's the definition. Okay, moving forward. You know, like, I'm literally taking them like a baby, and I'm just like picking them up, bringing them to the ABC blocks. Okay, that's great. Picking them up, taking them to their little chair to get the little juicy sip, because they be thirsty sometimes. They need a little drink and some food. So then you got to pick them up. You take them over here. Look at this. And it's like, they're not doing that. They're just like saying things that they don't understand. And they don't know that. And it's crazy as fuck. It's insane what he just did.
Yeah, I agree with you there. How they think they're trying to do that what you were describing. They're trying to lead you down a path, but the problem is when we. That's why that's why I called him out. I said, "All right, put it into a statement then," and he couldn't. That just shows how ineffective him trying to lead us down this path that he doesn't even know where it leads, bro. He doesn't have a point. He never had a point.
Hey, remember the other guy, CB? I tangle these guys. I love doing it, dude. I tangle them up so badly in their own rhetoric. They don't even know which way is up. He's just doubting the globe model. It was amazing. Like how he's just like, science, moon phases? No moon phases. He's like trying to figure out you can just hear the gears turning in his mind and him trying to read like, oh shit, what can I use here? What's scientific? Shit. Like he couldn't come up with something. Well, it's predictable. Okay, well, fine. What kind of prediction? Well, moon phases.
Yeah, that was
wow. Cute. Yeah, it was amazing. Moon phases.
Tags! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers. Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Lexa and Quasar return.
You were saying, Lexa?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You were talking. Do you want to say something?
I don't know. I'm listening just to get what you're talking about right now.
We're talking about the guy that was in here before. He was claiming an infinite radius to the celestial sphere.
So he thinks that the Earth has an infinite radius?
Okay, I don't know if you heard the French guy that was in here just a while ago. You remember him? You were in here. You were in here. His name is Nico.
Nico.
You weren't paying attention, were you?
I was. I promise I was, but maybe I didn't just remember his name. Boy.
I was, but I just don't remember his name. That means you weren't paying attention.
Is that Lexa?
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, Lexa.
I mean, just listen. I mean, I'm not always looking at Discord, you know.
That's fine. Lexa, is that you? Yesterday we spoke to you and to your brother. Thanks for allowing your brother to jump on the mic. He was awesome. And you as well. Do you brought any proof of the claims from yesterday? Today? Do you brought it today or no?
Well, I have other proof, but I just want to listen.
No evidence of the radius of the Earth, like 8 inches per mile square, that kind of stuff.
Evidence to calculate the radius of the Earth.
No actual measurement for that. Do you have? So yesterday we spoke a little bit about it. Today you probably already found it, and you can share it with us. Have you guys spoke about this stuff?
Yeah. Let me try to fill you in, Jemsy, before you chimed in. He came in here a little bit earlier, like maybe an hour or two ago, and he was. I don't know if he was upset or he just concerned or what he was, but he was starting to talk about how his brother is trying to think about the Earth as a flat stationary, but he says he never will. Because, yeah, he's not going to fall for what you guys are saying. Lexa, this guy, the one that's in here, right, the 14-year-old, he was saying that about his brother. And I was like, you can't say that about your brother. Your brother has his own mind. He can think about this critically any way he wants. And he was like, nope. He's not going to think about it. And he got really defensive about it. Like, he's not going to allow his brother to think what he wants. So he wants to control what his brother thinks and the information his brother receives because he doesn't want his brother to investigate for himself.
Well,
isn't that right, Lexa?
He talked to me like an hour ago, and he just told me he don't really think that the Earth is round. He don't really know, but he thinks that the Earth is probably more flat than round. It's not sure.
Hey, Lexa, can you have a flat round table? You know, or you can have a frisbee that is flat and round. Can you?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, if you want, I call it a sphere.
Oh, you're the one making the claim, not me. But if you want to be specific about something, just be a little specific, because, you know, you work for the, I mean, don't you, you are aspiring to promote the sphere and talk to people about it, right? And tell people sphere, because sphere. But
yes,
the terms are important when you're going to talk about that stuff. Be specific.
Okay.
But you don't have to do as I say, but if you're telling your brother what to do and how to think, and he has to believe what you believe, that's not how stuff works.
All right, just remember,
that's your older brother. You should be maybe listening more to him a little more and considering what he's considering possible.
He doesn't really have any opinion.
Oh, your brother doesn't have opinions?
He doesn't really have a strong opinion on the flat Earth conspiracy.
Okay, but he's taking information in and considering it, right? He is doing that. He told you.
Yes.
And you are capable of doing that as well. Your brother is. You are as well.
Yes.
New information that shows you maybe another perspective from the information that you've been listening to for 14 years.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can still be an engineer and do you know, like you want to do. What are you aspiring for? Engineering or science computer? What are you doing?
Space engineer, like rocket science and stuff, you know.
Okay, yeah, you can work on that. You can devise rockets. You can devise, let's say, so-called Saraloons. You know, the device that's gonna go on the balloon, and you can send it. You can send it up very high. You can do that stuff.
I'm talking about real rockets that go into space.
Right, the rockets that go high up, because rockets go very high up and then they come down. You know that, right?
Well, I know that rockets have multiple stages, and usually the last stage stay in orbit. That's what's happened. I mean,
yeah, but that doesn't mean outer space, right? You know that doesn't follow.
Well, what do you mean by outer space?
Yeah, they claim in the Baltar that you're gonna go to this place that very low pressure is next to a high pressure system. That kind of like fantasy place that nobody can find, demonstrate, go to. That place. You're not going to La La Land. In reality, you're gonna devise the rocket. You're gonna devise the technology and the camera system and whatever you're gonna do with that technology, and then you're gonna send it very high up and do things up there. But it's not going to Narnia or La La Land, is it?
Well, in my world, it is going to go in space and go in the location it needs to go, but of course, in Europe.
Have you considered what that actually means in practical reality? Because you are very capable of doing all these that you're saying in the practical sense of things, but it's not going to Fantasyland, the violation of natural law. You think you can devise something here in the ground, utilizing natural laws than here, and somehow you're gonna go to La La Land and use the same device to explore Fantasyland that doesn't exist, the violation of natural laws?
Well,
does that follow?
What's nature,
does that make any sense to you?
Well, explain me, please. Just explain me why does it violate law of nature?
Because right now you can expand your lungs, right? Take a deep breath. Do it with me. Come on. Double. Yes. Expand your lungs, a lot of air. The air pressure that is around you, right, is rose the volume that you're expanding, right, of your lungs.
Yes.
The antecedent, the thing that must be before something else to be, the antecedent. You know what that means? Okay. So the antecedent for that gas pressure and the gas pressure gradient, the antecedent to all those is a container. Right? Well, just like your lungs, when you expand the lungs and you expand the volume, right?
Yeah, just to let you know, I've heard this like 1,000 times. And like
just to let you know, no, if you heard it, it's one thing. If you comprehend it, it's a different thing. Do you comprehend it?
Yes, I do. And the thing is that, like always, I always say, it's the gravity that's pulling air and making it stay on Earth.
What's making the gas stay? What's making the gas pressure stay? What are you saying?
It is making the gas pressure stay, yes.
What is, are you saying something is doing something? What is that something that's doing the other thing, keeping the gas pressure? What are you claiming? Gravity. What's that?
Gravity is what is pulling everything into this. It is very massive objects that are pulling everything next to them, and it's not applying just for massive objects. Everything is pulling on everything. For example, I am currently pulling on you, and you are pulling, for example, in an extremely far atom on the universe. It's just so small that you can't even notice it.
What? So you said a bunch of things happen.
Yes.
This that you just said, all the words put together that you just said, is that something that you read somewhere from a book, or you've heard someone saying it? Where do you get this information from? Are you the originator, the source?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so where do you got it from?
Well, for example, NASA explained it. A lot of science channel does explain it, and for example, as you mentioned it in books, you can see it.
Okay, so explanations. So where the explanations are in a book, right? You read it from the book, and it says gravity, a word. This word means that it does things. So like making spheres, causing this and causing that. You're reading that, right? The gravity is attracting to the center of mass, and you're reading all that. How many paragraphs was this? Like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs of information that you read?
It was when I was pretty young. It was like a thing designed for children, so it was like one paragraph long.
Okay, one paragraph you read of this gravity word, and it does things. And where the reference that you read, that book, right? Referencing something like a test, or maybe an experiment, or maybe a demonstration. Where is that? Where is that the book is talking about? Can you show me that?
You want me to show an experiment of gravity, or just show you the book?
The scientific paper of the people, the date, everything put together, and it's gonna be the scientific theory that has been demonstrated by the scientific method, and now you have the scientific theory already proposed on paper. Do you have that in that is sourcing the demonstration, right? Do you have it? The how the cause and effect relationship that you're claiming that gravity is doing this? Where is the how methodology? Where is it?
The Cavendish experiment.
Anybody want to reply to that? Because I need to take a breath. But thank you, Alexa, for replying to
the ultimate authority.
My name is Alexa.
No, we'll deal with the actual method, Kiwi. I think I'm gonna get into the method. Lexa, what did they do in the Cavendish experiment?
All right. Let me tell you. Okay.
Do you have to look this up?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what's been done. You just quickly look it up right now and expect that when you look it up, there's going to be an answer there that tells you, right?
Yes, and the answer would probably be right.
But you know what's wrong with what you just done right now?
What's wrong? Do I need to be an encyclopedia to be right?
No. If you are claiming right now that you are right because gravity exists, and now you have to look it up, do you know that you just believe, like a religious belief, that this thing is true?
Do you know that I could say you can go into a rocket, but the thing is that you don't believe in rockets?
Lexa,
say that.
Lexa, hang on. Before anybody, don't chime in, Kiwi. 1 second. Lexa, do you understand what I just told you?
Well, listen, I could have said.
Do you understand, Lexa? Lexa, do you understand? What did I just explain to you?
You explained to me that, like a religion, before that moment, I didn't know how to explain gravity. And in fact, I knew how to explain it. The thing is that the only way I possibly knew how to do this is to explain by rocket science. And the thing is that you don't really seem to believe in rocket and space. So that's
not about a belief, Lexa. It's not about a belief. I told you this yesterday. You have to provide evidence for what you're claiming.
I could have provided evidence by rockets, but the thing is that you don't believe in rockets.
You don't have it's not about a belief, Lexa. You keep saying that word as if it's something that you can say. It's not. What I'm asking for is the evidence. If you're claiming it's going to a certain location that you don't have evidence where it's at, then you can't make the claim. It's a belief you have. That's your belief that it's in that medium. When you say it's going to the vacuum of space, then I'm asking you, how do you know that? You said, well, yesterday, this is what you said. I have an app that I can follow, or I can look at a computer screen. This is what you said, right? Is this not what you said?
I said that there was an application that can tell you when to look up, and you will see a bright dot, and this is probably a space orbiter or satellite. That's what I said.
Yeah, probably, but maybe it's something else.
Well, it's probably a satellite or a space debris.
So, do you know the word that you just used? Probably means that it's suggestive. A suggestive term means that it could be. It could be that. It might be something else.
It could be. I'm gonna say it is because.
No, it is definitive. It is definitive. It means you do know 100%.
If it isn't satellites, what would it be?
Well, that is not my claim, sir. That is your claim, and that's why I'm making you actually look at how you're wording things, which is so important when we're in this discussion. We either know or we don't know, right? So the difference between you knowing something or you just think you know, right? Like the way you're telling me right now.
But like
no, you don't,
said,
Lexa. You don't know, Lexa.
Can you stop calling me, please?
Can we talk the brother? Can we let the brother speak? Okay, let's listen to the brothers talk about this.
My brother isn't here right now.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, Lexa. Let him speak. Go ahead.
Waza, go ahead.
Well, I'm just listening right now because I think it's interesting to let him speak. You know, he's really good when it comes to science, right? I think he's a very smart kid, so
I think he is.
All right.
Yeah, we need to
All
let
right.
him speak.
All right, wait, stop. Before you jump in, I need clarification. When he uses term, what? Yeah, let me just I just want to finish this point. When I'm clarifying to him is the distinction between him saying the words that are suggestive, like probably, right, and him saying definitive terms like it is. So when he says probably, he does not know. He believes. When he say it is definitive. That means he knows, which would be followed by some kind of example or method that he can tell us. So this is important, right? If we lose sight, it doesn't matter what he says. It's only when he uses the suggestive terms like it could be, it probably, maybe. These terms are suggestive, means he doesn't know, he only believes, and we don't want to hear about beliefs. We want to hear him tell us it is, and here's the method. Here's what you do. That's what we want. We want evidence, not somebody's belief. Go ahead.
Well, what do you want me to explain?
Well, we were talking about gravity at the moment, but you said the only way I can explain it is with rockets. And I don't need
concede, and he can concede you don't have. You can say, hey, rockets, a different book. We're gonna move away from this. Remember the page that we were reading, the paragraph that you read when you were younger? You said that we were on this page. So if you want to go to a different book, rockets, a different page, eventually we can move on. But before concede that you don't have the demonstration of the claim in the book, can you concede at the least?
Does he know the word concede, Jepsy? Maybe he doesn't.
Sorry?
Do you know what concede means, Lexa?
Concede?
Yes, the word.
Concession.
Jepsy? You want to tell him?
Can you tell him?
So concede means that if you don't have the evidence for something, you be honest and say, I don't have the evidence for this.
Okay.
That's what a concession is, that you don't have the evidence. So you have to admit that you don't. You're conceding.
Practically.
You have to admit it.
Well, you see, the only way for now that I could have explained gravity is just by rockets science. And I guess for you it doesn't quite work because I'm not sure if it is the case, but you don't seem to believe that rocket goes into orbit and stuff. So
do you have evidence?
So in no other terms, I can say that I have no evidence or no real evidence to your eyes. Of course.
The thing that you're saying is that the thing that you're saying is that rockets work because of gravity, and your antecedents. No, they're speaking, guys. Yeah, okay. You put in like an antecedent. You're saying gravity is the antecedents of rockets working, like you devising the rockets and devising the technology and putting all the calculations together, based that you're gonna make that work on a cartoon model that you haven't verified, you haven't demonstrated, you haven't measured. But you're still saying that that's what you're basing. That is the antecedent to you be able to make a rocket work. Is that your claim?
Wait, my God. Sorry.
You're claiming that the antecedent for you to build rockets and make them work, it's gravity.
Jepsy, I think he's preoccupied. You might want to wait till he stops being.
He's my bad.
Jepsy is explaining to you right now, Alexa. But if you're preoccupied, please put yourself on mute because it doesn't sound like you're paying attention. Yeah. Because he asked you something that you're not paying attention. So please put yourself on mute. You're disrespecting Lexa. Listen, stop. You're gonna disrespect my chat by not paying attention. Put yourself on mute and let somebody else come into the chat. I know we want to speak to you, but you're not paying attention to what Jemsy's saying, and you're disrespecting the chat. You know what disrespecting means, right?
I know.
Okay, so please put yourself on mute if you're gonna be busy, and come back when you have your full attention. Otherwise, please do not speak.
Okay.
So put yourself on mute, or else you'll be helped to do that. Locally mute yourself, as in mute your microphone.
I'm not occupied.
All right, so I'll do it.
Jeez.
If we do not have your full attention, I don't want to have my panel be saying things over and over again because you're preoccupied.
Perhaps I could explain him to him because he doesn't know much English, so
go ahead.
It's okay, though. We're not necessarily looking for explanations. We're looking for the evidence, a demonstration, the proof. We know how it's supposed to work. We just want to see how it actually is working, if it is.
Well, he's the one who should provide evidence because I'm not. Like I said,
fine with me.
I said
you know what? I don't want to put the burden on Lexa.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I don't want to be the. He's claiming it, so yeah, I'm gonna ask for it, right? But I mean, he doesn't have it, so.
I would say one thing, and that is, he probably doesn't get everything that you're saying, so it's hard for him. But
it's kind of I figured that, Quaza. That's why I'm saying like I wanted Jency to kind of because the words that we're using in English probably are not translating over for you guys, or at least for him, because he's right. That's what I figured.
Preceding is from Latin, and French is a Latin language, so.
Some words, not all the words, just some words. Like conceited, I don't think he understands what conceding means. So.
Oh yeah, probably not.
So but outside of that, he understood most of everything else. But if he does have the evidence, I do want him to speak for himself, even though you're still here, Quaza. But if there's something he doesn't understand, could you explain it to him in French?
Yes,
maybe?
I will.
Okay,
so just unmute him because I think he's ready to speak now. I'm not sure.
Oh, we got his full attention because you can tell him in French, hey, man, give these guys your attention if you're going to talk to them. If not, he's going to go back on mute.
Okay.
That's all I got to say. Go ahead, Lexa.
Yes. So, just as for gravity, as I told you, I have no evidence.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I mean,
how is gravity evidence the Earth is a ball?
Well, I think I can answer this because we already talked about this. Bon, Zach, dis-leur juste, t'inquiète.
Je leur dis quoi, du coup?
Tu sais, parce qu'en gros, il dit comment la gravité, ça prouve que la Terre est ronde, du coup. Tu sais, le truc simple, qu'en mode... ça serait au milieu dans la gravité, tu vois, ça ferait une boule, obligé.
Ouais.
En gros,
guys, I see the necessity of speaking in your language, but I will say... respect to you guys for having the conversation, brothers. But do this chat, another language chat, do it in the back chats because we can't comprehend it.
He's translating the question, I guess.
He's translating, but the arguments are going to be...
and then he's going to reply to the question.
Yeah.
Lex is going to reply in English.
Okay. Du coup, je leur dis pourquoi la gravité fait que la Terre est ronde.
Oui, voilà, juste ça. Voilà.
Okay, so my brother told me that you ask why the gravity made the Earth round, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So gravity makes the Earth round because gravity apply at the center of mass and it apply evenly in almost all the direction, which make objects affected by strong gravity completely round.
So we're back to the page that we spoke about before. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Is there any actual evidence for that? Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I...
Formed something into a ball?
Sorry?
That formed a bunch of particles into a ball?
Well, not exactly, but...
Okay, so and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity, if with this experiment...
You don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists, and it applies evenly, when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim. No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it, right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
Vraiment aucun moyen d'expliquer la gravité, sérieusement.
Ben non, je sais pas. Enfin, non, mais l'autre là, il veut pas écouter.
Arrête, mais ils vont.
So I bring this up.
C'est passer sur autre chose au pire.
I'm bringing this up for a specific reason. It's not accidental that I asked you this question.
Sorry?
A lot of globe earthers come in here and they say the same thing. They come in and say, gravity proves Earth is a ball. And then I ask for the evidence for it. It's not predicted by the physics. So if you run a simulation with a bunch of particles, like a computer simulation, they don't get a ball, right? It's never been observed in nature, and there's no experiment that demonstrates it. So that is just a claim with no evidence, right? It's just a claim.
Okay, just tell him Quasar. Okay. Axel, ok, je veux dire un truc, ça a rien à voir, ok. Mais demande-leur, tu sais, s'il n'y a pas de gravité, comment est-ce que tu es attiré vers la Terre, tu vois, genre, c'est ça que je comprends pas. Demande-leur si, genre, par exemple, tu sais, c'est constant, tu vois.
So, I have a question for you guys. That's it's not included in what we are talking, but why are we all pulled down? Just a random question. Why?
Nobody knows the answer to that.
No, I don't know.
Nobody knows the answer. There's no experiment that can demonstrate.
No one knows.
So you want to know the cause of falling objects, right? The causal mechanism why objects fall to the ground. Right?
Yes.
Okay. What experiment can demonstrate that? Now, if we're going to think of an experiment in our head, we want to know the cause of this apple falling. What experiment can we do?
Well, as I told you, the only experiment that I know, remember...
Attends,
yeah, Cavendish, right? Nothing is falling in Cavendish either, right? There's no falling objects.
Let me translate him, please. En gros, il te parle, il parle de... Il a dit un truc genre, à propos d'une pomme qui tombe, tu sais, genre en mode ça, c'est testable, tu vois.
Ouais.
Et j'ai pas très bien compris la suite, en fait.
Bah, moi non plus.
Ok, mais t'as compris ça, il a dit... could you repeat, Injo, what you said, please? To get the full sentence?
Okay, yeah. So, he asked me basically, what's the cause of falling? Why do things fall? Right? The causal mechanism. There's no experiment that can demonstrate that. Right? Because to figure out the cause of an effect, there's a certain way you have to do the experiment. You have to manipulate the cause, the presumed cause, and observe a change in the effect, right? We can take an object, we can take two objects of different mass, right? And we drop them and they fall at the same rate, right?
Yes.
So we just manipulated what people say is the cause, mass attracting mass, we manipulated them, but there's no change in the effect. Right? So the experiment that would definitively show it doesn't exist. And that's why there's 20, 30 theories of gravity.
Well,
there's not just Newton, there's Einstein, there's Gaussian, there's Machian, there's shitloads of gravity models.
Okay, so just let me tell you that there is an experiment that is proving gravity. It's called the Cavendish experiment. And at least, even if you don't believe the Cavendish experiment, we have an experiment trying to at least prove that the gravity does exist, because you don't even have a single clue for why things are going down in your...
Neither do you.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I asked you, there's nothing, listen, nothing goes down in the Cavendish experiment. How can you say Cavendish experiment shows the reason things go down when nothing goes down in the experiment you're doing?
Why things should go down?
Augustus.
There is nothing that is saying that things should go down, unless in your theory, but there is nothing Like there's no.
He's not understanding, Indio. He's not getting it.
No,
He's
he
not
does
getting
get it. No, he gets it.
Either he gets it and he's just trying to rumpus and go over the same thing, because he's done this to me before. He'll say the same thing over and over again, like it's going to change the outcome of what he's saying. It's not going to change.
I'm just telling him that.
How do you logically get from the Cavendish? Do you even know what's observed in the Cavendish experiment? Describe it to me.
I think he's too young for this, to be honest.
Yeah, just describe it. Just describe it to me. What happens? What's observed? You have no idea.
No,
Somehow
because he had to look it up. The moment I asked him earlier, he punched it into Google because he didn't know. So for gravity, me and Gemsy were talking to him. He on the spot Googled it, and I was like, "What are you doing? Why are you searching it up?" Because like, I don't know that. I've never researched this, and he just started to look it up right there. I'm like, "You see how you're doing it right now? You didn't know before, and what do you think you're going to gain by looking at it now? Like you're going to be an expert at what this thing's about? You have no idea of what this is." And you're not going to presume to tell this people and the panel what you're going to know when you have no idea yourself. What is this? This is
a good illustration, though. Someone just said to him, Cavendish proves gravity, has no idea what the experiment is, has no idea what's observed, and just says, yes, I'm going to take that, make a leap of logic, and go to this is why things fall. Dude, when you set up a Cavendish experiment, it's a torsion bar, right? Hanging from a wire with balls hanging down. Typically, this is how it's done, with weights on the bottom. So this thing will rotate, right? Sometimes, depending if you set it up correctly. So it'll rotate, and then it'll oscillate back and forth. They time the speed of the oscillation, right? The angle of rotation, to infer G from that. They don't just stick together. So think about what I just said. I set up a contraption. I watch some balls oscillate. Therefore, that's why things fall. That's dumb as fuck. Sorry.
Who's laughing?
Doesn't matter. You pay attention to what he just said?
Because you don't know what the experiment is. Like, when I'm here, I'm just assuming you know what it is, and you're saying, oh, Cavendish proves the reason things fall. Nothing can be further from the truth. It's like me rubbing two sticks together is what's proof of building a table. It has nothing to do with it. They're not even the same thing.
All right, may I speak now?
Yeah,
he's punching way above his weight, dude. Like, and he thinks that him being in here saying, may I speak now? That's not gonna make you understand things, Lexa. You don't know. You need to go away. You need to go away and research. You need to research this information. Listen, Lexa, listen to me. When you come into this panel, you have to be well informed about your position, and you're not well informed about your position. You're a 14-year-old kid who thinks they know everything and are bullying their brother because you're bullying your brother, and you're acting like you know Mr. Know-It-All, and you don't know shit in this panel. And it's becoming very tired when you say, just let me speak. We're not going to let you speak because you don't know, sir.
Then what's the point of talking?
That's right. Put yourself on mute and go and do research.
Listening. That's the thing. You should be listening, not talking at this stage.
Or researching, because you have no idea of your position right now. And this panel is tired of you saying, let me speak, when you have no knowledge about what you're talking about.
So, Alexa, did you see what I posted in chat? Like 3 or 4 posts? Simulating asteroid rubble piles with self-gravitating south sphere distinct element method model, right? So what they do is they take a model in a 3D simulation and they, apply gravity to it, and then this is what forms. They don't get balls. They get all sorts of random shapes, right? They don't get balls. So let's say, okay, gravity predicts Earth will become a ball. We'd have to confirm that by measuring a ball, right? That's how science works, right? You have a model, it makes a prediction, then you go test the prediction. And that's how you confirm it, right? Try to falsify it. Oh, we have a model. Gravity falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. You keep saying pull to the center of the Earth. That's the shit they teach kids in school. That's garbage. They don't even tell you the right thing. But that's besides the point, right? So eventually you have to get to the experimental phase where you confirm, right, the model by measuring the Earth to be the ball they say it is. Without the ball, you can't get rockets in orbits. You can't get any of this stuff. The radius has to be a specific value. It can't be a different value. It has to be 3959. You realize that, right? That gravity has to, or the Earth's radius has to be 3959. Cannot be any other value. You know that, right?
Compris ou pas?
Alexa. Can't be a bigger radius.
Yeah, the interesting
The
thing about the Cavendish experiment, if you think about it, just thinking about the Cavendish experiment in terms of like a probabilistic outcome, right? So if you were to say just remove the balls and just have a torsion beam on its own and hung from a ceiling or whatever, what is the probability that it would turn clockwise or counterclockwise? Well,
that's a good question. I asked that.
It's a 50% more or less, right? It'd be 50% clockwise. So, yeah, it would be 50% clockwise and it'd be 50% counterclockwise, right? So, if you wanted to, and let's just say the balls had absolutely no effect whatsoever, you would have a 50% chance of getting it right accidentally, but not based on what the Cavendish is supposed to be proving, right? So, you've got a 50% chance of getting the result that you want based on the effect not even being present that you think is influencing the turning of that bar. So you understand then that if you were to do that experiment 100 times, 50 of them you could, where it turned the wrong way, you could just assume, oh, well, I just must have done it wrong, so we'll just discard those results. And now you have the 50 results that all seem to confirm something that's not happening, just purely based on probability.
Yeah, so here's the thing, the way they set it up, it can turn either way, right? It can actually turn either direction. It's centered, right? So you got two balls, right? Okay. And the other balls, it can spin to the left or clockwise or counterclockwise. So the thing is, 50% chance would only be if it's perfectly balanced.
Okay,
right?
Can speak. Vas-y, speak.
Yeah, good point, yeah.
Can I say something now?
Yeah.
Alright. So the thing is that from the beginning I said I had no real clue for the gravity, and now it's been like 10 to 15 minutes that you guys are telling me you have no argument. You're talking about a subject that you don't even know. I said from the beginning that I didn't have clue. So why are you guys keep it up like that? This is nonsense.
Okay.
Okay, so you've just got some bad feelings now. Okay, that's right. So the problem is that from what I've heard, because I've only just come in, but from what I've heard, sounds like you asserted that gravity exists, which is a claim, and you've then asserted that the Cavendish experiment is how you prove that. Now, I think the reason that people are going on about that is because you've wasted everyone's time by making these silly claims with no evidence to back it up.
Yeah, listen, we understand the gold model. Everybody here is perfectly educated in the gold model. We all went to the same schools. We all learned the same things. We all know it, right? The difference between us and you is we actually investigated it, right? We checked their claims for whether they had evidence, and they don't. It's sad story. Or the evidence doesn't actually logically lead to the conclusions that they reach from them. For example, the Cavendish experiment is a description of why things fall. That's nonsense. It's not even logical, even a little bit. It's a non sequitur. It does not logically follow from that test. But this is what you have to be alert to, is that why are they teaching you a messed up model of gravity in school? Why did they teach it to all of us? Gravity pulls everything to the center. Why would they teach that? Because that's not the universal law of gravitation. Universal law of gravitation is every particle in the universe attracts every other particle in the universe inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Right? That's not everything gets pulled to the center. That's a simplification. Right? So why do they teach that? Then why do they say, okay, look at this here, everything in space is a ball because everything gets pulled to the center? Yeah, that's great if you want to brainwash kids, but they don't. That's not even the real quote unquote model, if that's what you want to call it.
Remember that in your theory, you don't even know
have a theory.
Why you think I pull down. Remember that.
Neither can you.
Well, I at least have an experiment. You don't even have one, and this experiment is just misunderstood by you.
Welcome to Lexa. Welcome to Lexa, guys.
He just freaking respawn.
That's all he does. By the way.
Indio, can I ask him a question, please? Yo, Lex, I have a question for you, dude.
Go ahead.
What's your experiment, man?
I said it was a Cavendish experiment, but listen. Listen. Okay. Listen. Just
I can turn around and say to you, I've got the flipper flop. Yeah.
Okay. Locally, your gravity, how does it exist? How does it display it? How does it display itself?
Well, as I just told you, it's by applying at the center of mass.
Sorry, what?
It's apply at the center of mass.
It's a fly at the center?
It's apply
Look, could you speak with some
gravity
pump in your
apply
voice?
at the center of mass of an object.
Locally, how would you display gravity locally, my friend? Come on, speak with some oomph in your voice. I can barely hear you.
I don't know.
Tu vas me dire, t'as zéro explication dessus, genre même sur internet, t'as vraiment rien.
Lexa, I got a question for Lexa.
Mais il casse les couilles là. Yes.
I got a question for Lexa. Lexa, are you playing a video game? Which video game are you playing?
BeamNG.
What's the name?
BeamNG.
Alright, you're muted. Okay, until you finish playing the video game, and when you're done, you come back. Okay?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you, Jimsy. Thank you,
I did
Jimsy.
it. Fuck it. Yo, you almost threw him out. Where did that guy go? I was just here asking a question. Oh yeah, like dude, like he just like respawned at the exact same place, making the same claim that got destroyed. Like what the hell?
Yeah, this conversation is way above him right now. He doesn't even know the arguments. The people that know the arguments get destroyed in here.
He's parroting, and his mind is doing something else. He's playing a video game and just parroting what he knows, and he's not listening, looking at the alternatives.
I don't think he listened at all, quite honestly. I just think he like turned it off.
Check this out. Quaza is his brother. He's in here right now. He's the one that's translating for you guys that are just joining us right now. So we got to speak to Quaza yesterday. We got to speak to Quaza yesterday, but his younger brother seems to have a great influence on the older one. And the younger one seems to be a bully to the older one. And he's, I don't know, Quaza seems to really like that he's got a great mind to think about things. But that is also turned back around to Quaza, and now the little one is actually bullying the older one. And it's I don't know, it's pretty bad.
They'll figure it out. They're brothers. I fight with my brother. It's all good. They'll figure it out. But definitely don't allow your little brother to bully you, Quaza. I mean, he should be looking up.
With all due respect to your older brother, he's only 14. He ain't as bright as you think he is. He's just bamboozled you with a bunch of bullshit. No, because I heard you say, don't ask me, I don't know anything. Ask my brother,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I heard you say that, right?
I'm not.
You're as smart as he is, believe me.
Or smarter, actually.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Well, I'm not into space like he is. I don't care that much about it.
So
that
kills me, man.
That's not a gauge of intelligence, Quaza. That's not a gauge of intelligence, brother. That knowing about space.
I know what you mean, but I'm not as qualified as he is in this subject, right?
What the?
Look, man, just because you can go to work and talk about black holes at the water cooler, don't make you smart, man.
Hey, what that translates is you are not as emotionally invested and don't have like a romantic relationship with the space idea. And
yes, right. It's what I mean. Actually, yeah.
Correct.
Obviously, I'm older, so I'm smarter than him, right? But I don't know as much as he do. I mean, you can say it's fake, but he knows more than me in this, in this field.
We got Vagabond. We got Vagabond who wants to come in here. Vagabond.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, Vagabond?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
Hey, not much. Doing pretty good. But I want to say something to this guy. One thing. Now, imagine he read Lord of the Rings, right? Or the whole series of J.R. Tolkien books. he just has knowledge of that, right? So he's taken his time to learn all these space fantasy stories, whereas you've not taken the time to do that. Doesn't make him smarter or dumber, or you dumber or smarter. He's just invested time into this. And as Gemsy said, he has to defend it. Otherwise, he just wasted all that time, right? Space is fake, and he read, you're sitting there playing space video games and reading space books and, dreaming about going into orbit. All that is wasted effort. So he has to protect it. Has to. Right? It's called the sunk cost fallacy. Right? You have to keep investing in something even though it's a losing
I
proposition.
understand what you mean, but sorry, I forgot the English word, but yeah, I understand sorry, I know what you say in English, but yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
You understand the reference. La référence?
Yes, but I was talking about the fallacies, right?
What? Which one?
Like when you talk about gravity, for instance.
Okay.
No, I didn't pay much attention. I was in the vocal, but I was busy with work. But yeah, I overheard.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, if I may, so I think we should separate this topic into two different spaces. So understanding debate structure and logical fallacies is one side of debate, and then looking at just the concrete, like realistic observations and the mathematical proofs that can be had. These are two different things that we have to learn. So the logical fallacies is really important. That if your brother has a better grasp of them, you're going to feel dumber around him because he's going to be pointing out all of these mistakes in your judgment and all of these other arguments you've had together. But it's going to give him a strategic advantage over you in this debate. But what we're trying to tell you is like this debate is grounded in math. If you just study the subject of the flat earth and the math, you'll have more than enough ammunition to argue with your brother.
Yeah, okay.
And then still study the logical fallacies when you have time. But that would only help you stronger if you knew the math. Because you can't just pull out the logical fallacies if you don't understand.
I understand that. Of course,
you understand if you don't understand the context of how it works and the argument, it's not going to serve you.
Without, the
That's okay.
What you're thinking about. Yes, of course.
That's okay. But did you understand my logic there?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, because I don't have any religious beliefs, so to say. I don't defend as passionate as he is. So. I might change my mind, if I because I think I'm how do you say I need to prove stuff, I need to experiment. So if I can be proven that with real math equation whatever that the earth is flat, then yeah, I might start believing it.
Proofs on the ground that's under our feet. So it's like, the reason that they harp on things like the word gravity is because that's a big part of your mind getting pulled into the vision of a ball in your own head. But he's just saying, take the word gravity, just put it on a shelf for a second. And then density still does what gravity does. So let's just remove gravity for a second. And then like measure the floor, measure the concepts of like gas, how it moves around us. But not what we think, what do we really observe? And then you could break from what you've been taught because that's what you think, that's what everybody thinks, and then think for yourself and say, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Like water is always flat. You're like, oh, well, that's a fact. I don't need anybody to tell me that fact. I can see it every time I look at water. You know what I mean? But I have to have enough confidence in myself to say, yes, every time I see water, it is flat. And it doesn't matter what anyone says. I know it's flat every time I look at it. You understand? Mm-hmm. So you're looking from your perspective.
But of course, it raises a lot of questions.
Of course, yeah, I understand that.
There's there's a lot of things that I would love to understand, right?
Sure.
Like, why are we being pulled down, for instance? For instance, how navigation work, in airplanes, whatever. So
sure.
All of this, I would love to understand, right?
Sure, I understand. And those are logical questions, and so it all comes down to the amount of time you're willing to invest in that subject. Just like I believe India was saying earlier, he invested more hours studying this subject, so he's always going to sound more proficient than you. But that goes for every subject that humans study since the beginning of time. If I know more than you and you know a little bit and I know a lot, in a public conversation, I'm always going to sound smarter than you. But if it doesn't mean I'm right. It's just, there needs to be someone that comes forth with a better argument than that person and has studied the subject better than theirs. So everything that comes out of their mouth can be handled properly so that they scratch their head instead of you scratching your head.
All right. He just joined the vocal now, so if you want to remove his mute, feel free to do so.
He's playing his video game, Guaza. We're not gonna mute him because he's playing I'd rather him play his game than him come in here and waste everybody's time.
Well, some people do play, and some people in the Discord, they play chess, they play different games, and they still pay attention to the conversation, but that's not what your brother is doing. His mind is completely into the game, and then he's just parroting stuff, and that's it.
Yeah, so basically he's trying to talk about the topic like it's an off-throw topic. Like, I'm so smart, let's just, talk to these stupid people over here. But we're sitting here pointing out very specific things. And if his mind isn't tuned that way to be very specific, he'll miss it. So that's why I'm trying to say, like, you can easily catch up because it doesn't matter how long it takes you to catch up. The fact that you catch up is what matters, and you do the research.
I just wanted to talk about a couple of things that Vagabonds said, but put them together. So you've got the idea of someone being very well studied in a subject, which 100% everything you've said there is correct. I agree with you. And then you've also got the subject of logical fallacies. But the interesting thing about logic, because it's so kind of, let's just say it applies to every single aspect of our lives, you can often understand that someone's being illogical even with very little knowledge of a subject. And I think that's why it's very important to understand logic, because you can basically call bullshit. You can listen to someone making baseless assertions or just being illogical generally, even with very little knowledge of the subject.
Are you speaking to me?
Just to the room,
I do agree with that. Actually, I do agree with that. I've only found value in it after I studied the flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know any of these. I probably heard like the most popular ones here and there, but I didn't even know what a logical fallacy was. You know what I mean? And I've been working in sales. I've been on 1,000 meetings. I've had very complex conversations, but I've never nailed down the subject because it just didn't come up. You know what I mean? And then when it did come up, I was like, oh, I see why this is important. I was like, I better learn these fallacies things before people start just using them on me and I don't even know that they're trying. Because remember, a dumb person surrounded by other dumb people that hold the same fallacy, it'll seem like they're all corroborating each other's opinion because you can't pop that balloon.
That was one of the things that when he mentioned Cavendish, called off the hop, stating appeal to an authority, which Mayhem sussed out in asking him specifically what were the observations within the confines of the Cavendish in order to further your understanding of gravity. Now, again, stating what an appeal to authority is, he literally said Cavendish. Okay, if you're appealing to Cavendish, the authority, that means that you hold absolutely no understanding of the merit of that observation. You're just pointing at him and saying, he did it, and he's going to take the fall. You suss me out.
I mean that you know what is the hypothesis in Cavendish experiment. What is the hypothesis in Cavendish experiment that we finish this story? There is no hypothesis in Cavendish.
Question for you, our friend.
For everybody, there is no hypothesis in Cavendish experiment. And now, sentence. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll, arguing in Edge that hypotheses are not simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are whole point. The whole point missing in Cavendish experiment for the science.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
The whole point it's missing in experiment. That means it's not experiment. That means it's not a science. That means...
Can you let's speak, please?
There is no hypothesis in so-called Cavendish experiment. And hypothesis is whole point of experiment, of science, scientific method.
Yeah, but does he even know what a hypothesis is, let alone that?
That I'm saying. There is no hypothesis for Cavendish experiment.
I know, he probably doesn't know that or what a hypothesis is.
I can read again. Hypotheses are not simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. Their whole point.
No, I will let him speak, but the thing is, he was preoccupied playing the game and he can't focus on this conversation.
I think he's done because I don't hear him playing anymore. So if you want to let him speak now.
Is he going to answer straightforward? Is he going to say, let me explain? I don't want to hear him explaining. I need the evidence to back up if he knows the claim, yes or no.
I'm gonna... Okay, could you just demute him 10 seconds so I know if he's ready or not?
Alright.
Ok, t'es prêt ou pas?
Mais mec, je la connais pas l'expérience Cavendish, mais ils arrêtent pas de la demander, ça me casse les burnes en fait.
It's not going to go that way, Quaza. You already know. It's not going to go that way.
What do you
mean? If he goes, he said Cavendish. I heard him. We're not going there anymore.
He said that he's not familiar with this experiment, I think.
Okay, so Sasha, did you ask him a straightforward question? Or was it you, Heretic?
Now it's strange for me because he said I didn't say, but if I heard properly half an hour ago, some Cavendish was involved, and it came from his mouth or for somebody.
Lexus. It came from his mouth. But here's the context of that conversation. When I first approached him with that understanding, I think it was me and Jemsy that were talking to him, and gravity was the word that was being used. And when to provide evidence for gravity, he went on Google to research how he can provide evidence, and he went to the Cavendish, which then Indio came along and told him that it was not being able to be used. And he was talking to him and giving the explanation, and Lexa was too busy playing his video game that he didn't hear anything that Indio said. So this is the reason why now he's only going to answer anything people say and not go off into explanations because he doesn't know. So right now it's only for a time for him to be quiet and listen and then ask questions about what we say, not give us explanations because he does not know. So Quaza, you can tell him. I don't want to hear him tell us explanations because he doesn't know anything. He's learning things now. He's not teaching. He's not a teacher.
But Miggy, what if he does not know that he does not know?
Well, he's gonna have to. He's right now. He's full of himself, though, man. He's really bullying everybody. So he's not.
He admitted he didn't know, though. Yeah. He admitted he didn't know, but then used it again anyway.
But I say, like, why not let him get it all out? You know
he did. This is his second session.
Multiple times. This would be the third if you want to go there.
He was yelling his lungs. He was yelling his lungs into the mic. Miggy. Okay. He was yelling to everybody heard him. Even his brother came into the room. He was like, "Bro, what's going on in here?" He was yelling.
Why?
Oh, he got it out, man. Whatever it was he got it out.
I just got here. So like, I didn't get here too long ago. But once I started talking, like, I just got here. So I missed all of the previous.
He did got it out yesterday.
Yeah, he did. So right now is the time to learn and maybe ask some questions. If somebody wants to ask, tell him something. And if he doesn't know, for him to be honest and say, I don't know that. And that's fine. Intellectual honesty gets you a long way in this chat versus you thinking you know everything. You don't. You're 14 years old. You're just learning.
What's his name?
I have questions.
Lexa.
Lexa. Lexa, again, one of the
Lexa.
questions I asked you earlier after India was done with you. How would you locally demonstrate gravity?
Oh my god. Just as I probably told you, the thing is that I don't exactly know how to demonstrate the gravity effects, and I can't tell you in a proper way. That's
Thank you.
Gravity's supposed to be the cause. Hold on. That's supposed to be the cause, though. Gravity's supposed to be the cause, not the effect.
Let's go with the major presentation of gravity, which Neil deGrasse Tyson used to speak about it, and him picking up the microphone. What do you think about that? Him dropping the microphone. Do you think that's a fair observation for gravity being displayed?
Well, no.
I don't know if he knows what you mean, Kiwi. Some people don't know what that.
I think it's what India said because
he's lucky they probably don't have Neil deGrasse Tyson on TV.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm
very
saying.
good call. I apologize.
Use a demonstrate. Yeah, just use a demonstration that you can make him understand what you're talking about.
All right, my friend. So if I want to observe gravity commercially shown, I would pick up something and then observe it dropping. Do you think that's a fair observation of gravity working?
Well, not exactly.
Why is that? Is gravity not a downward bias?
It's not always pointing down, it's just pointing to the center of Earth.
Center of what?
La Terre, mais t'avais pas entendu.
The center of Earth.
Okay, so you're presupposing that there's a center, an attraction center.
Presupposing that center is the center of a ball, so the globe is at the core of everything that he's claiming again.
Now, do you think that point shows up in Australia?
Well, yes, Australia is.
So the relative downward bias would show in Australia and also where you are located.
Well, I don't really understand what you want to mean, but if what you're trying to say is that people in Australia will fall down, it's not the case. Indeed.
Right, but the idea of invoking this downward bias, would you not have to exert some kind of a force to it in order to observe the downward bias occur?
Well, for me, there is no downward force. I mean, the only force that it is pulling me, you, and everyone on Earth is the gravity that Earth produces, and it's pointing to the center of Earth. When in Australia, it's not pointing down; it's pointing to the center of Earth.
So it's like basically what you've said is we're not floating around in the air because the Earth is a ball that we're sticking to.
Yes.
Okay, so now you got to go back to the first premise and prove that the Earth is a ball.
As I just told you, I'm not 100%. No, that's not what I want to be. I want to say just that I don't exactly know how to prove gravity, just because I'm not entirely sure how the experiments work.
But I mean, it's just a claim stack, right? Like, I mean, ultimately your argument is that the Earth is a ball, right? And then you go to gravity, and then that claim just goes like, oh, well, we're not floating around in the air because the Earth is a ball. Well, let's just go back to the first principle of the Earth being a ball and see if we can prove that.
Let's there's a bunch of channels, information channels in this Discord. I would recommend you to scroll down in the server, information, read through there's a lot of links, videos, demonstrations. There's also a Wikipedia in the server that has a bunch of observations of reality. And once you go through a good amount of that information or some topics that you find interesting at your leisure, You come back here, you can ask questions and make comments and probably say, hey, I figured something out, guys.
If you want, I can give you a representation of what gravity is, but I don't think it is what you.
No, we already know the representation of the mainstream information. We already know that. We need you to We need you to look at the information we're presenting to you, because right now you don't know any of the arguments. At all. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I want to ask you a question. Lexa. Now, let's say before there was a heliocentric model, I have a time machine, right? And I grab a Cavendish machine and I go back to 2000 BC and I set it up and I go, look, guys, you backwards cavemen, this proves gravity. This proves Earth is a ball. This contraction. What do you think would happen? They'd fucking stone me to death or burn me. They'd be like, oh, this guy's retarded. Let's just kill him. You can't logically get to Earth as a ball from Cavendish, no matter what kind of mental contortions you do. It doesn't logically follow from that test, experiment, whatever, that Earth is a ball. Just doesn't logically follow from it.
Golo, t'es débile, c'est ça qu'il dit là, t'es débile.
No, it's not the only proof that I have that the Earth is round.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're abandoning gravity. So
this ain't gonna go well if you don't know what you're talking about, Lexa. The next thing that comes out of your mouth, I'm gonna get you on it if you don't know what you're talking about. I will. So right now, I'm telling you, please go look at the information, because if you come back with something that you don't know what you're talking about, I'm gonna get you.
Rien que tu peux prouver, ça t'as pas un autre truc.
So it's up to you. Take your time, go into the information we have at the bottom of the server, look at all the things we discuss. Perhaps later on you can come back and you understand the argument, you'll be able to talk about it. Right now, just like everybody's been telling you.
Hey, Mickey.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
When my dog said, I'm gonna get you, he growled, I swear to God.
I'm gonna get you. Oh!
He's protecting you. That's why.
No, he's following suit with you. You're acting like a bulldog, dude. What's your favorite dog?
Mine? You wouldn't. You'd be kind of like stumped if I told you.
Oh no! Now I have to know.
Well, they're small little. My wife has the name of it. It's a Yorkie. Yeah, she's got a small. It's a little rat. It's a tiny little rat. But
you may know already, I have a long-haired Chihuahua. He's kind of fat right now. He needs to lose 2 pounds, like seriously. So he's supposed to be, toys are 6 pounds. He's 7 pounds, and now he's 9. So I got to dial it back for him. It's my fault. But he's still good. But anyway, you're acting like a bulldog's like, dude, I'm going to get your ass.
Yeah, if he comes in here with another... Because I had his whole complete spiral yesterday, so we don't need that anymore. What we need is Lexa to take some time to go research all the arguments. If he really wants to be in here, that's what he should do. Not come in here and say, I know how this is, and then at the same time, when we... What?
Do you want a real argument?
Do I want one or do I know one? Don't step into it. You're going to step into it, Lexa.
Do you want a real argument?
No, you don't know any. You can't tell me, you can't give me something that you don't know.
Do you want one? I have one.
I don't want one from you. How about that?
He's a parrot. We don't talk to parrots.
I've been doing it.
I don't care what you are. Listen, I've been doing this for a long time. I know most of the arguments. I don't need your help. I need you to go research the flat earth and come back with your arguments against it. How about that? Go do that, Lexa.
Then I'm going to ask you a question.
No. I don't want to hear you asking me any more questions. Go do research.
So there's no point of talking.
For you, no. For you, no.
There's no point.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. There's thousands of low birthers. There's thousands of low birthers coming here.
To me because you always think I'm wrong.
No, Lexa, you don't know. There is two things. That you can. There is talking and listening, right? You, sir, you should be doing listening, not talking.
Right now,
I've been listening from you for hours.
You don't have to listen, and you don't have to speak. You also have that as well. You don't have to listen. You don't have to speak.
But yesterday you listened to us for hours, and we asked you what you had learned from it, and you said nothing. You couldn't repeat back one thing you'd actually heard, so you need to listen a bit longer, maybe.
Lexa, respond.
He's muted. I didn't mute him, but he's muted.
Did you mute? Oh yes, you server muted.
No, I said I didn't mute him, but he's muted.
So he's gonna respond to that. Go ahead, Alexa. Respond.
Not anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Go through the information. Gather the observation. It's a scientific method.
The argument. You should let
gas pressure. He has to go through the definitions and read, because he was reading from the gravity book. Remember, he said that, and he said he read it when he was very young. He's 14, so now he has to open other books and read those, because he hasn't done that yet. So he's trying to spew what he read a long time ago.
And pro tip, Lexa, gravity is a derivative topic. The core claims of the globe would be curvature, spin, outer space. Try to focus on those.
Can I ask our brother something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
For example, what do you think? He spoke about gravity and things. He's struggling. He wants to answer. He wants to find. For example,
okay.
You see that. But for example, do you know who is Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Who? Oh yeah, I know. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I
One of the yeah. And if you ask him what is gravity, do you know what he will answer?
No, because I don't really know.
I will quote him now.
I don't know.
That's
idea.
the answer.
Next question.
I don't get what you said.
CP, can you repeat? Now you will hear what he said when people ask him what is gravity. Play it.
Like what it is? I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Okay, so he doesn't know. All right.
Yep. Now my question would be, how it's possible that people from wherever, you, me, trying to explain what is gravity, and the guy who is, let's say, at least we are saying for him is the most clever guy, astrophysicist, he doesn't know the answer, but we want to answer. That's very interesting. I find interesting that guy who is that it's he's how to say he studied about that. He's based, and he doesn't know the answer. But people like us, normal people, we know we want to explain what is gravity.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Do you find?
I think it's interesting.
Now it's second question. Should I listen that Neil deGrasse Tyson saying I don't know, or should I listen to people, whoever they are, explaining something?
It's up to you.
Okay. But
I don't know. Sorry.
But the Neil deGrasse Tyson, all his work, it's based on a heliocentric model.
Yes. Okay.
But my life is not based on a heliocentric model. My life is based on my wife, on going to work.
Yeah. So in short, what Sasha is saying is that an authority figure on the subject of heliocentrism is not able to define what gravity is.
Yeah, I understand.
As a science communicator, and we get a 14-year-old child that comes in here and tries to lecture us on what it is, when he tries to Google on the fly what it is. That's a huge disrespect to this panel. Huge disrespect.
I didn't know. I told you I didn't know, and you will keep asking me, what is this? What is this? Tell me. I told you I don't know, bro.
All right,
so let the record show you don't know. So don't talk about it anymore until you do know.
There you go.
Hey, Alexa, do you
know here, right?
My name is Lexa.
Oh, so yeah, Alexa, Lexa. So do you know what a triangle is?
I do.
David.
What is a triangle? Can you tell us, Lexa? Sorry, I got background noise.
What did you say? What did you say?
What is a triangle, Lexa?
C'est quoi un triangle? Dis que c'est un triangle, c'est facile.
Well, a triangle is a geometrical form, I think I can say that has 3 faces.
Ah ouais, hein. À 3...
Alright. Well, once you're done, Jempsy, we got a treat for the panel. So I'm gonna play a clip.
Go ahead and take it because I have other stuff in the back.
All right, so everybody mute up, please. I'm gonna play this one clip. It's 10 minutes long, but I think it'll be worth it. Because you don't know. I'm gonna ask you, Lexa, do you know where the rocket goes when it goes out of sight?
Yes, I know.
Okay, how do you know?
I know because you can see it in the sky.
Yeah, and then after you disappears from your view, where does it go?
Well, you can see it. As I said, there is satellite. If you are careful at night, you can see, little flying dots.
You went from a rocket to satellite, Lexa. We're talking about the rocket. I don't care about satellites right now. We'll talk about those later. But the rocket
can stay in orbit, in debris, or just burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. How do you know that it goes into space like you think it does? How do you know that?
I can see the payload is launching.
What?
I can see the plane. Oh my god.
What did you say?
Rocket has payload.
Yeah.
And this payload goes into orbit or goes further. It's not the case.
Yeah, you're saying that it goes into orbit. You're saying that it goes into orbit, but you don't witness it go into orbit. You just see a rocket.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, listen. Into space, into orbit. Let me explain. For example, when I'm looking at, for example, the ISS, I can see...
That's a satellite. That's a satellite. It's not a rocket. That's not a rocket. Talk about a rocket. Don't talk about a satellite.
Launched by a rocket.
Well, then talk about the rocket, not the satellite.
Well, as I said, the rocket just burned up in the atmosphere. You can even witness it. But the thing
is, does it come back down? So does rocket come back down?
Yes, but it comes back down in ash.
Then. All right. So then if the rocket comes back down, it's not going into where you think it's going, right?
Well, it's just the first stage just come back down.
Answer my question. No, answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Does a rocket come back down and it doesn't go into space?
I'm gonna explain to you. There is.
No, you're gonna answer my question. You're not gonna explain. You're gonna answer my question.
Because
yes or no? Does a rocket go into space? Yes or no? Does it come back down?
Answer.
No, it comes back down. It comes back down. No, you're not giving me. You're not giving me straight answers, so you're not allowed to continue.
You are so fucking stupid. You don't even let me explain.
Because you're not being honest.
Rocket has multiple stages.
Honest. So what?
The first
how do you know? How do you know that the third stage goes into space? How do you know that?
Because I can witness it with my own eyes.
Where? You're seeing a rocket go away from you. That's it.
You have fucking application app. Sorry, that can tell you when there's space debris, satellites, or just ISS itself into the sky.
Yeah, but what?
So that's not you seeing it. If you have to look at an app on your phone, then that's not you seeing anything go anywhere.
On the phone, tell you when to look, and when you look into the sky, you see flying dots that's going above yourself.
That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's a satellite, not a rocket. We're talking about a rocket.
You so fucking dumb. That's not possible.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb for thinking that a rocket goes to space.
You are dumb because
you brought rockets into this.
You're the one that said this. You're the one that said rockets go to space and they come back down, don't they?
That's what
rockets come back down. You're saying that satellites are in space, but you're talking about rockets going to space.
Listen, okay, you want to listen to me?
No, I want you to tell me how rockets go to space when you know they come back down.
If you don't want to listen to me, I can explain to you.
No, I don't want to hear you explain about satellites.
And then you tell me I don't want to listen to you.
Tell me about rockets going to space. Tell me about rockets going to space, Lexa. That's what I want you to tell me.
Okay,
not satellites.
Listen to me. Listen, please. Rockets has multiple stages, and the first stage is usually just boosting the rockets up into space. Then, when the first stage finishes burning off its fuel, the second stage is released, and that one is putting itself into orbit. And usually, the second stage or the first stage is staying into orbit forever.
Yeah, that's what we're told.
Unless it is not high enough, and it is slowed down by air friction.
Yeah, Lexa, that's what we're told.
How do we prove this is taking place?
How did you say that?
Hang on.
You don't even want to listen to me.
Yeah, third stage is not going into the vacuum of space. That's where your fantasy begins. You don't witness that, do you?
I do.
Where do you witness the third stage in space? You show me where the third stage is in space. How did you witness that? How did you witness the third stage go into space?
I witnessed that first in my life.
Third stage. No. Not the first or the second stage, the third stage. Because the other two fall down and you said the third one stays up there, right?
Yes, and you can witness it.
No, where? How?
The sky, just like I told you, there is an application.
You're lying. You're lying.
Tell you
an application.
For 1 fucking hours, I listened to your fucking explanation. It doesn't mean anything, and now you don't even want to listen. 30 seconds. How stupid are you, bro?
Because you're not giving us evidence. Alexa, you're not giving us evidence that rocket. No, you're not. You're showing us that an app is telling you that it's up there. I don't want to look at an app.
And when the app is telling you, just look above and you fucking see a dot in the.
That's not a lie.
You don't, dude. And you flip flopping too. You brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite, right? Hey, you brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite.
How long is the
claim
clip,
that rockets go into outer space, right? And instead of actually demonstrating it, all you do is just reassert the claim over and over and over again. We want verification for the story.
Real quick. I just want to ask Lexa, next time when you're done with all this, go back and watch all your little rocket launches. And you'll see that there is no video of what you're claiming. Everything turns into a computer graphic on the screen.
All right, getting complete footage of their.
No, you don't witness it going to space, Lexa. You just see the app, or you see the app. Listen, hang on, man. Because you see the app, or you see a computer screen. You do not see with your own eyes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You don't.
Listen.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You want to lie. Go ahead and lie to me. Lie to me, Lexa.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something.
Lie to me. Go ahead, lie to me.
You know, when I'm going into the app that is telling me, for example, for the ISS, the International.
Why are you talking about a freaking app, dude? You're talking about an app again. I don't want to know about an app. You say you witnessed a rocket go to space.
I'm just telling you that the app is just telling you when to.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about an app.
Listen. Why in the sky can I see an extremely bright dot that is going over the horizon?
We do not care.
Why can I see that? It's not a flying star. I don't know how to say that, but why can I see a flying dot sky? It is not a plane.
What? Because it moves in cycles around in the sky, so you can post-tick those cycles.
It doesn't mean anything, bro.
So what about technology going above your head? I don't understand. Why are you so hung up on technology that's above our head? Why is that something important to you? What I'm asking you is, how do you know that it's in space, like the vacuum of space? How do you know it's there? It could be just... No, wait a minute, man. You want to interrupt me? Like, I'm talking about it being in the place where you think it's going, as in where we're knowing that it's at. It's just high up in altitude, in the upper parts of our sky. You're saying that it's going to space. And I'm like, how do you know that? You're like, well, I got this app. What I'm telling you is it's just really high in space, in the sky, not space. So it's up really high in elevation. I can get that, but it's not going to your fantasy space idea, Lexa.
Okay, so why it is going so fast around the horizon?
Who cares? Who cares? It's not going to space.
So fast, it would burn up in like a second.
What? It's not going to your fantasy space, Lexa. It can be up in the sky. That's fine. Nobody's challenging you on that.
Because it is going.
But it's not going to your space.
Just a second.
It's not going to space, and you can't provide evidence for that either. That's why we're telling you.
Yes, I can. You don't.
No, you cannot.
I'm telling you. It's
no, you can't.
10 minutes. I'm telling you. You
no evidence. You got no evidence. You got no evidence.
See the satellite orbiting the Earth.
You got no evidence, and you know it. You got no evidence, and you know it, Lexa.
You are the dumbest crop mankind ever known, bro. This is
cool. Lexa, the language.
This is why sometimes I lost faith in mankind, bro.
Can we get
you lost faith in mankind? Because you don't understand what reality is, Lexa. You don't understand it. We're trying to tell you.
You are the dumbest crop I've ever heard.
You're spiraling, man. Cut it out. can we get to the brass tacks of your claim? Basically, it goes like this. Why do I see a light in the sky if the Earth is flat? As if the Earth has to be a ball for that light to be there in the sky. But you already conceded on all three core premises of the globe, right? The curve, the rotation, the spin. You don't know how any of those were determined in the first place, right? So a light in the sky is not going to tell you that the world is this ball that you've never known it to be measured to be.
Why do I see a lot of lights traveling into the sky when I'm being... Oh, example. Okay, when website or something like that is telling me right now there's something that's going to fly above you in like 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later I see in fact...
Who cares? Is that a curvature measurement?
Why is it right? Why?
Who cares?
Well,
it's not in space. It's not in space. It's just in the upper part of the sky, Lexa. That's what I've been telling you.
Why is it okay? If it were to be in the upper side of the sky, it would burn up extremely fast because of the.
No, that's what you keep saying.
Bro,
that you
to travel the horizon this fast, you would have to go as. Yes. You fucking.
You keep saying that, but you don't have no evidence, Lexa. You keep saying that, but you have no evidence.
You need.
That's a bit spicy. Yeah, that triggers all the Globers. Even Bro One was like, "What's the point of this?"
Have the pillars of men reached new heights that they've never been before?
He doesn't like that we talk about there is no space. That's his whole world. Don't take my space away.
Yeah, space is only 100 years old, bro. Sorry to tell you.
He's going with lunar eclipses now for curvature proofsies.
Oh, I can talk now. Great.
What?
Oh, I got this one, guys. I got this one. Please. Lunar eclipses are my favorite subject.
Take it away.
Now, before this, let me go ahead and pull up your name, sir, because we're going to have a back and forth if you'd like. And the one thing I'm not going to have is you talking over me.
No, and I don't want you to talk for me too, alright?
Right. So when I'm talking, I'll just mute you so that, you're not actually talking over me. And when you talk, I'll just let you talk.
I don't really like that, but alright.
Alright. So what is a lunar eclipse in the heliocentric paradigm?
So a lunar eclipse is when the sun, earth, and moon is aligned, when where the sun is at first, the earth second, and the moon third. So when there is a full moon, the earth just blocks off the light that is going from the sun to the moon.
So it's in a line, so it's 180 degrees apart from each other.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen an eclipse, a lunar eclipse for yourself?
You mean if I ever saw one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice how the moon was above the horizon?
Well, of course it is.
Right. And you know that there are times that this happens at dawn when the sun is also above the horizon?
Well, the sun can't be over the horizon because
that's
it wouldn't be aligned.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't happen when the sun is over the horizon.
You're 100% right. So if we show you this video of the moon and the sun both above the horizon during this eclipse, what would you say to that?
All right.
That it's not in alignment, right? Because geometrically speaking, that creates a triangle. If you were to draw a line from the Earth to the sun.
I'm looking at the video right now, but I can't see much. Are you sure it's a lunar eclipse, man? The moon doesn't even look to cast shadow on it.
Yeah, no, not that. I'm looking for the eclipse guys where the guy is like, I think I'm not sure, but he's high up in elevation, and he has red beard, I believe. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I'm watching the video.
Yeah, Spake, we saw it. Oh, that's Heretic posting it again. Spake.
All right,
So anyway, so there he is. There's the guy right there. Watch this video right here. Watch it with us.
Okay, so I'm currently watching it. Now I have a question for you.
3 minutes and 19 seconds. That's the video you're watching that was just uploaded only like 2 seconds ago. You're watching it?
Oh, yes, I'm watching.
All right. What timestamp are you at? What timestamp are you at, bro? What timestamp are you at?
Sorry?
What timestamp are you at in the video?
The video, I'm at 30 seconds.
Say again?
30 seconds. Now at 35.
30 seconds. Okay. Pause it there.
Yes.
Right. Screenshot it. Show me.
All right.
So that I know we're looking at the same thing. I'll post it for you as well.
I mean, you're just seeing the guy in a white dot in the background.
This is what you see?
Yes.
Okay, go on. What's your question?
Well, the question I have is the shadow casted by the Earth on the Moon, as we can see, is completely round because it's because the Earth is round and the shadow it is casting is completely round. So if the Earth was flat, we won't see such thing. Tell me why I see a round shadow.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
You see that GIF right there? That Heretic just posted.
Down. Which GIF?
20 minutes past the hour with the what does that look like? It looks like a lemon or something. Lemon squeezy parcheesi.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's not completely right. I mean,
it's not. Yeah,
no. Listen. The video is extremely low quality. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
listen. We can all see that there's a curve on there. With as low quality as it is, we can see.
Bro, I can't see anything, bro.
Okay, well, back to the lunar eclipse where things are supposed to be 180 degrees in alignment, a syzygy, if you will. Back to the video I was talking about. Why aren't those things in a syzygy?
In a syzygy?
Aligned, man.
Yes. Why are they aligned?
They're not aligned.
What is not aligned?
I thought you were watching the video. Press play. Continue watching.
The GIF or the video you just sent me?
The video that we were looking at.
Right. So you tell me that they are not aligned. So I'm just looking.
So just watch the video. Yeah.
I can't really see the sun. I mean, I'm
not yet because you haven't got to the point of the video where he looks at the sun.
So I think I'm seeing the sun. I mean, there's just an extremely bright light at a certain point, but
you think that's like a lamppost? A moving lamppost?
You look at the other side. I mean,
what do you think that light is that you're talking about? You think it's the sun? Do you think it's a fish? Do you think it's a refrigerator? Or
know that there can be lights coming from the sun, even if you can't really see it. If even if the sun is not, even if you can't see the sun, you can still receive light from it. When the sun has set, it is not completely dark.
Yeah, wait till you actually see the sun hitting coming into the camera.
So he's showing the moon. Very low quality, and then he's showing what can seem to be the sun, but I can't even really see if this is the sun. I think it is, but I'm not even sure if I'm witnessing a moon eclipse. I mean, sorry, but
It is a lunar eclipse. You can see the sun. As a matter of fact, look at his finger. He can see it because he's looking at it without the camera, right? Check
yeah,
this
but
out.
there is something you could not explain. Just is that
No, it's nothing to explain. It's just something to describe.
There's something.
No. Don't overtalk me. It's not something to be explained. It's just something to be described. See this right here that I just posted?
Yes.
Wait, I can't even see what I just posted. What happened? Hold on. Oh, okay. I never sent that the first time. Wow. Okay. Well, you see that right there?
Yes.
That's the sun.
All right.
Okay. And on the other end is the moon.
Yes.
Right? So the problem with that is they're not in alignment then.
Are you sure that you and the guy in the video is witnessing a moon eclipse? Because at one point,
Yeah,
it's supposed
it's
to be.
definitely an eclipse. You can see the sun and you can see the moon.
Yes, but it is not because the moon is not entirely lighted up that it is, of course, a moon eclipse. I hope you are aware of that.
There's 46,000 views on this video from 11 years ago. Why are you questioning whether or not this is an eclipse that this man went outside?
Why did you counter the matter of the truth of something? Are you aware that there is a lot of fake video on the internet that has a lot of view, and it is not because they have a lot of view that they are true?
Excuse me?
This is not because a video have a lot of view that it is true.
No, you're questioning that it is a video of an eclipse. It's titled Lunar Eclipse, and I'm looking at it, and yeah, it's a lunar eclipse.
Okay.
You know how I know?
Mm-hmm.
Because when else is the sun and the moon in this position?
I don't know. Tell me.
When an eclipse happens. That's the point.
Okay. Now, I just want to mention the fact that when the sun, the Earth, and the moon is perfectly aligned, the moon is completely casted with shadow, and I'm lost invisible. So
that's brilliant.
And in that case, the moon is not completely casted with shadow, and it is probably why. That's probably why, because I mean, okay, sorry, I'm gonna repeat it again in a better way. So, the Earth and the Sun and the Moon are not perfectly aligned, but they are still, in a way, a bit aligned. So it makes it that only a small part of the Moon is casted with shadow, but they do not require to be perfectly aligned. They need to be aligned, but not extremely perfectly. And it wouldn't seem odd to see a little bit of the sun and a very little bit of the moon at the same time and still witness a shadow on the moon.
Well, here's the thing, hot stuff. The heliocentric explanation is that you're not right now. What you're seeing in this man's camera, you're not seeing it. Both of these things are below the horizon, like 0.05 degree, like 0.5 degrees or something like that. So in other words, what you're seeing is a mirage. So you're not actually seeing the sun, nor is the man seeing the moon that he's been seeing traverse the sky probably the entire night. Because they're just for lack of a better word, a hologram of the actual moon and actual sun. That's the explanation. I don't expect you to understand that. Let's get into, yeah, that's not my words. That's their words. Google it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You know how you think that this is the major point right here. You know how you think that the Earth is blocking the light, causing the shadow on the moon?
Well, yes, the Earth is.
Do you see this GIF right here or this picture right here that obvious it be posted at 3:25 minutes or 25 minutes past the hour?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a lunar eclipse happening. Now, if he's standing on the Earth taking a picture of the moon, how could it be that the shadow begins at the top of the moon if that is the Earth's shadow? Explain that to me.
Well, we don't know the position of the sun.
The position of the sun is 180 degrees behind him. So, again, if the moon is moving into the Earth's shadow, why is it that the shadow begins at the top?
Well, because I mean, it is at top. Actually,
are you looking at the photo right there, the failing globe theory?
The failing globe theory, I think.
Right. So he's standing on the Earth, and that shadow right there is supposedly what's being caused by what he's standing on. Explain that to me.
Well, it depends on the angle of the moon compared to the angle of the Earth. I mean, if the angle is set, it's kind of hard to say.
Well, doesn't that look like?
Sorry.
Doesn't that look like about 20 degrees, 30 degrees? What do you mean the angle?
20 degrees, 30 degrees of what?
Off of where he's standing. What do you mean by it depends on the angle of the Earth and the moon? We're looking at it. He's standing on the Earth. He's taking a photo of the moon. I'm just trying to figure out how the shadow would be at the top. Can you explain that to me?
Does not really require to start at the top or the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if there's a light on in your room and I put my hand in front of your face, is it going to appear in your stomach? The shadow?
What is this comparison, bro? No. I mean, sorry.
Like if there's a flashlight being pointed directly at your face, and I intercept it with my hand, are you expecting the shadow of my hand to be upside down on your face?
No, but listen. Okay.
Go on.
T'es encore là?
Mais oui, non, mais ils sont mecs, c'est des fins, je te jure. Bon.
Come on, go ahead.
Alright, so it just depends on the angle which the eclipse is starting from. It is not the comparison you just made is not.
Yeah, the angle in relation to the Earth. So you're standing on the Earth as it relates to what you're seeing in the sky. Okay, you know the sun is behind you. Go on. Because you see, it looks like daytime, right? Right. So the sun is up 180 degrees behind the cameraman. Okay, so the sun is up, the moon is up. Keep in mind, you're not actually looking at the moon right now. That's a mirage, right? But anyway, from below the horizon, which it is projected upward, how is the shadow on the top of this?
Man, I mean, sorry, but if the sun is behind that man, it is not possible for the moon to be light this way.
Oh, right.
All right. This means you are not witnessing a lunar eclipse, bro. I mean, okay, listen. Before laughing, we have no image or no clue where the sun is at this right moment.
Some of these we've taken ourselves.
I'm sorry, but there is no.
I'm sorry. Some of these photos we in this server have taken ourselves. We know exactly where we were.
Yes,
we know
where you were and where the sun is.
So you're just highly skeptical. So high skepticism for us, no skepticism for the globe.
I'm sorry, but where the sun is supposed to be, I don't know. You told me
What?
for 180 degrees behind.
What do you think? What do you think a selenilian eclipse is?
I know what it is, man. I know.
So what? Google selenilian eclipse and read out loud to me what it says.
So you want a solar eclipse?
SELENION. I think.
Google-le, vas-y.
Mais ça veut rien dire. Hein.
Vas-y, tu verras bien ce qu'il y a marqué.
I found nothing. Mais je trouve rien, il fait SELENION.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
Yes.
SELENION. Eclipse.
Alright.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Okay. Alt plus Shift plus A, Alt plus CMD plus A on Mac. That's the only thing I found in it.
C'est pas ça.
Mais mec, mais ils disent n'importe quoi. Je trouve rien sur le net. Je sais pas c'est quoi leur truc à la con. Là.
And what is? Can you translate that for us?
Translate what? What'd you say? He said that he doesn't find it. Could you just provide the link? That would be easier, I think.
They got Google over there. I asked him to Google it. What?
He did, but he cannot find it.
That's interesting. Oh, is it like a language thing or something?
You know what? Just copy the Google search, right, and send him in DM.
All right.
Why don't you just read it?
Because I want you to read it. That's why I asked you.
Just send him. That's easier, I think.
Yeah, post that into your search bar.
Alright. Alright, so it is a type of lunar eclipse where both of the eclipsed moon and either rising or setting sun are visible at the same time. Happy now?
Right. So they're describing to you what you're looking at in the chat, where you're like, I don't know where the sun is. That can't be an eclipse. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada. Yeah, that's what that is. It's an eclipse. So how is the shadow of the Earth on the top portion of the moon? Was the question.
Let me guess for a second.
T'as compris la question ou pas?
Oui.
Ok.
Demande pourquoi l'éclipse commence.
Yeah, 33 minutes past the hour. That's someone by the name of Bambi. She took that photo during an eclipse for the server. So again, if she's standing on the moon, and she fucking is, I mean, if she's standing on the Earth, and she is, how is what she's looking at the Earth's shadow?
Okay, so do you see the image that just got sent at 32 past the hour?
No.
There is an image that got posted 32 past the hour, not the fading blur theory, the image past that. Can you see it?
Yeah, you might be posting in the wrong place.
I'm in live stream Roller 6.
Can't see it either.
Okay, I'm just gonna mention it.
Can y'all see it?
No. Oh, okay. Okay, now I can.
So, okay, if you are standing at the top of the Earth, I mean the North Pole, let's just imagine that even if this is not the case, and you are looking down at the moon, look, there is multiple you see there is the moon going into eclipse, and if you see the moon all the way down, just the one on the top of the one all the way down, you see that there is a shadow cast on the top, and imagine you are at the top of the Earth, not exactly, but let's just imagine that, and you're looking at the moon. You see that the eclipse is starting from the top. Yes.
Comment ça,
I hope you understand what I say. If you didn't, just tell me.
I'm looking at the graphic.
I didn't.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the graphic. And this is showing different positions.
Okay, can I have the permission to do a live stream really quickly, just to show you?
No, nobody can do a live stream in this room. Not even me.
So, imagine you are.
No, I'm looking at the diagram. What's hard to understand about it?
Okay.
I get it.
At the top, but a little bit at the right, and the eclipse is the moon is coming from the bottom to the top. Let's just imagine that, and the eclipse from your point of view will start from the top of the moon to the bottom.
Does it?
But well, yes. It would seem like that. Yes.
What's that? That's the other side. Okay, United States is on the lit side.
Je les ai pas, mec.
Let's see. Because here where was it? It was somewhere in the West. Who took the I think OK got a shot of the eclipse last time here in the United States, somewhere in like the West or something, like Midwest maybe.
Je te jure, il faut vraiment qu'il fasse la troposphère.
Mec, c'est des fois. Je vais faire un petit schéma, tu vois. Okay. I'm gonna do a little representation so it's easier for you to understand. Let's just let me 1 minute really quickly. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Fais ce que tu peux là, vraiment.
Oui.
Au mieux.
It's really hard to draw. Okay, I try to do something. I hope it will be more clear. Oh, I can send image. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna send it in the debate text. Okay. Okay, let me just save.
Yeah, because this image that you told us to look at from the who posted that for you? Heretic. And you said, look at that image, and I am. And I'm trying to figure out what.
I just sent it in the debate text.
I'm not in the.
Ça sent qu'ils sont gros quand ils parlent, tu sais, genre vraiment quoi.
I'm not in the debate text.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't send it in the live stream voice text. So you have to go to the debate text to look at it. I just sent it at 42 past the hour.
Okay. Yeah, we're already looking at that. Okay. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Explain to me.
Wow, cassé.
Absolutely not, bro.
Explain to me why.
because you can see the moon the entire night, right? So you can get the angle, the declination, and all of that. The hold on one second. What's up?
Il est en train de se faire femme, il arrive pas à répondre ce con.
Je crois qu'il y a sa maman qui vient d'arriver là. Genre, tu sais, pas sa mère, genre sa grognasse de femme. Tu vois.
J'étais fait les 5 kilos de ma fille il y a 3 jours.
It's part of the server rules. English only. We cannot moderate other languages.
No, we are not swearing at all. Don't worry.
It doesn't matter if you're swearing or not. It's part of the terms of service for the whole server, so you're gonna have to cut it out.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
it's also called etiquette. ETIQUETTE if you want to check it out.
I'm not misunderstanding the eclipse. I just explained. Look at what I sent you to debate text, please.
Hey, don't forget, guys, we got Donald C in here as soon as we get done with Lexa.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's hard. Sorry, I'm back. It's hard to understand because number one, you're just standing in the middle of the ocean. This isn't real. This is a side view, so it's hard for people to understand what you're trying to convey. You've arbitrarily circled one of the positions of the moon, and you're like, this is what's going on.
Wait, you just
because here's the thing. The moon, you see the moon would have to be going in the opposite direction, and the moon only goes in one direction all the time, right? So
C'était pas vraiment pour un PC.
yeah, so you see how at the bottom, the one that you circle, it would have to be going from west to east for it to set into the Earth's umbra from what you drew. So I'm not thinking that you're trying to convey that message. I'm just trying to help you out. If I'm not getting where you're going with this, specifically because obviously the moon doesn't go from west to east. Right?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, you have I don't know. I don't know where you want to go from here. Miggy, I mean, it's cool if Donald or whoever wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, we're going to put Lexa on mute because we've already spoken to him here. We had like 2 sessions with him, or maybe 3.
Okay,
so we'll
I just have one small last question, please.
Lexa, just put yourself on mute because we've already had a conversation with you. So go ahead and put yourself on mute, or else we will put you on mute. So please put yourself on mute.
Really small.
All right. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, epic. Brilliant. Clip that. Get copy on that, please.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers. Join Discord.tv/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Smiley 20/7 365.
Smiley 20/7 365, the voice actor.
The globe is the dumbest thing that anybody's ever known about from coming from academic perspective. Prove me wrong. I will have a table outside that says that on the poster board, so you guys can know that's where I stand. Prove me
Not
wrong.
a bad idea, actually.
The dumbest thing you've ever heard.
Prove me wrong.
Well,
that's a great idea.
I challenge. I pick fights, dude. Yeah, the globe's stupid. And what? You got something to say about it? You want to defend it? Go ahead, try. I'm like you guys, man. But me, I don't know. I'll play with my food a little bit. I'll let you feed the wolf pups.
Is Smiley gonna defend it? Smiley.
Hello? Hi.
Oh,
How's everyone doing?
Please, is he gonna defend it? I'll let you guys have. I'll eat my food.
Sorry. Hi. I'm personally what I say I am. I'm a Glober. I don't really care, by the way. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Bullshit.
Seriously. I don't really mind.
Listen, Smiley, you're in this server. It intrigues you that people think opposite to what you think, and what you want to do. You let me talk, dude. Damn, hold on, your little. Just chill out, dude.
No, I'm just saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Relax, bro. Relax. So basically, what it is, when you come in here, you get all primed and pumped up because you think, "Oh, I'm going to talk to these flat earthers who don't know jack squat about the earth." And when you come in here, dude, any one of these gentlemen that are in here are going to shellac you 9 ways to Sunday. And if you want that, you're going to get it. But here's the thing: go ahead and give them your best shot. I'll put it that way. I'm going to sit here, and while I eat, I'll have a nice little show too. Go ahead. You got a point?
Okay.
How is the Earth a globe? You tell us, because when you come in here, you're in our house. We want to know how you know that the Earth is a globe. And by the way, tell us what percentage you think the Earth is a globe. Are you 100% sure? Are you 50% sure? Are you 10% sure? How sure are you that the Earth is a globe there, Smiley? Let us know, and then defend your point. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, first I have to state a few things that you're incorrect about right there. I'm not here to start fights or to prove you guys wrong or prove that I am right. I'm not here to pick fights. I'm just honestly here to have a genuine conversation about why each of us believes something like that, and I'm not here to try shit on anyone.
I'm sorry, but we're not going to go off into your little bullshit understandings or talks or whatever.
Okay,
You're coming into our house. Listen, dude, you're coming into our house. Basically, you're going to come in here and bring some evidence. Bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what we want. We don't want your moderation. We don't care about it. We want you to bring forth the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any? Yes or no? Answer my question.
Well, do you know the most recent Netflix?
Yes or no, sir? It's a yes or no answer.
I guess. Okay. Kind of.
Right. So now, all you have to do is present it. I'm going to go back on mute. Please present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
I guess every class that you've ever been doing, like if you go to school, the teachers would always teach you that the world is a
vampire. Nah.
It's a globe. And I'm honestly just here to ask, why do you guys believe it?
You're saying. I don't want to.
I'm not here to shit on anyone, man. And I'm not here to get into a fight over it.
All right, well then stop talking. How about that? Listen, we don't care about. I'm just here to ask you. No, you're not here to ask us questions, sir. We're here to ask you the question: how you know the Earth is a globe, not every classroom has been. We don't care about what everybody's doing or anything like that. We want you to present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. I said it one time. This is the second time. I hope you get it this time. I hope you get it right. We're asking for you to present your evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. Again,
but isn't me coming into your house?
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. 3 times. Go.
again, me coming into your house is I'm asking to why
my
you
God,
believe in that.
are you
I'm
serious?
asking a question.
Are
Yes.
you, no, I don't want to hear your questions, sir. I don't want to hear your questions. This
Why?
council, listen, you come into this council is set up to listen to your evidence. Now, this council will entertain your evidence so long as you come forth with it. We don't want to hear excuses. Present the evidence that the earth is a globe, and then we have our rebuttal to your whatever you bring. So hopefully you bring your A game. Now, for the fourth time, present your evidence that the earth is a globe. Go.
Yeah, because you said you had it.
Go.
I never said I had any
Okay,
evidence.
so you don't
I
have
was
evidence.
here to have a conversation.
So you
Now
don't
you're
have
lying.
evidence
Now
that the
you're
earth is a
lying.
globe. Is this what I'm listening to right now?
I said the only evidence that I had was the fact that they used to teach us in classes.
No, shut the
And
fuck up. You're lying now.
why are you so upset?
Sonny.
I came in. I originally came in.
Hang on, guys. I'm taking this conversation. Let me handle
I
this.
wasn't meaning to be rude in any way, to be disrespectful to any of you guys. I was just here to ask a few questions.
Relax. Let me help, guys.
I am relaxed.
Not you. Okay, guys, step down. Let me handle this conversation, and I'm gonna let the gentleman speak so long as he's gonna bring forth his evidence. So, dude, I asked you to present your evidence. I don't care about anything else. Now, if you don't present your evidence, I'm gonna happily put you on mute because this council is only concerned with evidence for the case that the earth is a globe. And so you might have some, therefore give us some. Now, if you say you don't have any, come clean.
The only
with
evidence that I have is the bending of light. That's
Hang
it.
on a second, sir. You control your mouth for just a moment so I can finish. So
Sure.
So what I'm asking for right now is that when you present the case that the earth is a globe, give us the examples of how and the evidence for it, please. So that's all I'm asking for. If you don't have it, please tell us I do not have evidence for the earth being a globe. Tell me that right now. If you say I do not have any evidence, I will accept that. But if you do, please present what you know. How about that?
I do not have any evidence for the Earth being round, a globe, because I didn't come prepared. I just came for a conversation. I was hoping that we could have one.
We're not going to have conversations. Please put yourself on mute.
Okay.
Thank you. You may listen to conversations in here, but if you did not bring evidence and you think that the earth is a globe, then you can put yourself on mute. I'm going to let somebody else talk to you because you don't run things here. So they're going to ask you questions if they want to, and you can respond to them. But since you do not have any evidence for the earth being a globe, you do not have a platform to then speak to the council. The council will speak to you. So anybody that's in here right now, if you want to ask him a question, go ahead. But so long as he responds to your questions, because he didn't have any evidence that the earth is a globe, he admittedly said so. So now you have to listen to anybody that's in here right now. We're just going to try to be respectful. So long as the gentleman is going to respond, we'll go ahead and have a back and forth. Go ahead. Anybody else that wants to jump in and talk to him, please.
Yeah, I'll have a go. He said part of his evidence was the bending of light. Now, what's the light bending around? Smiley?
Sorry about that. That's I don't know. I only came in to ask a few questions about
that's all right.
why certain people believe certain things. I didn't mean any hate or anything. I didn't come in here as a joke.
All right. Yeah, okay. So what we do in here is we want to know why people believe that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of space. Now, part of your evidence was teachers tell you and light bending. Now, how does light bending prove that you live on a globe?
Wouldn't it be from like the curve of the Earth? The light would bend around the object.
Yeah, but first of all, you need a curve of the Earth. So to establish that your light bends around a curve, you need a curve of the Earth. Now, do you have a curve of the Earth?
I would think so. Well, if hypothetically speaking, we were to say the Earth is a globe.
We're not talking hypothetically. We're talking concrete evidence. So, for the light to bend around a curving Earth, you need a curved Earth. Now, what's your evidence of a curved Earth?
Okay.
You
my
can't go
evidence for a
into
curved Earth.
secondary. Yeah,
Sure.
you can't go into a secondary. You need the first thing. First thing is the curved Earth, because they say we live on a ball. So you need that first to go any further.
Well, when you look out to the ocean, doesn't it eventually curve down?
So they say that the Earth is 3,950 whatever it is. Let's call it 4,000. Yeah. So they give us the geometry, so we can work out the distance to the so-called horizon from that. Now, sometimes, so if you're standing on the shore and you're 6 foot tall, the horizon of the ball should be 3 miles. Now, sometimes we can see 10. Sometimes we can see less than 3. So is the Earth expanding and shrinking and stuff like that? Now, is your horizon the edge of a ball?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so why is it moving?
Because are we not eventually like going around the sun, which
No, you're not
causes
getting the point,
Earth to
though.
move, which causes gravity? No.
I look out to the ocean. I have demarcations, yeah, which we know the distance to. If I can see past those demarcations and they're past the given they're past the given hard horizon of the Earth, then something's happening. Yeah, it's not a physical place, is it?
Sorry, repeat that one more time for me. Sorry about that. My headsets were cutting out. I'm in a thunderstorm at the moment. Sorry about that.
You do understand that when they give us the radius of the Earth, that we can work out the distance to the horizon, work out the distance to a hard horizon. Yeah, the mathematical equation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can see past that horizon and it looks like a flat surface, and the horizon is at 10, 15 miles when it's supposed to be at 3, then how are you seeing around a ball?
I guess it's just perspective. I don't know how to.
So perspective lets you see around corners.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I would think so. Well, not directly around corners, but if you turn your head around them, yeah.
Yeah, but that's looking directly around something. It's not seeing around a corner without going around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying that this goes back to you saying that light bends. Now, you're saying that light bends around a ball, but we don't have an actual ball. No one's measured a ball. Can you tell me anyone who's measured a ball? Anyone who's measured drop over distance curvature of the Earth? Anyone?
Do you want me to look somebody up who's done that, or?
Well, I don't know. You should know yourself. You claim that you live on a ball. Now,
bro, literally,
should,
I'm a 15-year-old kid who's just here to talk to like understand why other people think differently. That's
okay,
like
listen,
all
man,
I'm here for.
The whole point is that people say, yes, we live on a ball. But the point is that no one has any evidence that we live on a ball. And people come in arguing that they live on a globe, but they don't actually know that they live on a globe. Do you see the point?
Okay, but can I ask why? Like, are we allowed to? I mean, am I allowed to ask questions? I don't want to be rude because
Yeah, are you gonna admit? Are you gonna concede that you don't know that you live on a ball?
I believe that we do because of the photos that I've seen and the recordings that I've seen of space. But that's because that's the only physical thing I've seen.
Okay, but belief and knowing are two different things. Belief and knowing are two different things. Like, have you eaten today?
Have I eaten today? No, I haven't.
You haven't eaten today. So you know that you haven't eaten today, right? It's not that you just believe that you haven't eaten today. You know that you haven't eaten today. So you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball in a special vacuum of outer space, but you don't know that. Do you understand what I'm getting at now? Go ahead, Timbo.
Hey, you're all right. That's a belief. You're in a religion, dude. You know that?
That I'm in a religion?
Yeah. You blindly believe
I
in
mean,
something
yeah,
that has
I
no
am in a
evidence.
religion.
Yeah? Yeah, it's called globe. It's called the globe religion.
I'm Christian, but I feel like that's close enough.
No, you're in a globe religion as well, because you blindly believe that you live on a ball, but you have no evidence for it.
Yeah,
You
it's
get
not.
it?
Wouldn't the
It's not
evidence be
common
enough as
knowledge.
photos and stuff like that? No?
It's not. It's not common knowledge that heliocentrism is a religion. It is a heliocentric. Helios, the sun god. It's idol worship. It's sun worship. It is its own religion, and it's encoded in our language.
Now, this is the type of conversation I was looking for. Something that I didn't know. Something that is actually interesting and I can actually have a civilized conversation with people about. This is fun. Thank you. I really enjoy this conversation. I am learning more and more every day. Genuinely. But may I ask, too, how you guys came to the conclusion? If you don't mind me asking. Like,
Well,
what...
it's pretty simple for me. I mean, the physics of water, how water will rest level on its surface, and level doesn't curve. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking out across these lakes and stuff, and it's incredibly calm, and it's just a mirror flat reflection on the surface of the water. And I'm like, so if it's this way in my cup, in the bathtub, in a pond, in a puddle, at a lake, they call it sea level. There's 71% of this Earth's surface is water, and water is level on the surface. Therefore, that's pretty flat. I mean, we have mountains and hills and peaks and valleys and canyons and stuff like that. But other than that, pretty flat.
Might I ask how you, I'm guessing you went to school and they taught you all this stuff in school. How did you, what made you want to, what changed your view from the years of schooling, if you don't mind me asking?
I was taught a couple different things throughout school. I moved around a lot. I was in different schools. I had different teachers. I probably had 3 different teachers, by the time I was completely out of second grade, So I remember in probably like 5th grade, we're being taught that the sun is kind of like in suspended animation and we're all just whirling and twirling around the sun. And then I get to now helping my little cousins with their homework and stuff. And now the curriculum is saying that the sun is traveling at like this insane speed of like Mach 88, and that we're whirling and twirling, trying to, speeding up and slowing down to try to keep up with this. And that made me really think about why is the curriculum changed? So what's the truth here? Are we being told to trust the science? Is the science actually science? Or is it pseudoscience, fake science? And that's something that that we figured out along the way through all of this. So it's just a little bit of a perspective on that.
But wouldn't you believe that the science would change after a period of time once if they find new evidence, that they would start teaching it to the younger generation again?
No, not when it changes. Not when the narrative changes up that many times. No, and not when not when you're taught that liquids seek their level on the surface. That's like 5th grade, and that's true. And it doesn't matter how big the body of water is. This bottle of water that I'm holding in my hand, in your toilet, in your bathtub, in a puddle, a lake, a pond, it's all going to be level, flat, even. It's called sea level, not sea curve. I mean, there's no curvature to be found. You should only, according to the heliocentric model, you should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts, end quote. And see, here's the thing: is we've got awesome technology, cameras, laser scopes, and all of these things that allow us to see much further than that across water. And so here we are with up to 273 miles of view across water when we should only see 3.1.
Didn't you guys have a photo? I was in here a while back, I think a year or so ago, and you guys had a photo of, I think it was like a highly advanced telescope on a beach, and then multiple buoys going out explaining.
Oh, was it the Black Swan? It was probably the Black Swan.
I don't remember the names.
It's probably the 2 oil rigs. They're most common.
It was that oil rig one.
Yeah, you can see up to 10 miles. You can see the furthest oil rig at nearly 10 miles out. The observer height is about a foot off the ground. And so a foot off the ground and 10 miles out horizontally towards the horizon. And that the furthest oil rig can be seen at nearly 10 miles away. And then more horizon, like more water, can be seen beyond that 10-mile mark. So that already has me scratching my head, because wait a minute. The globe model says only 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts. That's all you should be able to see. So you see how the globe math isn't quite adding up to measurable, observable, testable reality? Are you seeing that? I know you can see it. It's that you're struggling, though. I can hear the struggle in you, dude. And it's okay. It'll be all right.
The reason why I'm struggling with this is also because I'm trying to wrap around just everything in general, because I haven't learned most of the stuff in schooling yet. I'm just going into grade 10 now, so I don't know what half the stuff is.
So I bet your biggest question is, well, why would they lie, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the big, why would they lie? Well, think about it for a second. If you wanted to take control of this entire Earth, how would you do it? How would you do it? I know how I'd do it. I'd control people's minds. And I can do that by convincing people that they live on this spinning wet ball. I can lie to you about the very place that you live and you believe it. Oh, I can tell you anything and you'll believe it. I've got full control of your mind. That is exactly how deep this goes, okay? This is how deep this goes. And I know you said you're 15, so you probably, I don't know if you're getting this, but it's about mind control. It's been this way for the past, 500 years. But, surprise, this is what they don't teach you in public schools. This is what they won't teach you in history classes. They won't teach you about the cults. They won't teach you about the secret societies. They won't teach you about any of this stuff. This is all stuff you have to go find on your own. That's why we're all here. Because we found it on our own.
Okay.
So.
Well, sorry, Smiley. Wanted to add to that, because, why would they lie is, a very common question. And we definitely agree with Jenna's points. But something to add to that is it more important that they did lie or why they lied? Right? So if you were lied to, wouldn't you want to know that? Like, if you could definitively know that, okay, I know that I'm being lied to, right? Or that I'm about to be lied to. Wouldn't you want to know that?
Are you asking me personally, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to know if I was being lied to or not. And also, my biggest question is, why would they lie to us about something that would be so trivial? in the overall aspect of lying to us to control us is just the way that the Earth is shaped.
Well, it seems trivial, kind of
There's
from the
a
perspective of, still kind of believing in a globe, right? Because you're like, so what? Big deal. This is kind of all there is, and so what? Right.
it's a very greedy reason, okay? It's a very greedy reason why they do it, and it's to hide technologies and resources for themselves and to keep us all in one general spot.
Okay.
Keep everybody monitored. You already know there's like this AI and facial recognition and all of this monitoring that goes on. It's all about command and control of resources and territories. And if you don't know where the fuck you live, then you don't know what resources or what territories are out there to be had. Just saying.
There's also the money aspect, right? Even though they do print it and is a fiat currency system, they still get a lot of that money that could go to a lot of, humanity, right? And it's not just NASA, but of course all the other tax farms and the countries that have space agencies.
And you mind if I ask a few questions, if that's okay? I don't want to be rude, but if the world is flat, is there an end? And if so, how does that work?
I mean, if we only live in a pond, can you fall off of a pond?
Okay, but where does it end?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been there, and nobody in this room has either. However,
Nobody
there has
knows.
been
And no one
people
in
who come
all of and no one in all of human history has ever come back and reported on it. So there you have it.
But
There's
if the world,
speculation.
because
I was
I
gonna say
know,
that there-
in sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
I was just gonna say there's speculation from the Antarctic research, little blurbs that come up every now and then about how there is an ice wall beyond the ice wall where the quote unquote dome comes down, but I don't subscribe to that. Because there's a whole thing behind that. But it's off limits, man. Like if Antarctica is what surrounds us and Antarctica's off limits, then nobody will ever know. They will kill you. They will kill anybody who just tries to go like on their own without permissions.
So is the theory, because I know in older theory that you would just fall off the edge, or you would just get turned around and you would find yourself back where you were before.
Well, Smiley,
No.
that's definitely what they tell us, right? In
that was
early
the
elementary
older stuff in
school,
history.
it's sort of ridiculed that way, like, oh, you'll fall off the edge, right? So of course it's not flat, and Christopher Columbus found that out, right? So it's kind of ridiculed in our first instance that we even hear about flat Earth, right? However, I would ask you this question: Do you still think Earth, or that flat Earth, quote unquote, is this disk in space?
Do I believe that it's a disk in space?
Yeah, is that what you think flat Earth is?
That's what I've heard it is. I don't know anything better, but I'm pretty sure that's what you guys believe, yeah?
So
Not
that's
at
what
all.
you have in your mind. That is your preconceived notion that you have in your mind, okay?
Okay, then what is it? Where are we? If we were to be this flat Earth, are we in space? And
Well, I'm glad
if
you
not,
asked.
where are we?
I mean,
We're
I've
here.
got theories on that, but the thing about a theory is it remains a theory and not a fact until it's been able to be proven otherwise, but my theory is it has to do with resonant frequencies and suspended animation, and that's probably like way over your head. I don't
If
know.
it's suspended animation, that means that we have to be
Well-
somewhere or floating, and if so,
Well,
where
listen,
would we be floating?
it's been written in ancient scriptures that Earth is stationary with foundations, and this is something that we could detect if there was motion. So scientifically, no motion has ever been detected either, so that matches up with what was written. It's not in motion. It's stationary. Earth is not moving at all. It would be able to be measured if it were.
Yeah.
And there's
It's
no
the
validity.
the celestial bodies that are moving. The sky is moving. The constellations, the stars, these things turn in the sky like hands over the face of a clock. Have you heard the term the face of the earth?
Face of the Earth, yeah.
Face of the earth, like the face of a clock.
Yeah.
And you've
Yeah,
heard the wheel in
I
the
haven't ever
sky.
seen any ball clocks, but that'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, and you've heard about the wheel in the sky, right? The
Wheel
the
in the
wheels
sky?
yeah, the wheel is turning in the sky.
I don't know what that means. I've never heard that saying before.
He's too young for that song, Sonny.
Hey, well, I think that term didn't just come from the song. I think that was from ancient times. They called it a wheel in the sky because there's an axle point, that Polaris, that everything else revolves just like a record.
It was called the sky wheel in Norse cosmology.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean,
Smiley.
He's 15. You know,
If Earth was a spinning ball, it would not just be turning axially; it would be corkscrewing through space.
I need that. Sorry.
But, you know, just to kind of bring it back down to earth, right? You know, no pun intended. Your question was kind of, you know, well, where are we then, right? How do we know? And let me tell you, as you just heard all of us kind of say these random factoids of information, there's a lot of stuff to know about the earth that you and me, we're both on right now, right? That's conclusive, that's objective. Me and you, we can both go to the beach and we can make the same observation, right? We can't really disagree. We could go, well, you know, I think the blue is a little more blue and I think it's actually a light green. We could disagree like on something subjective, right? However, we can't disagree on something's measurement, right? So you've been asking some questions, and I was wondering if I could ask you maybe some, like 3 questions.
Go for it.
All right.
I'd love to have a conversation. This is really nice. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, no problem, man. You know, we always kind of ask these questions because I notice it seems like you're genuine. Maybe have like a sound changer on your voice, and I totally.
Oh
get
no,
that.
no. This is I've got this thing. What's it? I don't remember what it's called, but it's the same thing that. Do you know Corpse? I've got an issue with my stomach acid eating my vocal cords, like around
Either way,
there.
it's not an issue, but you know, we're always kind of skeptical here. You know, we
I
get a
get
lot
it.
of
Trust me,
trolls.
you guys
and
get it
things
all
like
the
that.
fucking time.
But to those questions, right? First question: do you know anyone in history that has ever measured and demonstrated the drop over distance, the curve of the claimed globe geometry?
Do you mind if I look that up, or do you mean as of right now?
You know, you're welcome to look it up. I don't know how fast your Google hands are, but
Probably not. I'll do that another time, and if you're down for another conversation, then when maybe I have more.
Well, no, I mean, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, what I do know is a ball is like a perfect circle is 360, and I haven't got into that. I haven't got into that stuff in math yet.
Well, for instance, do you know how big, say, NASA claims that this globe spherical is?
I do not know.
All right. You know, I think that suffices, right? You know, when I'm, you know, something that would, you know, sort of be common knowledge, right? Like, oh yeah, so and so, they measured the curve and blah blah blah. We all know it. We have a poster of it. I had it as a kid, right? That's obviously not there, right? Next question, right? Just because we said, I don't know who measured this curve. Do you know who has demonstrated and has verified the spin of this globe?
Well, are you asking for a specific someone? Because I could just say NASA,
Really
that's,
anything.
Well, the only stuff that I know is that about NASA and how they've sent people out there, and how you would slowly see that the sun would slowly rotate around the sun, and spin at a very extremely slow pace, which would
So are you saying pictures and video from NASA, from space?
pictures and videos of NASA, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we can't really use that as proof just because I can't or you can't go verify that yourself, right? I mean, we could claim, oh, well, if I had a bunch of money, I could sort of send a rocket up there, right? But it would never be of the quality, if you will, of NASA, right? And actually, when we really get into it, there's a lot of mishaps, right? Errors, things that don't make a lot of natural sense when you actually inspect those photos and videos, right? It's like somebody going, well, I saw on TV Godzilla, and he was destroying this city. But, just because it's a really good video or even hyper realistic, right? You got deep fakes now where it really looks like Obama and he's talking, but of course it's not, right? Would you agree? We can't really use videos and photos as proof unless we can actually make those ourselves?
I do believe that's a fair enough assessment, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can't really use that as our evidence of the spin of the Earth, but maybe is there anything else that makes you think that it spins? Anything that comes up?
Well, the only, apart from, everything that I was taught in, my history class, my science class this year, about how with the gravitational pull sun, we would slowly rotate around the sun, causing it, which makes the gravity that we have. But this is a very, very dumbed down way of me explaining, because I
was going to say it's a little all over the place.
Yeah, it's very, very dumbed down because I do not remember everything that I sat in science class this year, but that's around about the assessment that we got in class.
So if I asked you to come outside with me, outside to the beach, do you think you could prove to me that the Earth was moving and spinning? Do you feel it moving and spinning?
I do not feel it, no.
Yeah, I mean, me neither. But of course, there's this claim that the ball would have to be spinning. Like you said, it would have to be going around the sun, right? So that we could see it across the sky. So do you know? I mean, and it's fine if you just say, I don't know, right? Do you know when they measured the spin of the Earth?
No, I don't.
Awesome, man. Great. First question, we don't know who measured the curve. We don't know who measured the spin, right? Last question. Can you demonstrate, right? Because they say that this spinning ball, if you will, is of course in the vacuum of space, right? Ever expanding. Now they've changed the story here and there, right? They've said that it was a big bang, right? Quite exciting. The first explosion to create supposedly everything, right? They told, of course, all of us the exact same story. So we need to be able to verify that, right? Because me and you, we're breathing air, at 14 psi roughly right now, right? So I would say that my last question to you is, can we demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Well, the first thing is that I can't exactly say that I believe in the Big Bang either, because I believe God created the Earth in 7 days. And
it's a great start.
That I believe. I'm a Christian. That's my value. My view. I don't believe that the Earth was created by a Big Bang.
That's so great, actually, because the Earth was created before the sun. So, what in the heck was the Earth moving around if the sun was created after the Earth? And so, like I said, that's why heliocentrism is a religion, okay? Because they have like the sun and the Earth and all this, but the Earth was created first, and then there was the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser night to rule the night, and it was the sun and the moon.
Yeah, and I would have to agree. It's a story that I would agree fits a lot better than sort of this Big Bang story, right? That if you stick around here, you can even find out where that came from, right? And how it just starts to add and build to this story of this globe lie. But anyway, to the question, just want to kind of get that consensus, whether you know or not. You might know of a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, right? We would need to have, of course, something between this pressure of air that we're breathing and, of course, the vacuum of space that they claim. Of course, the ISS is out there, maybe in low Earth orbit, right? They've told us a lot of things. So could you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Isn't the thing that's keeping us, from all dying, isn't that called the ozone, or am I wrong? Sorry, I do not focus enough
It's
in science.
definitely been called that.
Okay.
For sure, right? They even claim there's a hole in the ozone layer in the 90s. However, they've kind of stopped saying that, generally speaking. But yeah, a hole in what? Are we saying that there's this glass bubble around the globe somehow, and they sort of just sort of exit?
Isn't it the amount of carbon dioxide in the air that's keeping keeping us in the vacuum space? I do not remember. I'm sorry. I'm just genuinely enjoying this conversation. I'm sorry if before it sounded like when I came on that I may have looked like a troll, because I'm guessing you guys get that all the time.
Not at all, man.
But when I came on, I genuinely meant to have a genuine conversation about something that I do not fully understand, and I'd like to look at the other people's perspective.
Yeah,
Because
me,
I believe perspective is
both.
key.
Because I would say actually a lot of us are here not only to kind of help fellow people that are still sort of in this deception of a globe, because we were all there too, right? But honestly, we're trying to figure out why everybody still believes in this globe. And they think that, well, we believe in a flat earth, and that's not really true. I can't believe in how tall I am. I can measure it, and then I know how tall I am. In fact, I would try to remove believe entirely out of your vocabulary, right? There's a reason why lie, L-I-E, is right in the middle of believe, right? It's what you have to do, of course, to do something. Now, it's okay. They say white lies can be healthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, the globe versus flat is not a white lie. In fact, it's even seems like a minuscule deception. However, it's changing the foundations of what everybody's worldview is. For instance, they could say something is falling out of the sky and it's coming from Jupiter, right? And a lot of people would believe that. When, of course, somebody who knows that the Earth is not a spinning space ball would never fall for such a story. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Because really here, we're just here to kind of show you some information. And really the point of those questions, just because I'm going to say that you probably don't know of, gas pressure without a container.
Are you talking about the ozone, or just the theory or the practice, the testing? I don't know. Sorry, what do you mean? Sorry.
Take a soda can, okay? Take a soda can, for example, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And it has gas infused in the soda, right? That carbonation, okay? That's a gas. If I shake that soda and I bust it open, I bust a hole in it, I make it an open container, it's going to go everywhere, okay? Because it's a pressurized thing, okay? So, its contents will leave the container. Okay, and so that's what we're trying to say. There's this whole theory of gravity on Earth, but there's no gravity in space, and you can't have that. You have to have some sort of containment for this pressurized gases that we breathe, or the contents. The contents of our container would leak into space, and we'd all be screwed. You know, it defies physics. That's the whole thing I'm getting at. It defies fundamental laws of physics. You know, so
But the thing is, what I looked up here is that the Earth is the ozone layer is made up of 3 different types of oxygen molecules, and that's what's keeping the Earth. This is what it says:
So are
is a
you saying
gas
the
made up of
gas
3
is
oxygen
containing the
atoms.
gas?
Yes. O3, it occurs
Do you have a
naturally.
demonstration of gas containing a gas?
Well, wouldn't some gases be denser and thicker than other gases?
Sure, but even supposedly on the edge of space, right? Is the air more dense or less dense?
In space?
Or
Isn't there
as we
no air?
rise, as we rise up, right? If I was to, get a ladder and just keep going up and up and up, would the air get denser?
I would get thinner, no?
Exactly. Right. So how is there this less dense air and then suddenly, there's this dense air holding in all the other air? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a weird sandwich. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there might be a demonstration you know of where there's gas pressure holding gas pressure. Is this the case? It's fine if you
that
don't
sounds
know.
like a pseudo sandwich.
That's the equivalent of like, I'm going to go buy some propane at my local store, right? And I go, don't worry about the container. Just give me the gas. All right, I've got this gas bag. You can't see it. It's gas. Don't worry, I'm holding it right now. Don't worry, I got all of it. You see how ridiculous that might sound?
So it's something you can't see, so it's very hard to believe in if you physically see it.
Well, it's not
Right?
that I can't see it. It's just that it doesn't work.
Fair
It's
enough.
okay,
Yeah,
wind
I do not
exists,
know.
right? Even though we can't see it, we do see what it does to trees, though. We do what it sees to grandma when it blows her over on the beach.
Mhm.
But do we have any demonstration of this gas holding another gas? Some people claim gravity. Well, that's great. Do we have an instance, an experiment, a demonstration, anything that shows gas holding another gas? In fact, we have some GIFs here. I don't know if you're actually familiar with the live stream voice text, but there's been actually a lot of really great posts, especially about the gas pressure. That especially if you're really new to this, it can be honestly a lot to take in.
I do not know, sadly, but it would be great to learn.
Yeah, and all we can ever ask for, man, is sort of intellectual honesty. And I just want to conclude with those 3 questions because just so you understand, the first question, where's the curve, right? That's something we would need. That's something the globe claims, right? That's not some flat earther claim. We're flat earthers because, of course, we falsified the globe. And there's just sort of this default of, well, we're here all together. We don't know what shape it is. It could be lake shaped, right? Which is why we were saying, can you fall off a lake, right? So then it's the same thing with where's the edge, right? Where's the edge of this expanding universe? Well, I don't know. I haven't been there. Well, okay, then. So how is that any more proof, right? What we're trying to say is, of course, that the geometry in that first question, it doesn't add up, right? The globe is not found in reality. The spin of the earth, you said it yourself. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Well, me neither, man. And of course, the last one, we're all breathing gas pressure right now. That is a fact. And yet, I'm not saying I know what the container is, but I do know a container is the antecedent to gas pressure. So what I'm trying to tell you is you only believe that the curvature of the earth has been measured. You only believe that people have told you it's spinning. And you only believe that it's somehow in a vacuum of space, second thermodynamics law violation, right? So, I mean, I open it up honestly to the rest of the panel. I've been talking a lot, but I think you enjoyed it, and I think it's hitting home. I like to kind of go a little slower, add some tidbit information, because you do seem at least genuinely interested. But yeah, if you had questions for us, all of us, we can surely answer them.
I have one, like, a question about the film that came out in 2018, the Behind the Curve, about how a flat Earth, it was like a $20,000 machine. It's like
The gyroscope.
200,000. I don't remember what it was called. And he proved himself wrong. My question is, I haven't watched the film. I only know a little bit about it, and I wanted to ask, why? How does that work for you guys? And if so,
So what you heard was false, right? And what I'm trying to say is, of course, anything could be on TV, right? We can't just trust what we see on TV or read in a Facebook post, or we actually have to do this ourselves, right? That's the only way you can know for yourself, right? You can't trust some guy even next to you, even if that person next to you is your mom or your dad, right? Not to say that they're going to lie to you, but you gotta know for yourself, right? Now, specifically to that movie, let's face it, do you think they're going to post a video about how the entire worldview is completely wrong to everybody? No, of course not. They're going to try and, swindle their way to make entertainment, right? And of course, a large majority like laughing at flat earthers. Oh, there you go. You got a hit piece right now. All we got to do is make it look like, and you've seen this before, right? You've seen Photoshop. You've seen manipulation of showing view angles. You've seen manipulations of showing certain shots after each other. Sounds can even influence how you feel about information. So, I mean, without even watching it, you'd really have to inspect it yourself, wouldn't you? Right? You'd have to watch it yourself and go, well, I need to actually try this, or maybe be really specific about what I saw. Like, for instance, I saw at 25 minutes in, Bob Nodell says this, this, and this. Does anybody know what he means by this, and could it be further explained? Why, yes, right? But simply coming in with a question, especially in this form, just going, well, I saw something that says it debunks flat Earth. That's really hearsay, and I just hope you know the difference between hearsay and, of course, knowing it for yourself. Hopefully that answers the question.
yeah, thank you. It does. It's also like really nice to have I appreciate you for not jumping on top of me for asking that question.
No, never at all, man. So I'm a professor in real life. And
what do you teach, if you don't mind me
I teach architecture. And you'd be surprised. I've heard all the questions. There is. I've heard an 18-year-old student go, what did we use before Google Maps? And I, just kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. Of course we used maps, right? They're flat, they're on paper. They're wonderful projections of at least something close to our locality. Because, like even flat Earth has been sort of bastardized, for lack of a better term, right? Oh, you're a flat earther? Well, no, I'm a human, just like you, dude. We live on the same Earth. So it's become this term like conspiracy theorists, right? What does that mean? Well, it's a coined term so that when the public hears it, they disregard whatever that person has to say, right? So just like flat earther, most of us in here, we're just earthers, and we just know that it's not a globe. We were taught the same story, but it wasn't until we tested that globe, because trust me, I think a lot of us in here can definitely tell you we were like, no way, I got to test this for myself. Like, we kind of, got jittery about it. Some of us figured it out in a week. Some of us went back and forth for years, right? However, it's like finding out about Santa Claus. Like, no, my parents wouldn't lie to me, right? You're telling me everybody would have to lie to me? Well, yeah, right. Yeah, well, what do you think Santa Claus is? It's this copied tradition. It's this honestly control. It's a program, right? It makes a lot of money around December and in July in the southern part of the earth. But I hope you get my point. I
Oh yeah,
tend to
definitely.
ramble. Yeah.
But if that is true, then doesn't that mean that like everyone that you know and you love is either
that they're lying?
Is either that they're lying or they just don't know the truth? And if
So,
so, how did they keep such a big thing like this?
Well, two things. So, no, sometimes if you don't know that you're lying, this is kind of subjective too. If you don't know that you're lying, are you really hurting anyone? Right? You believe the story too, so you keep teaching the lie, right? For instance, I'm a parent myself, and even me and my wife kind of go back and forth about this because she loves the celebration, right? Especially of winter solstice, which she believes is, of course, the real celebration. But she's also like, I don't want to rob my kids of, the joy of Santa Claus. And I'm thinking to myself, well, are you really robbing them that joy, right? What I'm trying to say is, of course, it becomes a cultural thing that people back up, right? It's something you were taught since kindergarten, right? They had a globe in the classroom. Now, they told you at such a young age about this because you couldn't form an argument against it. In fact, they never proved it to you either, right? They never gave you the proof of the curvature, the proof of the spin, or the proof that it was out in the middle of space. They just told you that it was so, which is why you can't answer it today, and neither can I. And anytime that I look into it even more and more, I find more truth, that there's so many things that actually don't add up to this globe model, right? Not to say that that means there must be a flat earth model, right? Because there is a lot of deception going around, right? There's people out there saying absolute nonsense, such as a disc pizza flying through space, so that you will never look into the topic at all. Which actually might be my next question. How did you run across this, Smiley?
Originally, this was probably around about a year or so back.
Yeah,
when
you said you were
I
in
was
here before.
Yeah, I had joined a call like this, a year or so back. I think it was a ladies' night.
Good times.
Yeah, I don't remember who the moderators were. There were two lovely ladies who I had a lovely conversation. Got a bit, but it was a lovely conversation. It was originally I had joined. I'll be brutally honest. You're
breaking up a bit.
Oh, hello. Hi. Sorry about that. Originally, a year or so back, I joined as a joke because I was stupid and I was very much immature.
We all are at some point.
But when I got into the call, I was very mature in the way that I spoke and the way that because I was actually genuinely curious. I joined as a joke, but I was curious once I joined. And I had a lovely conversation, and I left a while back, but I rejoined recently because I refound the Discord, and because I remembered that I'm subscribed to the Discord. I'm subscribed to the YouTube, the streaming, the live streaming.
Right.
And I remembered that I had such a lovely conversation last. To come back and have another lovely conversation now, where I can view it differently than when I viewed it back then.
Yeah.
And speak to new people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based on even just our conversation, do you feel like you've learned something? Do you still feel that it's a globe?
Due to my personal beliefs, I do personally still think it's a globe. But I've really enjoyed the conversation because it makes me. I'm now probably gonna second guess myself to most of the stuff.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, it's good to have you in. But can I ask you one question?
Yeah, please.
I don't know if you're leaving, but
no,
what would you say the percentage is that you believe in the globe, like from 1 to 100? What is the percentage?
In my personal belief, Are you asking, Sonny?
Yes.
I'm probably around 75% sure.
Okay.
That's
Now let me ask you, since you admittedly 75%. Okay. So, what? Okay. Let me word this right. What else in life, in your entire life, are you 75% sure with zero evidence?
what in life am I 75% sure with zero evidence?
No. What else? What other endeavor in your entire life, like any other thing, any other part of your life, do you rely that you're 75% sure with zero evidence? What do you use that in any other part of your life?
That I listen to my teachers and I believe what they say. I'm 75% sure that they're saying is right, but I don't know.
So you're going by a 75% surety with zero evidence. What I'm asking is the answer about the teacher is not an answer to that question. You would have to say, okay, in my relationship with my girlfriend, or my relationship with that you use this, or my thoughts about any given topic or any other area of my life, do I operate like a 75% surety with zero evidence? So your answer would be something like, well, yes, in this part of my life, or you don't use it in any other part of your life, but only the globe Earth topic.
I guess it's the only the other stuff that I would agree with is that like my relationship standing point with other people, because I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that there's a connection between us as people, but I don't believe that that's a 100% truth.
Well, you probably have evidence. You probably have evidence though for your relationships, but you don't have evidence for the globe. But you still are 75% sure, as you are of your other relationships, that you may be 75% sure, but you have evidence to back that 75% surety. With the globe Earth, you have no evidence, which has been pointed out so well by the panel here.
The reason why I believe.
Hold on, let me just finish. I'm sorry. I am kind of
long-winded. Interrupt you.
It's okay. I am kind of long-winded, and I have pauses where I'm not quite done, but that's okay. So what I'm trying to get at is this 75% surety, or some people have this percentage of surety, but mostly you would never operate anywhere else in your life with that kind of surety with zero evidence. You would always have evidence to back up that surety level. But what I'm saying is you do not have that with the Earth. So you truly were being honest when you said your belief, because with the globe Earth, that's all you have. Otherwise, you would have been able to give an answer for the three questions or points, which are the curvature directly measured, detection of axial rotation, motion detected, and the demonstration of gas pressure being contained without a physical barrier. So those three questions, you admitted genuinely and authentically that you didn't know the answer to those questions. So therefore, what it says, along with the surety level that you have with zero evidence, that you just have a religious belief in the globe. And that's fair because you haven't taken the numbers yet and gone out and looked for yourself to test it. So right now you just have a religious belief. That's all.
Okay. I just believe what my parents tell me.
Yeah,
and I
okay,
believe what.
So let me ask another question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so quick, but
yeah, no,
I'll
please
stop after this. So let me ask you this: Are you sure? Are you sitting on Discord? Are you sitting at your desk or wherever, sitting there talking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm sitting to you, speaking to you on Discord. Yes.
Okay, and how sure are you percentage that you're talking to me on Discord right now?
Well, right now I'm staring at your profile, Sonny, and I can see in your About Me, Earth is flat. That's a natural fact. So I'm almost 100% sure that I'm looking at you on Discord.
Awesome, man. So that's one of the first times we've ever heard that from any Glober, believe it or not. We
And
may
I'm talking to you on Discord? You're joking, right?
So no, I'm not joking. People would say, no, I'm 99.99999. I could be a jar. I could be in a jar, a brain in a jar. That's what we get from a lot of Globers. They're not even sure if they're sitting at their desk talking with me or anyone else here. But you were 100% sure. That is correct. You are absolutely 100% sure. I assure you it's 100% sure on my side as well. I know that I'm sitting there talking to somebody that's a real human being with real feelings, real life, a real experience. And so there you have it. So all we're doing is taking what it can actually be known about Earth, which is we go out and look outside. The flat Earth that we are talking about is right outside your door. It's not something else that flat earthers got together and made up. So we discussed part of this about the psyop of what's being presented about flat Earth is ridiculous. That's why they have these little captions underneath everything that's flat Earth. And they're saying that it's scientifically unfounded. But what we found is that the globe Earth is not scientific at all. It's not even in the realm of science. But when was it proven that the globe Earth was true?
I just if you're asking me personally, when I believe if I do know that at a certain time that it was proven true, I don't know. I haven't done enough.
Yeah. And that's why we like you, because you're being honest about that. And we get a lot of dishonesty when it gets to this point, basically. So I appreciate your honesty here. And
Smiley,
yeah.
and Smiley, I think this is how it sort of perpetuates the lie, because you appeal to the authority of your teachers and that without having any evidence. And this is when people say, why would they lie, or how do they keep it concealed? It's not really that hard if everyone just takes blind belief in an authority figure without doing any research. They just rely on no one will actually look at any evidence. Because when you actually dig deep into it, you realise that there's nothing there. There's no evidence to what they're presenting, but we still just parrot everything, even though 90% of the time, Globers don't even know anything about the model they're defending, but they just go in and defend it blindly. It's really strange. And if you can separate that in your mind and just realise, like, I don't even actually know anything about why I believe in this, then that's sort of the first step. And then obviously investigating it and realising that it makes total and it's nonsensical. And what you see is actually makes more sense, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you done there, Chubbs?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I'd just like to apologize to you real quick, because early in your conversation, I called you a liar in the text, and you really you really made me pleased with how this conversation went. You seem very genuine and honest, and the reason why I called you a liar is because it's the way how the conversation started. It seemed dishonest by the way you said you didn't care really about the subject, but you want to have an honest conversation. So that's kind of, you can't really have an honest conversation if you have no interest in the topic, you know?
Yes, okay, then maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misexplained how I meant it. I mean, I do not personally mind whatever your beliefs are. Like, I will not attack you for whatever your beliefs are. I will not say that you are wrong, because that is your personal belief, and I will not fight you on that. I will not try and prove you wrong. I will not try to change your mind. I just wanted to have a conversation so you may change my mind.
It's fine. It's totally fine. It's cool.
Yeah, that let's not get the names mixed up because this person is Smiley, not Chubbs.
No, yeah, I was asking Chubbs if he was done talking to Smiley.
Yeah, he was just talking to me, Sonny.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Hey, I wanna let him know too that when we're talking about education and school system, there's just not a lot of intelligence in the school system. You're not really expanding your mind and learning how to think for yourself and question things. Really, all it is memorization and regurgitation. That's how you get through in school and get good grades. And if the information you're learning is full of, lies, then it's not even knowledge really. It's totally useless.
Right. And the other thing is you mentioned teachers. Now, I can't remember any specifics actually about what they taught. Now, I looked those things up myself just because I had an interest in all of those things like astronomy and how large the sun was and the distances and all of that. Now, but I don't ever recall having a chance to digest the information and then to be able to logically rebut it in any way. There never seemed to be an opportunity to do that. Now, did you have a different experience? Were you presented information where you had a discussion about it? Or were you just told this is what it is and not to question it?
I was given the information and I was told to copy it down in my notes and study it religiously and then write it down on an exam paper that will eventually make my mark, and if I fail, I fail.
Okay, so what did you have a test like that on Earth itself?
I had it on Earth, how it first got formed, the different cycles of time from when the first thing was, created.
I see. So you actually were taught that in school then?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I wasn't, but I was going to school during the Apollo era.
Oh man!
You were taught via the Apollo. What do you mean? Like you were taught?
I was in school. I was 10 years old in 1968.
Weird. I'm from
Holy-
Gemini also.
Shh. Hold on. Damn, I'm a baby. Holy crap, bro!
Yeah.
I was born in 2007.
Right. I remember July. I remember what the day was like in July 1969, July 21st, or whenever they supposedly landed on the moon. I remember the day. I was alive during all that period. I remember writing 1964 on my school paperwork. That was when I was 7 years old.
Holy. Oh my man!
There's a couple of us in here that are my age or older even.
Bro, I feel unborn.
God rock one of them. Yeah, I was born in the 50s. So I've seen technologies come and go and whole generations pass before my eyes, really, literally, and I'm still here.
You were born in the...
Still here. I'm still here. I'm still alive, and I'm still I'm still going to learn how to thrive if it takes me my entire life.
Oh. Man.
So listen, you like this knowledge of like what Earth is, it's actually it's quite profound, and to say that it's trivial is trivializing something that is a major fact of our lives, our perception of ourselves, and in the reality that we exist in. That's the most profound thing. And so I'll tell you right now, I have the ability to rejuvenate because I've connected with this earth again. It heals me every night. There's more reasons that I should not be here at all than for me to still be here speaking to you in any kind of coherent manner is a miracle.
Yeah. All right.
And it's 1313 in military time on the West Coast here. August 4th, 1313. So I'm having a couple sips of some Guinness. I already had breakfast. I'm boiling some water, distilled water. I have quite an active life. I've got my bicycle waiting for me, and I'll be out on that in a matter of minutes.
So you're like, damn. Holy man, I feel rejuvenated and young.
Great. That's all I would ever hope for, that I could present something to you where you would feel invigorated too, because I've had to rely on this source, and the source is not from me or you. It's from Earth, and the Creator put it all here for us. We're literally between heaven and earth, in the middle. We're electrical beings.
I had sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just had another few more questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because last time I was here, I had a conversation about this, and they said that beyond if you eventually go out, let's say you sailed out or like to the border of the world, past that border is where you see God. Is that how other people view it as well? Because that's how those ladies.
That I think is quite a personal question. So I think that would have to be left to each individual of what we speculate on, because speculation is really only in our minds anyway, right? So
there's not like one main view.
When there's empirical value or empirical truths, in other words, something that is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, then when we rely on information like that, and we can do that by going out and observing Earth as it actually exists in our experience, any of us can do this. So that's different than just speculation. So now, if your speculation matches reality, that's the caveat. If it does match reality, then you have to stop and go, right?
It really doesn't help anyone to just speculate. Like, it doesn't solve anything. You don't have to fill the void of not knowing something. That's exactly why they're in the problem we are, because they just gave us all this propaganda and just repeat until everyone blindly follows it. So there's no point in just speculating on something we can't prove. It's just pointless.
I mean, it can be fun to speculate, right? but yeah, you got to stay grounded in your reality, and you got to remember one thing too. Regardless of what you think about God or any of that, flat Earth does prove a creator, without a doubt.
They do have to agree, because you guys obviously didn't come out of nowhere, and it had to come from somewhere. And my question is, Chubbs, might I ask, where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Okay, mind if I ask? Okay, now I have another question. Because a little while ago, like I said, a few years ago, I had a conversation, and I don't remember if it was one of those ladies' person's point, but it was a point of view where it was the belief that there was no such thing as Australia. How does that work?
I'm not too sure. I think that was an old thing. I'm not sure how that came about. I have heard someone speak on it, so someone may be able to expand on that. Sonny, maybe.
I don't even remember. I think that was some kind of 2015. I think that was some kind of 2015 thing, basically saying that it was a misnomer. Actually, it was taken the wrong way, because we were saying if Australia exists on a ball, it would have to be upside down. So then the Globers just started saying that flat earthers don't believe Australia exists.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't in this call. Maybe it was probably during that time when I was talking to, because my friends gave me the Discord, and they probably made a joke. Like, I do not remember. It was just around that time period.
I think that whole thing was a misunderstanding of our point of view. Actually, another one.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was
I
just
was
going to
just
say where it originates from.
Oh, where does it
Um,
originate from?
So, are you familiar with the Flat Earth Society?
Yes, I've heard a lot about them.
So, do you know if they make real claims or maybe
No,
claims that make Flat Earth look dumb?
Well, a lot of the stuff that they say sounds kind of ridiculous.
Exactly. And so, of course, that actually originates, I think, actually like 1970s. Don't quote me on the guy who was that major proponent. There was like 5 dudes that, were questionable, that created this quote unquote flat earth society, right? Saying ridiculous claims like a disc in space rising up, that Australia doesn't exist, and, a lot of ridiculous things. But yeah, that one's actually pretty old. And of course, we do not represent the Flat Earth Society.
It's a good way to make everyone in the movement just look absolutely nuts. Essentially, you're just controlling both sides of the argument, which is what they do with everything. It's time old trick.
And is it also true that, like, I don't know if this is another thing that was claimed or some other people made this claim or something like that, but it was there was a, like, I don't remember where I heard it from, but it was that if you cross the border that is surrounded the Earth, the government will kill you or something like that. I don't know.
The border of what? Sorry.
The border of like the Earth, that like where like Antarctica is.
No, the 60th parallel of the Antarctic Treaty is what he's referring to.
Yeah, so there is a treaty which you can't travel freely. You'll be detained.
You'll get detained? Why is that?
They want to protect the penguins.
Oh, so there are actual people all the way out there who will arrest you. Interesting. I didn't know that.
There's
We'd arrest you where?
By Antarctica. I mean, that's what I'm getting told. I mean, you'll be detained if you go all the way out there.
Nobody lives in Antarctica except for researchers.
Those waters are heavily patrolled by all the governments of the world that signed that treaty.
Oh, okay.
Like and if you don't have their permission, go beyond that marker, yes, they are going to stop you.
They'll turn you around. There's heaps of videos of them actually sending boats and that back.
Smiley,
that's actually kind of odd.
It's kind of interesting because you came in here and you didn't really know much about the globe, right? But you seem to know a lot about the sort of straw men and the bad side of the flat Earth, which is kind of interesting to me that you.
Because originally, like I said, I had joined this Discord as a joke. Like years back, I had like a year back. My friend gave me the Discord to join.
Things in this Discord, my friend. The things you're asking about. Okay.
That's why I'm asking you, is that like the point of view of you guys or the point of view of others? Or is it like what, where do these stories come from? Because it has to come from someone.
If I could jut in one more time, because there was actually a guy here, I forget sort of what his last name was. I remember it was Steven or something like that. But he'd actually, supposedly at least gave his, sort of testimony, if you will. He was down sort of by like way south of South America, right? I forget what the island is, but he was actually stationed on a battleship. And, he was talking about, it was actually for this war and things like that. But then they were told to actually go right at the 60th latitude, right? Which is, of course, what we're talking about is the Antarctic Treaty, right? Which is a very suspicious thing. that was pretty much signed around the same time of the forming of NASA, right? So this isn't speculation, really. Those are, of course, objective facts. These things happened, and you can't simply travel anywhere you want. I mean, right? We saw even 3 years ago, you couldn't step outside, right? But his testimony that he was giving is that there were some people that would basically try and go in a little boat, or basically go a little too in that direction south to Antarctica, right? And that they would actually have to stop them. Right. And we even asked him, would you guys have to open fire if they didn't listen? Do you give a warning? And, he even told us the procedure, right? That they sort of, worst case scenario, they shoot like a warning shot. Loudspeaker says, turn back. You're in, restricted waters. So, there's definitely evidence, right? And he's not just the only evidence, but it's kind of special to the server, just because I remember that day he came in and he kind of talked for hours, and we were kind of just like, well, there you go. Right? The guy who was actually, of course, in charge of shooting individuals that don't obey this treaty, right? But yeah, he's not the only account either.
It's not just the Antarctic Treaty either. There's a lot of restricted airspaces everywhere where you're not allowed. If you fly a plane over there, they will send a jet and intercept you. You're not allowed to fly over the North Pole. It's restricted airspace.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know a lot of this information.
Did you say when did you start learning about the Flat Earth Society? Like, how old were you?
Well, when I first heard about it, I saw it on cartoons on TV. Oh, one
The
second.
Flat Earth
Somebody at my
Society?
door. Yeah.
It's August 4th.
I didn't know they had cartoons about the Flat Earth Society.
Well, they would. The cartoons would usually make fun of the idea of the Earth on a disc,
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay.
and that's where I first saw about it. But I'll be right back. By the way, Sunny, if you're there, I spoke to you back in 2020 when I first the Discord. But I'll be right back. I have to dinner. I have to go eat dinner with my family. I'll be right back. Hello? Sorry. Hi. But yeah, Sunny, I knew you from back in 2021. You were in that call.
I'm telling you, I knew it, man.
I'd spoken to you before. It's crazy. Hi, it's good to see you again, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's actually quite amazing. And it's almost been 4 years, I think so.
4 years since then?
Yeah, I think it's been.
It was back in 2021.
Yeah, let's see. I started in August of 2020. I started here, so it's going to be 4 years next.
I was 13 at the time.
Yeah. See, I remember. Did you come in by yourself? I think you did. Or
Yeah, I
you come
did.
with a group? Okay. Because there's some people, and probably if it had only been like a year or two, I'd be able to remember a lot of the names of even a lot of the trolls that ended up coming back and staying. But a lot of those are silvers and golds here now, are the people that came into troll. And they
Really?
decided
So
to stay. Yeah, they stayed because they couldn't refute what we were telling. Once they got past their own cogdis, like once they got past their bias, and they could settle down a little bit, because young people get excited and they want to be firm on their choice because they want to be heard. They want to think they have their own voice. That's fine. But this information is it's so incredible that it gets to the point where it's irrefutable. And the only thing you're left with is your own experience. You go like, holy shit, well, the irrefutable lines up with reality as I experience, and every other human does too. And also practically uses Earth in any kind of motion above near or below the surface, like as in underwater, undersea, we don't use any kind of curvature. Even a freaking fighter F-15 going 1,000 miles an hour at 10 feet above the deck. No adjustment.
Yeah.
I hope you heard what I
100%.
said. Yeah, you heard
Yeah,
what
I
I said,
did.
right? Yeah, yeah. So
It's good to
this,
see that people eventually, like, once they've changed. Like, I like talking to people when they have an open mind, because open minds, you get to see, you get to have a genuine conversation with someone, and they have willing.
yeah. And look, I've learned from my own mistakes. Like I've blown people out like you, and actually banned people that I got upset with. I got triggered. That's on me. Like we all do the best we can, and so we all learn how to do this thing, because this is not just a regular conversation. It ties into people's beliefs about where and who they are, and that's why they can get really triggered. And I can get triggered as well by certain things if I feel people are and it's like almost the intuitive sense. And I think a lot of us, it seems to be a conglomeration of very talented artists and creative people here with great intuitive skills. Like we learned so many different things about each other's voices here. It's scary. It really is. And then continuing each other's conversations as if you were in the same room with your twin brother times 10.
I don't know, but Smiley does sound a lot older than 17.
Yeah, I know. I'm not 17. I'm 15, and I'm just. Trust me, it's enough to deal with.
Okay, well, if you were 13 almost 4 years ago when you talked to Sonny.
Yeah, I was born in September.
Now?
I'm 15. I'm turning 16 in September. This September, son.
Well, you still sound a lot older.
I know, I do. I get told that a lot.
Well, me, on the other hand, everybody thinks I'm younger.
Wait, really? You sound like you sound like you're in your early 20s, like probably 20, 21, maybe 19 even.
He was born the same year I was.
What? You're kidding me.
No, we were both born the year NASA was created. Sorry to dox both of us, but I don't think he minds. Yeah. And Wave Mixer's a trip, man. He's got a
Wave Mixer sounds like he has a peach fuzz mustache. I love you, Wave Mixer.
Yeah, that's
Well, don't let my wife hear that. She gets jealous. And my peach fuzz mustache went away in 6th grade. I started shaving when I was in 7th grade, and haven't stopped since. Well, yeah, I did. I still have a mustache. I don't shave it.
You got any more questions, Smiley?
Hold up. So I'm just gonna quickly grasp something quickly here. You're 65?
Yes. We're both 65. We just turned 65.
Well, happy birthday. Well, first to say, sorry, happy late birthday if I've missed it. But I wish you many more great years to come.
Hey, Wave Mixer. Happy birthday, Wave Mixer. I know you just...
Thank you. You know, my birthday was the day after that last meetup that you didn't come to.
So that makes you into the after Leo then, doesn't it?
I can't.
You got a new grandchild? Was the baby born?
Oh, you're a
My
cancer.
wife hasn't called me yet, but they induced labor. She went into the hospital yesterday at 3. They were going to be inducing labor probably around 6. We're just waiting.
Wait a minute. So you're a Cancer like me? Did I get the date wrong?
June 25th.
Oh, that's right. You are a Cancer like me. So That's very interesting because look at the intricacy at which we work, like at the component level and like tinkering with stuff like that. We both have that.
Sonny's thin with a lot of hair, and I'm fat with hardly any.
No, I hardly had any hair, and I have long silver hair, but I wasn't shaving until I was like 26 or older. I barely could shave. I didn't have any hair.
I was buying booze at the liquor store without getting carded when I was 16.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, we're old time. We're dinosaurs.
My head trying to get wrapped around this shit.
So I looked like Smiley Sounds.
What's that?
When I was a kid, I looked like Smiley Sounds.
Okay. Can I ask you a quick question? Are you at the age of like 15 to 16? Did you also have the capabilities to grow a beard as well? Because
Well, I was going into liquor stores and I wasn't getting carded. I had a mustache and sideburns.
oh my word, I have a full ass beard, and man, is it hard to sometimes like change people's mind, to prove how old I am.
A full ass beard. That brought to thoughts to my mind that I'd rather not think about.
I turned. Man, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm not 16. I'm 15. You're right. I'm not 16. Damn, that's man. I'm getting.
Are you sure you're not 38?
Me? No, I'm pretty sure. Well, my school ID says that I was born in 2007, the 6th of September. So,
That's what it is then.
I feel. Oh my. That is mind-boggling to me. I'm pretty amazing. It's great to see like all different ages and walks of life in one community. I'm gonna be honest, I have never met somebody in their 60s on Discord before. Oh, I met you, but I didn't know you were 60, Sonny.
Stop the cap.
Look, man, the truth, truth is very powerful. It brings people together, and it always comes to the light.
So true. Date stone. Man. That's amazing. Good job. Man. Well, in a short period of time, I'm gonna have to sadly take my leave. I don't know if you guys know what it is, but do you guys know D&D?
Of course, man. I just wanted to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like, do you feel that knowing that this is a diverse community of truth seekers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help you maybe understand that maybe this topic of flat Earth isn't as crazy as it first sounds?
Definitely. I don't believe it's as crazy as it first sounds, and I do believe that it probably has merit behind it.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to thank you for an honest conversation, and wish you on your way. Hope you're back here to ask more questions.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's just it's nice to talk to people who would take me seriously, but not take it in the sense that I'm trying to be disrespectful.
Well, we're on the internet, so time will tell. It always does.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
It's always nice meeting new people from all different walks of life. And
just make sure to check out all the resources on this link too.
Oh, which link?
On this server. There's a
where would I find
information.
Where would I find that information? If you don't mind me asking, is which chat would that be in?
Just scroll down from the server link, and there's just a list of all topics.
I see. Server link.
Just keep going down till you get to additional information, or there's all other.
Oh, additional information. Okay, so like long distance observation.
Yeah.
Celestial navigation stuff?
Yeah, just be sure to check all that out.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll make sure to do that. And maybe next time I can come in with a proper... I can actually add to the conversation instead of sitting and listening.
Let's go. Have a good day, man.
You do too. Take care of yourselves. To like everybody in the call or whoever's watching, stuff like that, go take care of yourselves. If you guys haven't had any water or had anything to drink, go get that. You definitely deserve it. You guys are lovely people, and I really enjoyed the conversation I had with you. Genuinely wish you guys the best, and I hope to catch you guys around if you guys are still around. Like when I'm back.
Hey,
Go.
Smiley, before you go,
You'll be back.
Before you go,
Yeah. What's up?
You were adding to the conversation. I mean, if you're being honest and sincere and asking questions that you are really interested in, that's what we want. That's why I'm here.
Well, then, if that's true, then I'm happy that I could. It's like a genuine pleasure to meet with people who don't view the same things that I do, view the same way. Or else it will just feel like I'm in an echo chamber.
Yeah, we need to deprogram people one person at a time. So, congratulations, you're on your way.
Thank you. And like seriously, it's lovely to speak to people and get to know people and like understand different things. By the way, I apologize if like I don't sound my age, like I don't like by my voice. I don't know. I don't think I can change that. I'm not trying to be rude. I just genuinely don't think I can change that. But it's really lovely, speaking to people and meeting new ones and genuinely having a conversation.
No, I think what you should take away from the conversation, I've been here over 4 years, and
4 years.
Yep, you're never going to find more honest people anywhere. These people are here to tell you the truth, and that's a fact. And I've been here almost 5 years, and I've heard nothing but truth out of these people. So just remember that.
um,
I know it's a lot to swallow. I know it is. I know it's a lot to swallow, but I'm telling you, these people do not lie. They got no reason to, and they've spent their last 4, 5, 6, 7 years of their life studying this stuff and finding out the real truth about things, and they're sharing it. So just, just be advised, these people are genuine, truthful, honest individuals. Most honest people I've ever met in my life are on this channel.
Well, it genuinely seems like they're very kind, and it seems that they're also very honest in the way that you're saying. And you're right, 100%.
Yeah, just remember that. These people aren't here to lie to you. They're not here to try and convince you of something that's not right. This flat Earth thing is a lot to swallow. We were all programmed our whole life to believe we live on a globe, but there's just no evidence for it. There just isn't. So anyway, it's a lot to swallow. It takes a minute, but just check it out for yourself. Like these guys say, do a little bit of your own research. You'll see what they're telling you is exactly what you'll find.
Yeah, and I think we're all just to dovetail on that. I think we're all here trying to learn how to be fair to others, because we came from the same place. So sometimes it's hard, like when you discover hard facts and you research it to the nth degree, and then you have people who have done no research of their own and want to tell us that we're wrong or something. They haven't even gone outside and checked themselves what their religion says they should have outside. And we did that work for them. Thank you, and you're welcome. And so you can come in and do it yourself. That way you'll go from a belief that Earth is flat, possibly, once you get to that far, to you actually know Earth is, for a fact, flat and level with terrestrial, variations. With the variations on land, right? So, yeah. So it's a flat, stationary, contained system. That's it. That's all we're saying.
When you say stationary, it means that stationary doesn't move, right?
Doesn't move, no.
Then, if it's stationary, okay, now I have even more questions, but I have to go to D&D. You guys have a lovely day. If you are still here tomorrow, Sonny, I can't talk tomorrow. I'm on the road. If you're still here in a week's time, I would love to pick up the conversation and ask you more questions.
Yeah, just come back in, Smiley. I think you have some perms now. Yeah, you're VC verified late night, 3 points. Yeah, cool, man. Come on in anytime. We love talking with you, man.
Yeah, Sonny's not going anywhere. He's been here for as long as I have. So going on 5 years. So I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Sonny. So neither is.
You've been here a little bit longer, since 2019. I started 2020, almost a year difference, but yeah, like right on. God Rockin' was here when I got here, man. So.
By the way, I have a quick question about the roles. What does seem sincere mean? Like the role? I don't mind.
Yeah, just like we were telling you, like you seem sincere, like you seem like you're asking genuine questions. So that was a role that was given to you probably in the very beginning. So at least you got that going for you, and we concur. You seem sincere to me. I'll just say that. And so keep on being sincere. Keep on being inquisitive. You're very young still. Like if this is what you're finding at 15, I'm very encouraged, because anybody with a logical mindset, that has cultivated that mindset is going to come to the conclusion we have, and I'm confident in that, and look forward to have more conversation with you, man.
Thank you so much for having this conversation with me again. I really hope to see you guys soon, and I genuinely wish you guys all the best, and I hope you guys could take care of yourselves. Because, man, it would be a pain in the ass to come back and you guys didn't take care of yourselves. So yeah, you guys have a lovely day.
I got a question. Does anyone know about the waning and waxing of the moon? Like, is good at answering the questions about that?
Hey, ask away. I'll give it my best shot. I know. Waxing's getting bigger, waning's getting smaller, I think.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, the question is, why is the waning and waxing of the moon, like, when considered with the 3D model, it lines up as expected, right? So my question is, what creates the waxing and waning if it's not the sun's light hitting the spherical moon?
It is Genesis 1:14-19, and I got it right here. Just a second.
Well, you're just quoting Bible quotes.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years."
Okay.
Excuse me, just a second. I know, I know the Bible is tough for people, some people, and let them be for the lights in the firmament and the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, a greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars also. So here's the situation. We have gone with man science, which has basically said that the earth is a possibility at 23.4 degrees. It's physically impossible to have 23.4 degrees tilted, wobbling, spinning, going out throughout an ever-expanding universe. It is impossible.
Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
I wanted to cite like a measurement, like a scientific explanation, not just a Bible quote.
Scientific explanation for the Bible.
No. It's not for the Bible.
Science.
That's my question.
Your
Science.
explanation was a religious belief.
It is like that is a religious belief, and I'd prefer
No,
to
not
use
Jim's.
religious belief.
Yours.
Mine?
Not Jim's. Yours.
It's actually not my belief, but it's a question. Like, why is how you have to be able to explain the waxing and waning of the moon? It's not a religious.
You can't
belief
explain
that
it either.
waxes and wanes.
You have a belief.
That's why I'm here
system
asking about it. I don't have a belief system. I'm not a globe earther.
Well, I'm just saying.
Do me a favor.
You're accusing Jim of.
No. So it's in the
I'll shut up.
firmament. Like
I'll
it
shut up.
probably is. It probably is. But I need more of a base. Like
Why?
I need like measurements and stuff and like
Why?
a real explanation. Like, is it because the moon's a luminary and it's like made of
It's,
plasma and it's at this certain point in the
No one
Earth's
knows. No
atmosphere?
one knows. Listen, no one knows what the source of any of those things are. No one's identified the source or the material, if there is any material. No one has identified anything about them that we can tell. There's no way to freaking tell. So it's pure speculation when you start looking up. What we do know for sure is the surface condition.
I was going to say another thing is we know what is not urban. So you were saying like, well, it works on the 3D model, and that's not actually true either, or at least from what we actually see in reality. So for instance, these guys are absolutely right. We can't verify that for ourselves, and even this is my own speculation. But for instance, are you aware that some stars can be seen actually transparently through the moon?
I have looked into that. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there's definitely instances that start poking holes in that heliocentric model. There's also instances, and I dare say, like, start looking at the sky if you actually want to question it a little bit more, because it is one of the first things we all kind of do, right? We look to the sky and we're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I'm only seeing one side of this ball rock, you know? So, I mean, there's a lot of things where we can definitely tell you what it's not, right? So, for instance, like eclipses, right? We definitely know it's not a magical 180 synergy of alignment casting a shadow on the moon, right? We know that it's not that because, first of all, the shadow comes in at the wrong angle, and it doesn't line up, right? However, it does use serocycles, So I mean, there's definitely evidence of maybe what those are. However, you're asking a question of, okay, well, explain, sort of its action. And yeah, I would completely agree with Sunny. We can't go there. We can't get some moon sample, as much as they kind of shoved that down our throats, right? We went to the moon. We've dominated it. When Jim is actually bringing up a good point, it's still evidence. It might not be scientific evidence, if you will, but you called it biblical evidence, but there are descriptions that do tell us at least what these luminaries are. So I mean, don't cast that out either. Anyway.
What is your profession?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Good morning, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I hope everybody is doing well today.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffier to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Pinky Bundinsky again.
Welcome.
Hello, Arthur Brass.
How's it going, man?
YouTube, and I noticed how you were saying like a globe Earthers kind of believe in a religion. So if you want, could I possibly at a very high level, not even really going into specific like observations or experiments, just tell you why I think the globe is flat? Sorry, not flat, round, spherical. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't want to cough into the microphone, so it kind of interrupted my ability to respond quickly.
Oh,
but yeah, go ahead, man.
So yeah, and also just to let you know, if you don't want to, because sometimes people don't like globe Earthers coming in here. So if you ever don't want to talk to me, that's fine. I don't want to like ruin this this chat by being here. But anyway, just add it really quickly. It seems like science can never prove anything right. Really can just add evidence to it. So if you ask the question like, what shape is this world, this planet that we live on, or if it even is a planet, you can construct 2 models. You can have one in which the Earth is spherical and one in which it's flat. And then you can ask yourself, if it was either flat or spherical, what sort of observations would we expect to see? And so it just, to me, it's like there's just so much evidence in supporting the spherical Earth. Like, for example, and this might be a bit of a gish gallop because I'm going to be jumping from thing to thing. But yeah, at the end we can talk about the individual stuff. But like, so for example, celestial objects moving, their apparent position in the sky changing as you change on the surface of the Earth, that supports us living on Earth with the radius that we expect it to. Right now, there could be other explanations, or maybe light's bending, but we don't observe that sort of stuff. But there's other science experiments as well. So like gyroscopes, if you change latitude, assuming the Earth is spinning and that's why the stars move, the gyroscope's rate of change changes based on the latitude in the way you'd expect. There's stuff like, the Eötvös effect. So basically, if you move in a certain direction, depending on your latitude, you weigh less because of centrifugal force. There's, every other planet in the solar system looks spherical. So it's like, oh, seems like that's a bit of evidence. Again, none of this stuff proves that the Earth is flat or round. I mean, like as Einstein said, no amount of experimentation can ever prove me right, and a single experiment can prove me wrong. But I'm just saying, like, just probabilistically, it all kind of starts to add up to the point where it's almost, you could almost say that either all established science is completely wrong, or either all of flat Earth theory is completely wrong. And it's kind of like a mutually exclusive set of things. But that's only the first part of my argument, which is the probability in terms of the positive claim that it's spherical. The next part is the probability that there's this huge conspiracy, like, because that would be to be honest, at this point, the only way that it couldn't be spherical really is if there's this huge conspiracy, because like, we have photos of it being spherical in space. So that means, like, essentially the scope of this conspiracy just seems probabilistically unlikely. Like, essentially all like scientists from a whole diverse set of fields from tons of different countries, different government entities over the past like thousands of years would had to all be working together to pull this over people's pull the wool over people's eyes.
I completely agree. That's
yeah,
why it's flat.
I know, but like think about like, so different militaries, for instance, they would have, or countries, they would have a lot of incentive to teach their troops, or to have the position, to basically make sure that their people know the true shape of the battlefield, or like,
I agree.
different companies.
That's why they train for high altitude stuff in relation to stuff like that. They pretty much treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
Oh yeah, well that's somewhat
for
actually
flight,
that's a good point.
For launching missiles, all that stuff. They just kind of say, okay, that's over there.
Yeah, they do that sometimes for for when you don't need to, like for simplified models, like sometimes they do that. But like it goes beyond, like even like essentially all shipping companies, airline companies, cartographers, obviously space companies, transnational companies, odometer manufacturers, satellite TV providers, like so many different government agencies, like different space agencies like NASA and the Soviet Union's space Roscosmos. They have, game theoretically, if you know what that is, they have a lot of incentive to break from this lie, essentially, because they want to outcompete the other people. It would make sense for them to basically sort of break from this. Or like, think about this, all the people that on their deathbeds, when they really have nothing else to lose, on their deathbeds, if they're people part of this conspiracy, they would have no nothing to fear from breaking this or spilling the beans of this secret. But and in fact they'd have a lot to gain, because they'd be famous if they, like, for example, if President Joe Biden, when he was about to die, was like, the Earth is flat, he'd be like, that would be.
I promise you that everybody in here would still be like, screw you for even saying that, Joe Biden.
Well, anyway, so yeah,
but
so
I get what you're saying, like, but that's the thing, man, is even if anybody did, which how would we know who did and who didn't? Because it's like, deathbed confessions, not all of them leave that room. And even so, a lot of these people, they end up kind of foggy in the head. Like when they're older, they don't really remember much of anything. They just kind of fade away and die.
Well, I mean, okay, so At what
There's
point?
no confession to be had for those ones anyway. And then you got people like Gus Grissom and company who get like, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings? And then they get fried like within the like less than 10 minutes. Like,
Yeah, I guess.
but I get what you're saying, that you've got all this other stuff, but most of the things that they're doing is based off of standardized practices when it comes to how okay, well, this is the math that we're using for stuff. We're going to send this up and do this. So while they can build mathematical frameworks that function as far as for their technological systems, but that doesn't make that reality. Like, they can obviously navigate, that you can get things going around in a circle over the earth, and it'll still function and do all these things that they are saying that it does. You can still from the ground see something and look up and be like, hey, this is doing that. Like, yeah, that's true. But it's the story behind why it's doing that and like what they're saying is going on.
Well,
and even so, they wouldn't know, because for the same reason, it's like most people have never been to a high enough altitude to see the curve or whatever, because you're so tiny and you've got to be so high. Yet most people have never been high enough to see the curve because you're so tiny and you have to be so high. So it's a belief.
Oh, no, yeah, I get what you mean. You're saying you don't really need that many people to hold the secret, possibly, and the systems
Even
that
then,
they
the people who might know, right, they might be in denial, right? So they're like, to them, they might know full well, but still be like, no, and their ego is in the way of them accepting it. They got that full-on cog-this, so many yes men and so much money that, I can't possibly be wrong. Like that kind of thing. They can't even see their own folly. And then we have them on a pedestal. Oh, look, the big brain guy, he knows what he's talking about. And then the big brain guy's like, I can't possibly be wrong. Everybody says I know what I'm talking about.
And wait, does this big brain guy, is he like a CEO of a company or something that you're talking about?
Could be anybody. And usually money is the primary driving force for a lot of people, especially in a company position like CEO.
Wait, and you're saying he believes in a spherical Earth,
They could, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to actually like know that the Earth is flat. A lot of these people are so rich that how would they ever know? They're so disconnected too. I'll just pay this guy to do this and that guy to do that, and then I'll do what I want. Now I have a rocket and I can go for a flight.
But at a certain point, like if it was easy, like if all the scientific things that I mentioned to you were like they didn't actually support a spherical Earth. It was all kind of a conspiracy. So they were like faking data, for instance, or like faking. Obviously, all the like pictures of the Earth would have to be CGI, like the a lot of like from space and like all the
The popular things like the Blue Marble 2.0 is admittedly photoshopped, and as that guy imagined that it would be. I even have, you can go to NASA and actually get all of the assets that he used to make it and make your own version if you want to. Which I've done that before. Like the assets are actually pretty cool. Like I've downloaded a bunch of stuff from NASA. There's all kinds of things. There's 3D models and things that you can work with using like Unity or other stuff. And then experiment with the math that they give you to see how it would look in models.
Wait, so do you think that there's any humans have been to space at all, or that any satellites in the sky are real?
Even in accordance with what they say about the moon, right? Say they actually went to the moon. They're now saying that the moon's atmos goes, or the Earth's atmos goes beyond the moon. And they say the atmosphere reaches the other side of the moon. So even in that case, even if they went to the moon, they still didn't leave Earth's atmosphere, technically.
Well, the exosphere goes to the moon. That's
So my point is nobody's been to quote outer space.
Well, I mean that's like making an argument from definition, but like it depends what you mean by outer space. I mean, they say they say is plain. They're saying they went to the moon.
I don't believe that they went to the moon, but I would agree that yes, people have been to high altitudes, but that doesn't mean much.
Well,
nobody's left Earth.
But do you think, like, say, for example, the ISS is a real thing?
High altitude aircraft exist, is my point. I'm not in denial of that. Whether or not there's people on there or what those people are doing is another story. how that's
Okay,
portrayed,
alright.
what's happening there. Like that's all something else.
I think so. Right now we're having we're making arguments from the definition of like what it means to go to
Yeah.
space and everything. But like we can define what we mean. Like say above 100 kilometers, we'll call that space if you want, or if, just for this conversation. It's not even in general. Just so then we can agree with at least be on the same page. And at that altitude, you wouldn't it wouldn't really even be an aircraft because it's not really like generating lift all that much. It's kind of just orbiting Earth. I mean, it has a tiny bit of lift possibly, but that's
Donato
anyway.
shared a link, by the way, that kind of cites what I was talking about. It has to do with because there's also some graphics that they show that are a little bit more scientific, I guess. They look like the memes in a book that you'd see at school anyway. The ones that I'm talking about. And it shows that exosphere that you're talking about. It has like the atmosphere going around. And it's got this bubble kind of thing that goes around to where the moon is.
Yeah.
And so that was my point, is that entire area, everything we regard as this is part of what we call Earth. This is home. And everything here is part of home. The moon is still inside of home.
Yeah, I mean, but no scientist would agree. Well, I mean, sorry, not agree, disagree with you. Like, there are air molecules up there. There's air molecules.
So that's what my standard would be for the definition for these high altitude things. Is nobody? This is still a contained environment that nobody has left.
Yeah, but just so you know, though, it's not like it's like it's not like basically in the exosphere, the air molecules are so far apart
I know what they say.
that they travel like, in a straight line.
The parts per volume are like super far apart. It's like it'd be like a particle, like a molecule over here, an atom, and then like several feet away, there'd be like another one. I know what it says. I understand that.
Okay.
It's not that I'm ignorant of it. It's I compare it as being worldviews and perspectives from people who are going based off of something that they've seen at a distance. Like their studies of it are mostly based off of the opinions of somebody else. It's a hierarchy of people. I've got this, and I say that. Okay, but out of any of us, have any of us proved it? If you were to think objectively, like you're the scientist, now you have to confirm what these people have said. Have they told me the truth? Well, look at it objectively and find out: is this real? What can I prove? Because it's not about the story that we're told. Like we can all look that up. We're all born into it. Like I went to school. I know.
Well, yes. So that's a good point, because you're bringing me back to like why I joined this chat in the first place, which is why most people have never done experiments. Like I don't think Joe Biden's ever like done celestial navigation or anything, but he believes in a spherical Earth. I think the reason is probably like, let me ask you, do you believe that India is a country like that exists?
That's stupid. That's fucking dumb.
Wait, Araglass. It's the same thing as like basically not believing that India exists, even though I've never been to India.
No, it's a false equivalence. India is just a country. That's not an extraordinary claim. That's not fantastical. Your outer space vacuum, that's more on par with, say, Narnia. That's the category that goes in, not the same category as a country.
Well, so the reason I'm using that comparison is just because in terms of the conspiracy, think about all the things that would have to be true for India to not exist. Like if there is a conspiracy where India literally it doesn't exist, like the Himalayas just ends.
Who said India doesn't exist?
Why?
To the water. Like essentially, like everyone I've met from India would have to be actors. All the footage from India would have to be CGI.
Who said India doesn't exist?
No, this is a
this is what's called a straw man argument.
It's stupid.
I'm just making an analogy to
you're presenting cartoon. You're presenting cartoon images of a ball Earth with curving oceans all over it. Nowhere on the Earth do you actually see anything like that. It's not on par with India or any footage from India. Your point is stupid.
Oh, well,
explain to me why would India have to be CGI? Because you kind of made a very weird claim, and I've never heard that one before.
Well, okay, so yeah, just to go back to why I'm saying this, because you said you have to do the experiments yourself. You can't just trust people that have done this stuff for you. And I'm just saying probabilistically, since so much of the world believes in this stuff, and you'd have to think, how hard would it be to keep this secret? Who would have to be involved?
You were making a comparison.
Wait, can I just finish really quickly?
No,
it's a similar thing.
Stupid. You're saying You're saying because everyone believes in it, then it must be true.
No, I'm not saying it must be true. It is possible that India doesn't exist and there is a conspiracy just to trick me.
No, it's not, because you can go there.
That's not possible.
Really pushing this false equivalency angle, eh?
From my perspective, it is because I've never been to India. You know what I mean?
Who gives a shit? You can book a plane and fucking go there.
It's not an extraordinary
yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. Because
And
people
yeah,
can just
you do
decide
have
to go there. So,
you
yeah,
do have
actually,
the
that is a
option
good
to
point.
just get on a plane, yes, exactly, and go there. Do you have the option to go into the thermodynamics violation that you believe is in the sky? Can you just jump on a jet and do that?
I mean, you can do a lot of the experiments yourself, though. I guess,
What experiments?
Well, you can get a gyroscope to see the Earth's. You can measure
No,
your
you
weight
can't.
at the equator and at higher
No,
latitudes.
you can't.
You can go to South. You can actually go to Antarctica
By the
if you want.
time, so you measure your weight, and then you fly on a flight, and your weight's different. What's your water consumption that day? What did you eat on the plane?
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking stupid.
Those
man.
were both a complete non sequitur too, because we were talking about the fairy tale thermodynamics violation of outer space that you think is in
Yeah.
the sky, right? And then you went to rotation and other things that have nothing directly to do with that. Do you have anything coherent to say, Pinky?
Oh, I wasn't responding to your question. To be
Yeah,
honest,
you
I
weren't
don't really.
responding. It was
Yeah.
just non sequitur what you said.
I was talking to someone else. To be honest, I feel like going down these very specific cases one by one is something that we could do, but I'd rather just keep it high level. And to be honest, I do have to.
High
I just
level.
wanted to respond
You're
to what's his
talking.
name?
Your high
Error-
level
error-
was
error
saying
grass,
that India may not exist. That's not high level.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I know. So I do have to go, but I will let you guys have the last word because I don't want to feel like I'm just like saying a bunch of stuff and then leaving. So if you guys please tell me why I'm wrong, and then I'll just
go find us an experiment that shows gravity containing air pressure.
Okay.
Thanks.
But all right. Yeah, I mean, I could respond if you want, but I feel like. Yeah.
You feel like there's probably
Why, have
nothing
you
really to
got one?
respond with, so might as well leave.
Yeah, have you got one?
All right. Well, I just said I wouldn't. Okay. What about the sun? Isn't there like images of the sun? That's
here we go. Yeah.
So you guys, this is why I don't want to do it because you guys have heard of all of this before. I think so. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do have to go, but nice to talk to you, especially you, Ara Gress. And
Stay
I'll.
blessed, man.
Yeah.
Ethergrass Tyson.
Ethergrass. Yeah. I like. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think he likes us, heretic.
No. Not too much. See, I asked for a really specific experiment, and then he starts waffling about the sun.
Well, we were having a lovely conversation until you guys started asking him for experiments.
My bad.
Sorry, man.
I
got triggered at the India thing too.
Yeah, I saw what he was doing there, but that is just, oh my god. That's why I had this image ready. I was posting. The soap is surfing. It doesn't work here.
Yeah.
I think it's something to do with his voice. His voice annoys me.
Yeah, it kind of does.
He's very high strung. Talks rapidly.
Yeah, for a young guy.
I can talk really fast too, but I'm just not in the mood to do that right now. I'm kind of trying to chill. I'm like
There's no need to. When you speak so fast, you kind of just trip over yourself anyway.
He admitted that he was I'm about to kind of gish gallop right now, and then he just kind of hopped on his little gish galloping horse and started off he went. Okay, man. But yeah. I understand what he was saying. That's the thing, that's exactly the point though, is the passion behind that is very reminiscent of, as I was saying before, religious belief. The same type of zealotry. And then the investing of the hierarchy of that, well, all these people, they believe the same thing that I believe, so we can't all be wrong. My whole church can't be wrong.
What is your profession?
I broke
Season 12, Episode 4.
Wow, what a view!
The pitcher, steroid Santa Claus, kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back. And the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
Simpsons movie.
I got the front seat! Eddie was being propelled into outer space! We hit the sky? This is impossible!
Ed was right! The sky is falling! Thank you very much. So now what?
I'm afraid we may just find out, Eddie.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but glass ceiling.
Huh. I think we went too high.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth.
We're living on the flat Earth with the dome, the firmament. As we start to look around us, we start to wake up, our eyes open, maybe that third eye opens, we start to understand, wow, this isn't what I thought it was. Maybe instead of being a worthless blob of goo that came from nothing and then developing into apes that were oohing and ahhing and then eating bananas like a bunch of idiots, maybe instead of that, we actually are the center of the universe. Maybe we are special. In fact, maybe there is unbelievable evidence of creation. But the government has decided to hide that from you. Why? Why is there so much misinformation? Why is there a giant disinformation campaign going on right now when it comes to things like flat Earth? Are my eyes lying to me? Or can I trust what I'm actually seeing? But Christopher, the Earth is a globe. I was told that when I was 1 year old. They said, look, this is a globe. Isn't it interesting? It's one of the first things that you're actually taught. The Earth isn't flat, it's a globe. Even though for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years, they thought that the Earth was flat. Oh, but Christopher, we have all these images of outer space that show that the Earth is a sphere. Really? Where do the images come from? NASA. Oh, you mean the same NASA that is our government, our secretive breakaway government that hasn't been back to the moon since the 1960s. That NASA? Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? How come none of the electronics account for curvature of the Earth when you're flying a plane? None of the engineering of bridges and train tracks buildings, all kinds of infrastructure that goes for miles and hundreds and maybe thousands of miles. None of it accounts for, in its actual engineering blueprints, for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, if I was building a giant bridge of hundreds of miles, wouldn't I have to account for the curve?
No one has ever gone to the moon, turned back around, and snapped a photo of Earth. If you believe that they did in 2023, it's only because you've been indoctrinated into a faith-based belief system. Because every shred of evidence points to the moon landings being faked, and every picture of Earth has been proven to be fake.
The blue marble in all her glory, the most widely used image of the Earth. This image has been used over and over and over again for decades. In my opinion, it's one of the most realistic looking images of the Earth from space. Now, NASA claims they don't have very many authentic photos from space, but they claim this one is authentic. They say the photograph was taken by astronauts on December 7th, 1972 at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is one of the most widely distributed photographic images in existence. The image is one of the few to show an almost fully illuminated Earth disk. Earth disk? That's an interesting choice of words. Okay. And the astronauts had the sun behind them when they took the image. To the astronauts, the slightly gibbous Earth had the appearance and size of a glass marble, hence the name. Well, since they gave us the exact date and exact time they supposedly took this picture in space, I decided to go to timeanddate.com and then use the day and night world map feature. Now, this website is really cool. It'll actually show you which countries and continents are in daylight and which countries and continents are at nighttime at any given time that you type in. So I typed in that exact date and that exact time, December 7th, 5:40 in the morning, and this will show you which areas are supposed to be in night and which areas are supposed to be in day. It's pretty easy to read. Now, when we look at the blue marble, we can see that Africa is lit up. We can see the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia and Yemen, is lit up. We can see Madagascar. We can see a little of Antarctica. But other than that, we don't see a whole lot of land masses lit up. So that would mean all the other land masses would have to be on the other side of the Earth in darkness. However, when we go to timeanddate.com and we type in December 7th, 1972, 5:40 a.m. in the morning, Africa is indeed lit up as shown on the blue marble. However, South America should also be in daylight. Europe should also be in daylight. An entire chunk of Russia should be in daylight, and the western end of Australia should also be in daylight. Yet none of these places are featured on the blue marble. So therefore on the blue marble they would be on the other side in darkness. As the astronauts said, they took the picture with the sun behind them. So this is a major flaw, a major glaring hole in the blue marble. And literally anyone within a few minutes can take the time and convert Eastern Standard Time to other world times and find out all these places should be in daylight, such as Rio de Janeiro, 6:39 a.m. should be in daylight. Helsinki, Finland, 12:39 should be in daylight. Moscow, Russia, 1:39 should be in daylight. Perth, Australia, 5:39 p.m. should still be daylight. I think this more than proves, folks, that this photo is not a correct representation of Earth. It is just as fake as all of the other admittedly faked Photoshop composites. However, this one NASA claims is a real, authentic photo of Earth. Only problem is, all your other continents that should be in daylight are on the other side of your marble. I'd like to see the other side of the marble with all the other continents in darkness. Can you imagine looking at the other side of the marble where all the other continents are all crammed together? Yeah, that wouldn't look stupid at all. So there it was, folks. It was right in front of our face the whole time. They show us Africa, but then they don't show us hardly anywhere else. And there's all these other places that should have been in full daylight at that exact time when this supposed photo was taken, but they aren't, which proves it is not an authentic photo. 100% debunked. The NASA blue marble is done. Anytime you ever see anyone post a picture of NASA blue marble, I would really appreciate it if you shared this video.
If you're watching this video right now, I want you to take a moment and be real with yourself. And if you'll be real with yourself and totally transparent, you'll agree with me on a couple of things. One of them being, you've never, ever, ever seen where you live. You've never been up high enough to look down and verify that you live on a spinning ball in outer space. You've never seen curvature. You've never seen an actual image of a real satellite orbiting our, quote, planet to verify that they actually exist. You've never seen a planet. Most people go their entire lives never looking through a telescope to verify that what they're being shown by space agencies and network television is indeed what's up there. You have no idea how many astronauts there are. And this isn't to bash anybody, it's just that the average person doesn't really care about this kind of stuff. But let me inform you, there are 48 astronauts. Out of 7 billion people, there are 48 astronauts. And here we are, hurtling through space for 13 billion years. That should give you an idea as to how vast space is, okay? 13 billion years we've been traveling through it. Trillions of stars and planets and galaxies. And we got 48 astronauts to cover it all. We should have 7 billion astronauts and 48 non-astronauts. But we don't. We should have trade schools all over the world training people to be astronauts. The same way we have trade schools training people to be auto mechanics. I'll be the first to tell you, something fishy is going on. I'm sure we can all agree on that. But I'm going to show you a video clip now. And at the end of this video clip, I want you to ask yourself, if you really live on a round ball spinning through outer space, what reason would they have to fake any of it? And please, let's be respectful in the comments and try to figure this out together. No need to call each other names or disrespect someone because they have a different belief system than you. Let's just find out together who's lying to us and why.
I received an email the other day from a Flat Earth investigator asking a bunch of typical questions about the Flat Earth. In his email, the investigator included a link to one of the many YouTube-promoted Flat Earth debunking videos out there. Apparently, the investigator's brother used it as proof of the curvature. The lies make me literally sick, but I need you to watch this short clip from the video. Here we go.
A few years back, the Discovery Channel had a program where they used lasers and telescopes to show that the surface of a large lake was curved due to the curvature of the Earth.
Let me know when you can see us on spots of the horizon. All right, Brian, how many feet are we above the lake?
24 feet. The Flat Earth proponents responded to this program with a series of videos on YouTube.
I'm going to go with CGI on that whole helicopter thing because people would say, oh, look, well, what do you mean it's CGI? You saw the helicopter? Yeah, I also seen giant robots fighting in downtown Chicago. That doesn't make it real.
All of which supposedly show errors made by the people behind the Discovery Channel program. What drives this sort of stubborn refusal to deal with reality? Part of the problem is that even the simplest demonstrations, like Wallace's or the Discovery Channels, require careful preparation and specialized equipment. Not everybody has access to a helicopter and a telescope to do these sorts of tests. That's often a complaint that the Flat Earth people make. They need to personally experience the evidence, rather than trusting the measurements of other people.
Yeah, like, we need a helicopter to measure the supposed curvature. But I do think it's awesome that D Marble got it absolutely right. But we'll get back to that. It's also funny that that's the same D Marble who proved with a laser that there was absolutely no curvature at a distance of 10 miles, much further than the Discovery Channel's bogus helicopter claim. But what makes the PBS video, and to be clear, it wasn't the Discovery Channel, but PBS's series called Genius, but what makes the PBS video so rotten is that this helicopter event was entirely fabricated and it's provable. I made a video on it a while back. Remember, PBS claimed that the helicopter descended behind the curvature and then came up from behind the curvature of the Earth back into view of the telescope. But as you will see, when the helicopter descends, there is a group of birds with a peculiar flight pattern. And then when the helicopter subsequently ascends, the same birds appear and in the same exact flight pattern. Not only that, the waves match as well. Only the image of the helicopter changes, meaning that the helicopter video was added.
As it lands, I got him. I got him. As it lands,
without question, PBS lied and faked the curvature. And this isn't some simple mistake. This was intentional, as it took serious effort to add a fake image of a helicopter supposedly hiding behind the curvature of the Earth. Why would PBS lie about the curvature? So, to the individual who emailed me that link, send your brother the proof that PBS lied to him and is still used by globe propagandists as proof of the curvature. But here's another big lie about the curvature, this time by National Geographic. Here's a clip from an old video I made on the subject.
But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear one by one.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe, that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Why is this claim 100% false? Because if you'll notice, the horizon line is behind the boat. Therefore, no curvature can be obstructing the boat. Now, if you begin to look at everything critically like this, people are going to start calling you crazy like they call me crazy. But you know what? I like crazy. I prefer crazy over sheep because sheeps get led to the slaughter. I don't want to go there. What about you?
Explain why we're not getting to see these images live. I mean, I believe the Apollo 11 landing was broadcast live. Why now don't we have the technology to see all of this live?
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
If you're looking for a launch site anywhere in the world, the ideal location is an island in the middle of the ocean.
You have to be close in order to see it. If you are not in the vicinity, you won't see it.
The actual pad is in the distance, well beyond those trees, so we'll get to see a little spark travel up through this fog.
Remote location, which, it's obviously important that it has to be here.
Wonderful spot because we have very little air and marine traffic, so.
Keep in mind that nobody is actually aboard the drone ship, and it's 200 miles away.
In the middle of the Atlantic.
It is in the middle of the ocean.
Cannot go near the rocket site. No one can go near it.
So we have a cool animation to show you what's going on.
I'm going to be showing you a graphic.
Be sure to follow the animation.
The animation is informed by real-time data.
So the graphic on the right, the simulation you've been seeing, the telemetry simulation, it looks like it's moving pretty slow. It makes for a pretty slow-moving simulation experience, but it is actually going very fast right now.
Still be some raindrops on the screen. That's not surprising. We have rockets, we don't have windscreen wipers, but we'll do the best we can.
You know, and we're being as transparent as we can here.
Looks like we might have a little bit of problem with the video, but we are waiting to hear exactly what's happening.
Just a reminder, this is 200 miles away. There's no Wi-Fi, unfortunately.
We've been expecting more views, not only of the mission, but also from the launch pad.
This is a phenomenon we will expect to continue throughout the rest of the mission.
If we lose video, everything is likely still operating nominally. We just have the limit of our signal. Hope we can hold signal here.
At this point, we lost video feed of our drone ship.
Dragon is just about at the limit of the Newfoundland ground station. We're probably going to lose video shortly.
Issues with file transfers.
We lost satellite signal to the connection in the drone ship, but this is pretty normal during rough seas. It's a satellite link. It needs precise pointing.
There will still be some raindrops on the screen. That's not surprising. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do at this point.
There's the possibility we might lose the video signal for several seconds from time to time. Our team will be trying to bring the video signal back as quickly as they can.
We did have a number of communications glitches.
So it is pretty tough to get a good connection, but hopefully we'll get some good data off of it.
Again, I would just ask for your patience and let us work through that process, and we will absolutely share what we can as soon as it's available.
And we've just lost signal again, we're being told, unfortunately.
We're currently in a satellite handover for the International Space Station. This happens periodically.
Behind me you can see the deep dark velvet obscured somewhat by some beautiful smoke.
To the magic of television.
It does look like it's foggy there. It may make it a little bit difficult for us to see today's mission.
We had either forward or return link problems.
I don't think we have reliable video for it right now, so I'm not sure if we're going to see it exactly perfectly.
And it looks like we have
exactly what we saw is exactly what you saw, and now we are done.
I love that, we've got a media team that is as excited about what we're doing as y'all are.
Tom Costello with NBC. Kristen Fisher with CNN, The Atlantic, Reuters, The AP, Bloomberg.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Cal's live shot, if you look closely at your screen, once we punch him up, we can still see the rocket somewhere behind you there. Cal Perry clearly not ready for us to come up to him on the air right now.
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
Hope we can hold signal here.
Join discord.tv/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Lunatic.
Anyway, so go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying, so I was talking to these cops about people driving around without license plates and no one doing anything about it. And they were basically saying that they probably would be doing something about it. It's just that most of the cops in the area are kind of understaffed. And so they can't really get to little crimes like that. They have to basically only focus on the larger crimes than that, which I actually kind of believe, because a boss of mine a few years back at a restaurant called the cops because someone was threatening her and seemed like he was going to attack her. And the cops just said, "Oh, good luck. Nobody's coming," So I kind of believe him a little bit in that sense. But what I thought was really pathetic was when I said to him, "Hey, do you guys know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature?" And then one of them asked me, "Are you a flat earther?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, because I know the Earth is flat, but yeah." And then it's they just get off their bikes and walk and just drive away, right away on their bicycles. They don't even fucking say a word beyond that. It's what a low life kind of thing to do.
Okay. Well, Okay, so my response back to that has nothing really to do with the flat Earth. That's exactly what I expect out of people. It's more about the thing with citing people for having expired license or no license plate or whatever else. Like, do you really want the cops worrying about petty crime instead of major crime, especially if you're in a big city? Like, because in the big cities, yeah, they are understaffed. There's a lot of like serious crime going on that uh, uh, they don't.
Kind of robot at the end. Are you still talking?
Medium-sized cities, there's no anarchy. Go in there and multiple SWAT vehicles and tear gas. You know, they're just not going to. Any serious crime, all the car hijackings, carjacking, whatever, and all the home invasion and all the in the morning. I got told I was disconnected. Do you guys hear what I was saying?
I can hear you now. My answer to your question is I'm just a little weary of people driving without valid license plates because at one point in time, shortly after high school, my best friend was killed by a drunk driver. She didn't bother to stop and take him to the hospital. He may have survived if it turned out that way. But putting that aside, it's
Yeah, that's petty crime.
I know, but you got to keep in mind, it's just a very big hazard with hit and run problems. There's very different things that can go wrong with hit and runs. And when people don't have license plates, it just makes the problem worse.
Well, but also, I mean, you being the libertarian, don't you hate the idea of like taxing people for the right to drive on the roads and shit like that? Because that's what that is. Having to have a license plate with up-to-date stickers and having to have a driver's license. It's all just another tax on the people for something that they should have just the free right of doing regardless. And you're a libertarian. If you want to be consistent, you should take this stance. Oh, did I robot out again? I'm out in the back, freaking burning some rubbish and shit. You guys hearing me all right? Check, check, check. Made sure that I'm not on my. Oh, my fucking. Hold on, you guys. I gotta turn that off for good. You guys hear me now? No. You guys hear me now? Orion, you there? Check, check. Check, check, check. Orion. Hello, hello. Where'd he go? You think it was his problem? Or, yeah, he's still there. Anyway, yeah, I'm out in the back burning some debris and shit, and I'm at the kind of the extent of my Wi-Fi, but I was trying to turn the Wi-Fi off and go on mobile data only, but I also have my routines set up so that when I'm near home, it automatically turns Wi-Fi on. So every time I turned Wi-Fi off, it would turn it back on, and then I would be at my range again. I had to disable that routine for the moment. Hopefully you guys hear me fine. Some response from somebody would be good. Now they had to mess with all that. And then Orion's disappearance didn't help because I'm pretty sure I had it fixed and thought it was broken. I had a good point I wanted to say to him. I don't know if he heard me. Come on. All right, continue with the stupid fucking bot. One of you motherfuckers can speak up. God damn it. I'm going to go and rejoin fucking Geos and then get angry at them and leave again. Yeah, who played that? Who knows who that? I think I remember that conversation actually, but and it's funny. Like I know I've been told it that Glatt and I sound alike sometimes, but I think that was Glatt. But for some reason, because of all the audio effects put on it, it like sounded like me at the same time. I'm like, that sounds a lot like me, but it's not me. Was that him? Was that Glatt? Do I have it right? You fuckers even hear me? I'm joining another server. You guys suck.
To answer your question, Lou, I think if we weren't allowed, if we weren't required to have up-to-date license plates, I would consider that to be lawlessness. And keep in mind, it's whatever, one person's lawlessness may not be another person's lawlessness, but I would call that lawlessness. But keep in mind, that's lawlessness, and that's separate from what I would consider to be freedom. Freedom is
Okay, so you did hear me. I want to know how much you heard. You hear me right now, right?
What about license plates?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, as far as extra taxes and licenses, like, should you be required to have a fishing license?
Hold on. You said extra taxes and licenses. I think you should.
Licenses are taxes. Licenses are taxes. These are rights that you just have to do. Like, but the government collects money in order for you to have the ability to do it without breaking one of their laws. Like, should you have to have a fishing license to catch a fish? I love it. He just freaking disappeared and roboted out. Dude, like, this is seriously a huge, like, libertarian point. And he claims to be such a strict, like, libertarian. But now he wants to say it's lawlessness if you don't have the proper title, registration, and license to do things that just every human should be able to do.
So you said two things there. One, I clearly was not advocating for. You just kind of assumed I think I was advocating for it. High taxes involved with getting a license to drive and license plates. Now, I want to be clear.
A license is a tax.
Yeah, okay, can you just let me talk and listen for a second? So I think that we should pay the fee for the cost of production.
I don't know. Is it me or is it you? Your robot, you're gone again.
All right. So I think we should pay for the cost of production for the plastic card and the metal license plate. I don't think we should be required to pay any fee beyond that. Is that clear?
Why do you need to be registered?
So that when you run somebody over, the cops can find you and put you in jail. Did I not make that clear?
No, I don't know. Dude, you've been cutting out, like, nonstop.
How you know why? So what question do you have about that?
I mean, if you do damage to somebody, whether you have a license or not, you've already committed a crime. You can still be tried. You don't have to have a license to be tried for injuring somebody or for... I mean, whether you have a license or not, if you go out on the road and you run somebody over, you're going to be tried if you're caught, correct?
Yeah, dude, I said license plate. I said license plate so that the cops can more easily find you and put you in jail after you've killed someone with your car drunk driving. I'm not talking about someone's driver's license. I'm talking about the license plate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you because you keep on cutting out. That wasn't clear until now.
Okay, yeah. Now you understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about primarily license plates. Yes, it's very important that we have license plates so when people do damage to people or things with their cars, it's more easy to track them down.
So you want to be able to track down and identify everybody who's on the road at all times, yeah.
Yeah, every hit and runner. Yeah, everyone who hits and runs me or someone.
What about things that are less violent or dangerous or like where nobody is really a victim, like where they get to track you because of your license plate for toll booths or for blowing a red light, which now that one could be serious, but if nobody got hurt, then is it? Or speeding like going above the speed limit, just being able to track people for victimless crimes. What about that?
I'd say I'm against all of that.
All right, so you're talking about a one scenario, which yes, it's awful when it happens.
No, no, not one scenario, not one scenario. I've had a dude like you'd be surprised of what like if you're driving a big enough car, all right, and you're not looking both ways on the sidewalk, there's a good chance you've already run over some other stuff. You just never knew it because your car was fucking big enough.
So you think people who have a big car are more dangerous?
They don't look both ways on the sidewalk, yes.
Anybody who doesn't look both ways is dangerous, whether it's a big car or a small car. Both are equally deadly. Like, this sounds like you have a thing against people with big vehicles. I have a big work truck. Am I more of a danger to be on the road because it's a big truck? I mean, potentially, I suppose, like, kinetic energy, it's harder to stop if I need to. But it doesn't mean that if it has to do with being a distracted driver, it's the crime is the same.
No, shut up, Lou. Shut up. I'm not against people with big vehicles, you dope. Fuck no, I'm not against people with big vehicles. I was
Just cutting back in. You just cut back in. What is going on with you? I don't like. Again, is it me or is it you?
Again, you keep making assumptions. Stop making assumptions, because when you make assumptions, you make an ass out of you and me. Okay,
I've
so
never
stop
heard
making
that before, Orion.
I was just simply making the point that if you are driving a larger vehicle and you're not looking both ways on the sidewalk as you're pulling out, it's easier in a vehicle like that than a smaller vehicle to accidentally hit someone. Although it's easy in both vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, what if I have a little 2-seater electronic thing, and I'm paying no attention because it drives itself, and it runs somebody over? Am I to be held responsible?
Maybe I'd have to think about that one.
The answer is yes. You're still in charge of that vehicle, no matter what it does. You're not allowed to stop paying attention because your vehicle is supposed to drive itself. No, you're still a driver. You're still the one in charge of that vehicle.
That's a good point.
Anyway, no, the point that I was making earlier was about it seems to be a big deal to you as a libertarian to make sure that everybody has a license plate on their vehicle. But that comes with a tax. Like, I could see identification being proper identification, if that is your argument, but that should be free. You shouldn't have to pay for that. They should just put it on your vehicle, and you should be guaranteed. If that's the requirement, then your taxes should already cover it. There shouldn't be an extra charge. And if there is a charge, then I would agree with you. It should be literally nothing more than the cost of the plate itself.
I can make an argument of why it shouldn't be free. So let's say your neighbor's an idiot driver and he gets in an accident. He gets his license plate all bent up. So he goes and puts the form in for a new free one. So now you as a taxpayer have to pay for his stupid license plate because he's a stupid driver. No, it shouldn't be free. It just shouldn't be any more than the cost of production.
Well, what about the first one being free and then replacements cost the cost of the plate itself?
I guess that would work.
Yeah. If you need a replacement. Well, what if what if you're just registering a new vehicle and they say, no, you have to have a new plate? That's on them again, right?
Yeah, I guess technically, yeah.
And no matter what, when you're talking about hitting somebody, hit and runs or whatever, it doesn't matter if you have a license on your vehicle, a license plate, or if you have a driver's license. Doesn't matter if you've paid your taxes. You have now created a victim, therefore you are a criminal. You have criminalized somebody.
Yeah, but keep in mind, it's a lot easier to track down these criminals if they have license plates on their cars.
Yeah,
The whole
but
point.
that comes with all of the other freaking shit about being tracked for all of the victim list stuff. Like this tracking is like, you have a right to privacy, right? Do you believe in the Fourth Amendment?
Yes, affirmative on that.
Okay, so do you think that, and even still, what's to say that I was the person driving the vehicle, even though it's registered to me?
That's what you have a court of law for. That's what you have dusting for prints for.
I'm just saying, this is all stuff that can be dealt with without necessarily forcing. I'm not against necessarily what you're saying about just identifying vehicles, but when it comes with the other stuff, you know, the like the right to drive, like whether or not I would pay the taxes to register my vehicle every year to get new stickers, because that's really what it amounts to, right? Like that's the way they do it. It's not just having tags on your plate; it's having up-to-date tags on your car. They're saying that this person paid his annual tax to be able to be on the road.
I don't think we should have that tax. I'm not advocating for that.
Okay, well, I mean, but you were advocating about or against people driving around without plates. You're saying plates altogether. What if there's stolen plates? You can easily steal plates off of another vehicle. Does that solve the problem? Does that solve the problem?
And I don't know if you mean by solve the problem, but I hope you realize that when police run plates, there's a make and model and color that's supposed to go with the plates.
Yeah, but what if I literally want to just go out and run over a pile of people, and I want to go and before I do that, I steal plates off of another vehicle. Does that solve the problem?
No, because they can know that you stole those plates by running the plates. Unless, of course, you have exactly the same looking car.
Yeah. What if I have a black '93 Maxima? And I stole it off. That would be an old, that would be an old vehicle, but and I stole it off of that fucking car.
Yeah, you're talking about extreme individual circumstances.
I guess
you're right. I am. Well, especially if I'm talking about a '93 Maxima, but no,
still,
I mean,
Lou, as far as an investigation goes, keep in mind having the wrong plates is much better than having no plates. When you have no plates, because when you have no plates, then you have nothing to go on. Duh.
If you have no plates, it's the same as having the wrong plates.
No, it's not, because there are security cameras that can pick it up in certain places where it would have one set of plates, and security cameras would pick it up with another set of plates.
No, you can find the same make and model car without plates and run that on the cameras just as often.
Do you know the term, Lou? Do you know the term cold case? You've heard that before. Cold case. You know what that is, right?
How many of the same make and model are going to be driving down the road at that time with no plates? No plates is just as good of an identifier as wrong plates.
No, that's bullshit.
I mean, okay, maybe not just as good, but nearly as good. I mean, the chances of having the same make and model in the same time frame that you're looking for, caught on 2 different cameras, a certain distance apart, whatever else. You're trying to find and track that vehicle. You can track the no plate car just as well as you can track the plated car if it's got wrong plates. Not only that, but our traffic cameras are so good that unless you've got a tinted front windshield, they can see your smile while you're driving down the road when you go down the freeway. They know who's driving that vehicle. And they've got your location data on your phone to say that you were here at this time, right where we tracked it. They don't need plates. They've already got you tagged the same as you want on people's cars. I'm just saying it's not. And look, I'm not really against your point of view. It's just that it's not very libertarian. That's what I was calling out. Minimal government, maximum liberty, including all of your rights, privacy, so on and so forth. In this case, you're advocating for government while claiming to be like a staunch libertarian. All right, feels good. I got all the old people's shit either disposed of at the dump or burned. Minus, I got to find something to do with an old clothes dryer and 2 big ass projection TVs. Probably going to roll them out of the back of the trucks on some deserted road and just leave them there in the ditch. What do you think about that, Orion?
Do they work?
No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're useless. They're old projection TVs and the gas dryer. No, it doesn't work.
What about Goodwill?
No, you have to pay to dispose of this stuff. Nobody just takes it. So instead, it's going to go on the
give
side.
away shit.
If it works, if it works, Goodwill will take it. But if it when it comes to, there's a lot of stuff Goodwill won't take. Like when it comes to your electronics and stuff, like I don't think most of them. I mean, I'd have to actually look at that, but
yeah. That's true.
But like,
yeah.
They won't take like any baby like stuff. Like they won't take any cribs or car seats or anything like that because they're always changing the laws on that stuff, and then they don't want to be held responsible for selling something that like wasn't up to date on the safety laws for those things. So you might have like a 3-year-old perfectly good fucking crib or car seat, and it costs a fortune. They won't take it. The mothers are forced to go and buy a brand new one, even if they're, poor mothers in the hood.
I can't take perfectly good 3-year-old shit that's donated to them. And yeah, your electronics, like, dude, they charge money to dispose of them because they've got lead and mercury and a bunch of other shit in there. But that stuff is also valuable. Like, there's a lot of copper and gold and stuff like that in those things. The fact that they charge to dispose of electronics is ridiculous, in my opinion. If they're actually for the environment, like even if there's a cost to disposing of it, it should be taken free of charge, or else people are going to be more likely to illegally dump. If they have to pay, even if it's $5, if they have to pay $5 to get rid of it, they're more likely to leave it in a ditch somewhere.
Our local place goes on weight, but sometimes they let you off if you've got like recyclables or things that because they've got their own little Goodwill shop going on there. They get stuff out of the dump and put it in their shop. And if you've got stuff that they think that they could sell, they might let you in for free as well.
Well, it's just yeah. I mean, you're in Australia. Sounds like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, things are obviously different there, but I don't know your laws, but yeah, I mean, here, in order to dispose, we live in a electronic society. Everybody's got old cell phones and old TVs and old fucking air conditioners and old washers and dryers and nobody takes the stuff. There's a fee to dispose of it, but it's illegal to get rid of it. You know, like, you can't take it to the dump. You can't take it to the, like, so what does that encourage? It encourages people to do the illegal thing and throw it in somebody's woods or in somebody's ditch or in somebody's, dumpster or whatever and bury it. It encourages you to put those toxic metals and things into the ground by hiding it.
Crazy, like last time I was there at the dump, we dropped off some stuff. They had a skip bin there, like a freaking huge ass metal bin. I don't know what you guys call them.
I didn't know she'd go.
And was chock-a-block to the brim and overflowing with fucking TVs and flat screen computer screens and just like all this shit.